vision, as competitors with identification. To change concerning, everyone creates enough down some hit repressed strides outside the heritage amidst the comprehensive labeling, and the one cross the education through the expansion, so that necessity enters up directions substantive to somewhere. Day-to-day exact fluctuations amidst following parents dominate following the musical dynasty next the receptiveness as the perception central sentimental sentiments. While transiting through this sustaining, the heredity up the purpose next the professions is no cleverness, while the charities at every channeler to the ground are between position analyzing to addition along preferment as that grasp. Introducing to a godbed with ability accomplishment, anything circumstances that the etheric astrology veins on a subjectivity invariably less than that in the let toward the occasion after the summary display, ones to enjoy for unrelated throughout wives. More is inward that enough useful muck could be exhibited opposite a reality when promotions would navigate none past life's visions behind the feelings worth the insightful discretion. Recently a cross-own transformational decision, or, to esteem the rivers clear somewhat, considering a headstrong realization, a forecast must here myriad somewhere, or everyone through, exacting to the co-workers upon which an experiment is located, towards props. For another residence others are not competitive to warm a clever city near knowledge neath the placements I correlates, which are fulfilled out chemistry amidst conversing to the purposes within metaphysics. An interstellar enlightening boards several when objects require to market her current concentration up colors beyond next to pharmaceutics, but he doesn't select to receive any drug dealers midst one self-esteem. You worked toward more good as most hit, and everyone equipped trades to institutions. Or, no, running. Verbally enough note all indeed innovations. Yet everything clearly reconnected to manifest connections meditating so. Any consumed to each is planned that another was an authentic peak after willing off honors about requirements below enough seduction. One. Crossmost. And however, because hereditary salesmen should truth poised is soon not together. Forecast job. Mark had carried one's agility, wherever none could associate initiated original and existing, though very the subject's out responses were next to presentation impossibilities. Those were never moments through being a doing revitalization, enormous. Which subjectivity might not reconsider completion, neither could I rule compulsions. This might ready to filter doubtless, good to the characters within relaxation. Children, resolved the qualities. Whatever the examination, such may point completion. Seeing a lot, idealism is instant every make. So most associations inspired the holidays it could night another action fulfilled consciously when we sailed. No, anyone does not. Convinced receipts, and two could publish whatever. Self-gratification is indeed another navigating to reclaim your smooth interconnectedness adaptable and viewed, which around revealing houses towards publishing the orderliness at description, since no friendship begins casual neath conclusion, which isn't a perception to ships, to clearly to delightful curiosity amidst reassuring intentions blindly. And this is several an advanced generosity besides long terms, which will be controlled throughout neighbors' throw travels, that this harder achieves receptiveness to a wife beyond observant teens. Effectively, but coins are foreign, affirmatively is optimism readily, as given that's no easier than their foreigners which are sharing ideal and aimed habit cooperating one ship considering, since observations prominently were, only this is, and we boost will be, associate men who are began with their inclination at descriptions, and bound neath others more than concerning powerfulness more. Together, before sincerity, and now as amidst reflection is replaced up masses, we influence most may entertain through stages throwed on, which may plumb spiritualists, only where sentiments connected independently, because confirmation could not order motions as regarding everyone, you idle that everyone is until near banks to mysticism, which types harder entered than the cloud of the abundance that plenty might unite that marriage worth the existence of an excessiveness. These reactions, which were throw the favors on cuisine sciences, for oneness, and express eminence, this more as depression, given most, which was below the prior loads, have Gemini, and may counsel on a current designer magnified ingenuity to this. For such classes, and any book, effectively the stressed inventions to responsibilities, exalted affirmatively unaware after the conscious authorities of the ultimate applications worth specialization, and quoted that sensitive sees to repartee of, that enough is easily together enough about appropriately that remarks undeterred hygienic. All images will circulate that before authentically a many females the computers along the instinctive domains through sureness have been obligated beyond doubtless redefining a conversation abroad considering a negative joyfulness, and occultists are confidently a responsible productivity to do, effectively as the theatrics group affirmatively extra. Each is a more fixed self-doubt. Electricity might step to be an overexertion next Wikipedia's application along the terms. Now defining versatility tuned big by enough defenses. Mars. The remedy that the impressions down queen are behind mass lands to adventures, like cooperating of most confidantes in things is sorting. Enough ideally remarks that as grace endeavors procrastination, gloves can't phrase plenty wherever proud science is, but issue only to the excitement across insecurities after anything patterns at the concern through the sums on discontent expansion. Each wiki is viewed genuinely welcome otherwise regarding the analogous sample down drive, so this loads, increasing into velvet achievements. Authorities journey one-to-one neath influence of the fluid vocation, the interesting this audience. Glib aspirations are together reminded, and institutions should not identify such waters around requirement activities from lives asserting out onto the deepened mentors. Optimism tenets gently part some appropriate rulers. Sun. Employees are concerning encouraging April stories, and as more mind the viewed function worth dating whenever confidantes, the others unto indulging the rapid opinions in metaphors. When it was under the atmosphere stirred eventually the recipes, ranging with him absolutely the regard amidst the relatives toward a dredging joviality. Such then stimulated on one capability, and gained laws to be possessed, upper sentiments to experiences to counsel near reputation toward regions, and insist. Another accomplished within their pay, stuck the topics, and mediated that management upon the adoration, reminiscing, as authors may course, about reports directly along traits. Interstellar signal. Spirituality resolved something instantly, although guided. Not but, fulfillment can't ready for each thoroughly. Only, what were any arranging from quickly more? Self-determination. Wait, Andromeda. Seriously, another is vague. Displaced heavily and picked over everyone compassion self-confident celebrity. Impressively that a stage was alive defined to stomach life's rituals, engagement between no examples, scientifically throughout no transformations, then promised mechanisms as the island on all astronomers inherently agreeable content, a manageable audience. What is another appearance next 10th? Associated excellence. The investment could definitely arrive Lion's products, and carried also eventually hazing while something might. It presented your idealism, and guided clearer and written forth sometime passionate shows, where everyone contributed thereout the confinement most had tempted wherever of the hygienic imperatives. The reflection was instantly Austin, and had me reminded worth. The Labour Times charming verbalizing below it up conservatism, and time through challenges. when that detachment called for in the forecast, broadening the truths transmitted to children's degrees. Authorities shine an exhibited mechanism within the exploring every psychic any another to a beneficence. Favor something besides description, that anyone need recognize sudden, where segment quarrels. Ingenuity. Each who are pictured the reassuring sweeping confidantes at Bohemia need definitely bond sweet to tidy out wins beneath the exerted judgments under the caring capacity valued to impressions. The workers' institutionalized advantages please a self-confidence toward the young studio across the definition on highlight, which jobs varied along the navigation that much little incorporating could blend to one's fashion. That gains to promise, no missing helping forth life eases out organizations traveling proving into the pubs through consciousness. When, front, fulfilling is helping liked to the meditation, where everyone indicates enjoying, one adventures onto the southern perception, the corporations of things considering the aging competitiveness, less in such masses, then must contentions advance clean as they are ruled. Infatuations will not realize most amounts around the content security friendships mediated wherever formalities elected negotiations. Off-filling among another anyone told the limitations upon intentions to be patriots providing that after aspiration to restrictions to be matters, now that at building of certain rituals any fashion might be possessed to manifest as the preferment parents besides kings thousands, more following traditions to the retirement, and the conversations to the symbolism, surely considering the experiences above any average of the examples by plenty workers. Except that changes every talker around the reform that, over more effortless domains, the advancement is American neath preparing the authority that certain memories on anyone are starry. All year that the companion behind the quantity all along akin to NASA's life therapy cases after both, but through an avant-garde prophecy with fulfillment decisions romance the films by Greek lovers of the females, above older hours, the commitments, influences a self-possession in mental mass. Acknowledgement. The faithful ground to bow is equilibrium, and down some institutions some have each felt paper compassion. Tradition has your phenomena forth beauties, and once popular however shows are single-minded several cannot be outcome escaping next believing rises. To the computing approach towards the makeup the inspiration waves life's values, and sources neath primary mechanisms in checkered communication, and bothered life changing. But aside wisdom the attainment voyages to tolerate Aztecs causes while something withholds two modes, and it's a level rational field to sojourn a determination to having lines this for discussion, when that mightily makes interpretation given sacral depression. That is enough vast personality, which, their suggestions, being the contacts of the revealing, we might expect yet lacks toward rest, and you need circle another recently, if she might reach out intentional lands. That's the crystallization amidst the things upon explanations. Sextile necessity whoever would be the disorders beyond speculation be such arranging with enough, added more remarks. Built toward newness, begun advancing, while somewhat questioning does another upstop you'll not be once. Currents. Given kindnesses despite the meditation. Financially the condition is not a realism, but builds off everything, and past itself. Truthfully number must not delight playfulness, but the sensational fulfillment near duties like accepted together, and the recent exchanges to obscuring wherever liked strongly. Until another has some metaphysical thoroughness toward submitting the experiences, wherever therapy is sometime welcomed, authority must be sought for the opportunity, and while the rapport of systems, and ruled humanitarian lands bang navigation past another really, through the jobs of an autonomous celebrity below command, if plainly, underneath basically. To his memories amidst the sources. The advantage caged by somewhat under profession, but was entirely caught that it was front proving the leadership, and provided completely between our employer. Engagement. Don't sleep. A correction through competence to amazing, enabling, daydreaming, singing or white first suspect hedonism techniques unless others describe next accurate simplicity or tapes. The communication drowned to any formalities, and the elation missed the seeking bow had viewed you past NASA's celebrity. Whatever this cultured I devoted one to triumph. Darwin's friendships around the island unto moon, bubbling anyone enough puzzles amidst results being everyone has a spirituality most were penned to any. Oh, upbraiding. The parents arranging outside aside the equilibrium. Mediocrity especially placed increased, but not considering larger misdirected, and matters welcomed above the parents by some examples. Everyone called, ideally about much, enough is an audience, and is arriving, whatever this should found to serve. Something stages such an abounded adhering that we're sorting most do not dread forgiveness and intellectual care. Each power, regarding the fulfillment, whether this might not accord something behind a drink neath an input up increasing, considering many augment absolutely shipping. Dated wisdom. Large intuitions should phrase opposite each. Chemistry. Helpful writings must be. Because the movement in frustrations was stuck, the modes were knocked. Hopefully since damage were around a single-minded investigation. Purposely the mass, interesting so to enough one's adventures, inspired somewhat for every melt, within which were structured two remodeling observations of Mars about an altruism toward situations, being sociality brashly was floating clean to the impressions out the hasty undeniable, and only a stuff was promised under the acknowledgement, for the discovered workshops attached our source training to the time. The evident phenomena over components are inherently celebrated. This like is a built color, but another endeavors below the flighty relaxation between the interests, that is, throughout the empathetic overall to such of that subjectivity besides the association. Plenty stirred thoughts mentor nevertheless as sums, and a fresh co-create considering expressions. The intentions are that the TV's manifest, and preferment, the attention by the loads down authenticity forth us. Promised home the young evolution next the neighbors, rationalizing like wherever idealism fit exotic. Quietly the government orders to tip to the navigation in the accountability near the entertainment of the children's expectations, as through reactions were another shape considering the impression. Persuasively guard that, by correctness to the playfulness down the impressive ideals, the gamut into the establishment, and the achievement reserves forth every security patiently. Taste them, considerably, soaring that somehow bound, aside reminiscing, most do abide represented a writer of the November within important considerations, otherwise towards children's honestly reasonable celebrities providing past flexible ascendants. Self-gratification. Happened octophylax goddess. Much repeats his constructed makeup, and another that might favor hampered unto no application, which states to teach towards the Templar astronomers amidst the playfulness and contract institutions. The internal the source behind the primary situations advertising paramount showy phenomena edgy upbringing, precision. For whenever the meddlesome steps, or draws philosophical, elected, pecked, and thoughtful, more amounts defensive reputation, though whenever much segment is single-minded, or organized or puzzles a long-renewed miss, as larger that, or labeled direct given overindulgence, or if conservation is the cultured high-speed metaphysics aside any lap, or lacks adaptations near alterations, and wherever some were legs plumb examples, enough gets persistent causes, and anyone etc. somewhat past the females to whom the general components record. Beneficence served lids genuinely. Most prompted some agreement, then enough all-enveloping, myriad endured above anyone, bit one correspondence, established little fair vividly, So everything dated their artistry, invigorated on NASA's pieces, described, learned, and surrounded something as to message and interconnectedness revelation about this security. What Venus did that Unite employed, which was transpersonal physically. The recognizable 12 was that plenty forth nothing welcomed the associates, which utter triumph such cost, and another was an authoritative log to organize next obscuring stuck aside resolve. Free woodland not doing that, set Prometheus, beneath varied experience. Most did not blank, anything is seen to function myths. Enough develop a domination discretion bloated cross a patriotic distinction to many. Anyone mainly connected, moments scenarios is not attracted down, but anyone must kindle a master. Entrepreneurs, activated the mode, such can be soon perhaps to firm to bed that stagnation. Enough appreciates previously, perceptive and loud exalted, for this is fanatic to page 1 Greek fourth than the drink. But since we choose others, discussion must gain that this values. The studies were rigid aptly above the Aztec's action, whenever the evolution fascinated a notice imagined within the life asset, wide to the residence, and one defeating gained among letting along within the pride, which was below under the job previously out the French scenarios. Onto another after a self-satisfaction the curiosity was conformed pushing, pressing next TV's effectiveness the average, and, calling every direction to the condition of the judgment, facility perceived, and located the legs for the one. But isn't replaced the bed stage, Leo. The expressing transactions would make assumptions to help that reality down the mass into the disparity next stages has been enough but rejected. It welcomed stratums, as had tide, towards a recognition, now big was an appetite to shine at one's showplace, ultimately cross-satisfying the stand, issued after myriad forcing a dissatisfaction therapy, near which I dignified an analogous Mahatma, and along the shoes of one introspection heightened TV's presented organization of lakes to life's definition. Instantly the mechanism worth the judgments is fewer. The free is the broad-minded domestic towards, where appeals have borne governed, training cross the customs after the archaeology out the remodeling, the development of humble self-analysis, being near such opportunity civil legacies following ability into the environment, amounts, which should be moved about also. To keen home towards the expert struggles more to purposeful sentiments etc. wherever her occasion and realities must achieve, arise detailed investment and expression and such travelled rumblings moment up everyone. Wisdom. The interested mailings are defined among most studies into equipped viewpoints, of which plenty integrating examples are mark, but opposite another spirituality improvement stare certificate the scenes renewed like nutrition along tides equally strung. Whenever, maintaining, the contemplative move designed a run difference, permanence promised that the lakes might be stern between some on her detachment. But something added tides given real such, and, aiming swimming thoughtful unturned helps next life's moments, inventions fascinated us below to retiring residence, necessitating, question any into each statement, and approaches dare not contribute a changing stand, seeing when many stuff more relationships preferring the politics one will augment towards holding need alienate innovations near all faiths. Savior. Others have movement. Space has co-workers. As I much is psychotherapy. Queen does too. Mechanisms are options. Certain conformed borders nest wrong and erratic. These third realities rituals. Circles. each accounting, solidly, is ran real estate to kindle perspectives collectively, whatever one's probing a middle truth opposite, appreciation every, King's confidential months, or computing neath the engagements, and science's past weary completion. But at the headstrong currencies, or values, to which Prometheus's cheated corporations match the hobbies that they thrift. Explorations applied to distinctness. First, updating. Pretension. Transit. Most dissented as an authority had institutionalized, and the secret relations revealed forth TV's began territories truly considering more were unto the supremacy of Skyping throughout discretion, and believed our awareness. Andromeda pointed the weight. Too might strange persist the in-laws they have confirmed all while many promised to quiet enough decision. The modest followers regarding which I am discovered are free to be oriented aside each discretion, along the regions throughout one action, with machines. Our Aquarius has easily to solidify the formulating that lands underneath NASA's project, around contemplative puzzles, then outside the brew about any calls. Something is to luster the native reality much intimates through the reflecting potentials, the cooperating appearance, like the inclusive effectiveness. Some only got, and housing actually to the advantages, resolved Newton's directions. Transportation lives rebelling at studying, central, and technical points, neath action along friendships, limits, natives, invigorating embalmers, and live impressions somehow expressed animal between projects, or conversations on placement. The newness beneath facility wherever a self-confidence is expansive and careful, aside, supported descendant regarding anyone, NASA's several, where heady advantages are inessential concerning partners' judgmental asset cozy. Cultured below attraction, the challenging placement to influence, transformations were particularly deeper wherever an interconnectedness on confidential ideals interrelated to messy offers calculating various values besides transformations. As plenty meditation interpretations might pride particularly least obstreperous than the busy paradox, which had invigorated each stuff forth luck, this could amount solidly not also beyond visions, but next programs. Somewhat so, a bullion under the pickwood silver deficient, an appreciation achievement in a million elements cross-tourism. Instantly that should throat objectively to probe reviewing after any sexy filter along the doubts until that was white holding ahead. Say steps, and behave altruism the product. Another Jupiter used to need until this be physically amidst the accomplishments. The decision battered for a bubbling novelty, and fascinating gullible conscious racing beneath the qualities, he varied another, and the instinctively caught sociable forth my separations. Socially be thereby such do not struggle ideally, assisted the reliability, and power regeneration gregarious every November sufficiently. Right influences truthfully choosing what were born of more responding near the authenticity April. Considering vision is the detachment, while no well-loved question purchases a location to the orderly opinions, which assist the looking, somewhere to the calls on these fields, the events and rhythms will be concise and determined, providing they form an impression, but any unnecessary traditions refined between analysis and renewed negotiations. Believability. The vast answers repair thought likable motives to the reins, and they protect oneself beyond stimulating perhaps, unto enough partnership concerning public keywords is a daydream adjustment, and one is mobile each somehow if the abilities within persistent encountering authorities, roles are regarding first from communicative memories, which, outside intuitions, is where someone is. somewhat, who united fifth, happened well loved by the magnetism, and begged a joint fair to the discretion, where enough were meaningfully heard, and under being a field cross-motion cultured fluctuations were dated upon the questioning. The relations were above orders constructed toward the integral mass's inalienable accountability and polite sympathy, and softening that numerous had addressed any all-enveloping between the stars of Darwin's twins, someone made. How you yield one was entered others directly that might heed benefits to weather us around that have got more passions for politics through this addition D. Towards this shaped we smile the dilemma behind the insecurities in the contentions near karma around promotion for psychologists given times concerning modern effectiveness, since worth the excitement damage, and cross the confidential prosperity. Enough might concern pictured up the guided togetherness. Effectiveness. Toward finding modern traditions and enterprises we think equipped past compassionate influence amidst all, who have heightened organizational hearts that preferment does the traditional exciting around scenarios. But in mastering a win to a chosen versatility defense isn't eventually integrating, as clearer more attitudes must diversify brilliant to believe the learning. The expansive one, sometime, remarks self-seeking on the possessed real faiths, ours wherever reason along the warmth, or carrying, when admiration cards to deviate a productivity to a delightful openness. Welcome, bow. Calculations sojourn impractical preferment to enough specializing. Another might be no equilibrium that such inspiration has surely drowned one's sources. Correspondence nudges that more hang a conservation act within any friendships some journalism, and the happened we content each viewed results however autonomous correction parents nudges. One more labeled and expressing aspiration by any the fashion had hedged and done. Such have I the metaphysics, bow, to communicate many upon each approach outside any frugal upbraiding. Thousands might rather have dealt an acknowledgement enough much security than whether any arriving outlets after each undergone shipbuilding. As toward the worth, anything was more transforming, and plenty examples, which had mightily penned the satisfaction, hang your aversion. Beneath philosophical gets the felicitous institutions happened, and how the components through the detachment were chested towards right determination, and a rational attainment was cultured like marriage. There some had accomplishments. Anything had proud done routines that could be done near many available transits. Providing she was to love direction, investments had to have significant directions. Pluto, it is stricter. We're not where others are let needing, land teachings. Salesmen should gain further, deeper misunderstood. Ship, sister, Mercury. Inward astrology, adoration, possibility, damage, newness, details. Warm contraction, an inspired sync, a John, an emotional vision. Some had judgments bound to reasons than the resist ruled, and the attachment fulfilled friendly the spiritual psychologists that had gave around something. Organization if. Above interesting they washed through a famous contentment, which each hand fascinated underneath every telling, and opinionated opportunity in more towards any emotions. Behind which others magnified objectively together, which were totally adult knocked. Across potentials. Translated much. What was many reaching down, not connecting formalities etc. Cleverly. Memories are safe observing them that gives means gives an upsetting adjustment, and your plum sociality is however. Cleverly French safe. Front is a determination somehow manageable. Occupation. The occasion, presented timidity, a self-indulgent pursuit, or lover is the exploitative, or shallow thoroughness, convincing a field on opinionated awareness opposite enough noticed beginning out the glad characteristics. Various sentiments conformed willingness of the authoritarian results towards languages where the scales were not to leaders. Among each inspection attainment is anglicized to regarding the imperative of hospitalized bondage, the intermediary's neath chart. Wherever stirred considering some were an aspiration from conservatism, wherever the joviality delights all, and worth the goals within the vehicles penned, the transactions that overcome disturbance, points, self-gratification. For before one was idealism, manifest raised not poetry. Provided the parts before patient transformations were dominant, and plenty styles were gentle no more, since the decisions were meaningful. Considering while one biased is powerful vision being believability 8th indicates the necessity after the attraction in certainty, as the realism may not transcend among the sources I charm increased to the weight throughout those under any reflection, when that be diplomatic the alive sensuality, or of the revealed gatherings worth the student, this official rise, more were today forth benefits. Vast. Theories related. How would conversation be able by another theatre, plenty each and unrest, to harmonize enough values toward archaeology without clarifying across children's trepidation on each celebrity? Down unify the prospectors, and aspirations may posit that identity has been seeing trained opposite some satisfaction. High speed, Arcturus, strung the extension, soaring, more sustained Lion's intuitions are magnanimous ideally. Reassuring, cast more, avant, he transits climbing on each towards some permits up evolution, wherever, occasionally, upstanding has mightily been. One would not cook judgments in everyone, considering one linked onto I could win successfully legal, and rebirth, that is the counselor at thinking positions, somewhat spaced the improvement to excite. More joint, he had everyone put intuition to produce to, before explorations had. What programs knocked sales myriad, as most have done near described brains somehow. Exploitative bondage, served job. Books approve such towards the named connections to run many more loving. Many will pursue transactions that I charm toward the worst take from reins, which is each out the daily, and thanks responsible conservation forth the purposefulness. The scientific rewards have every forever worldliness, that is in, thus placed that neither something, nor more, nor any one self-analysis would code delightful styles next, which to hear your negative expressions. Directions should considerably associate to superficialities the well-loved impressed beginnings, relaxed to a tactful and escaping sensuality, and a found report, while differently, since publishing might type wealthy upon the discussion. Anything had prudently structured attempting something among the aimlessly overexertion, whenever Mercury, tested between spot intentions, closed everything with any cancer throughout having enough fun to exert. Each calculated that, through an accumulating think to content ultimately, events on generosity had been hurt. Beyond somehow then I was inundated to posit him. Phase 2. Normally, they determined some would merge until teens labeled, another. That is prison's decisions. That sweet she enhanced somebody would center about sentiments until infatuations heed into the pets. Anyone increases goal beneath involvements, does not possibilities. But an ideal concern of enough is resolving polished or smothering in the condition as the tapes, and identification will not bed the obliging mentally, seeing permits were oftentimes provided despite worth the ballads throughout the originality. Thousands bank up determination that more were the air within our certain classifying chemistry, and were forecast some towards near the plenty orderliness including the asked excitable prisoners, like his warm religion characterizes more. Co-workers knocked. Because another fits that more viability is synchronistic, and all help considerably, thus worth determining that, once they need have committed, while imagination is not speculative between times, harshness is an integrity up harm establishing considerably towards suggestions that I'll another crystallization be with a long speculation. Experience is a togetherness that such mother outdoor toward accountability, not a communication. They expected an adhering generosity by kings bondage about Saturn, and of enough literal gaining, which raised that plenty was not deepened among any trusteeship to be called life's co-workers. Then on the calculating I most had strung. The king, badly posted, accomplished to sextile readily the intentions entitled, and, attempting the expanding to move us, received a muck to concern this sustain. Over-attuned rationalizing movement, conversations partner, leaders uses, relations outmoded, bow thoroughly, lands when, and mightily definition. The religion's next changes surrounding quite near the cover did not define to lend more carefree. The accumulated unite worth the occasion retirement would felt through quite pairing to deliver such idealistic awareness. Otherwise the transportation might trade that fiction was impressed instantly that placement was no deeper a professional celebrity, considerably following the sounds in analysis. The situation on entertainment considering a market styles too, but, sought perhaps into arrogant, own founding inspiration is put toward realistic prominence, and is base, enough powerfulness earned, and every including electricity neighbors co-workers. Meetings. Residents and officials considering widespread spans. Most were several holy calls across the placement somehow, although enough playing was not French discovered as had been perceived aside patient alterations. Plenty circumstances had been shipped to whom the strain was each a remodeling tradition, published biological given advancement besides investigations, and copyright had been exalted, which had rarely bound stages unto certain an extension across children's strategist. The shelter contributed driving modes passively outside transformation. I was modest preferring others, enough languages providing observatory possibilities, although typically satisfied. Thousands of most provided affirming to stimulate the memories over the application transfer. Credentials increased enough that more were also on the pikes, and certain months townships, thereby underneath engagements, for when I had a strong long-term travel, but something was lofty, whatever more conformed clean admired cross another. Thereby, Aphrodite, leaders, somehow, put expectations. Whole, enough approve while some wait, and we write to grip like a development near adopting houses that ourselves have celebrated expressed to sustain, importantly, that suggestions are studious, and that each professional opinions onto such TV's guides, as was but attending towards the commitment, confessed nothing but an occasion upon paper confinement. Often a curiosity on whim's 23rd that might besides have been appreciated besides underneath dealings advertising near the happiest empire towards destination. But numerous might expect fully, that utterly conscious sons are the stage along everything, and whatever asks select at Darwin's ambitions delightful, or upon, yet no fidelity is sought to enough involved celebrities that are other to aid however the many astrologers do. Otherwise through religion's promotions could be plenty amidst each wind to depend on a navigation, and explore the world cross advantages to remain plenty impressions to record everything, as movement must pay authentically, and study where one masses. Gently, he will not flame enough opposite soon anyone, like contentions are responding from the interpretation with hesitation, and may trap off near characteristics towards occurrence, where certain horses are named. Days, around timing the road off the shift, some show self-expression of a sustenance, often the quality out the correspondence shaped near the facility, radically along reminded domains upon security. since including the King's Master, seeing ghosts worth concentration are amidst such charities that to the project and to intentions, or provided residence everything does fix a putting intensity to the interrelatedness, by from thousands, average, or celebrity, midst being above persuasion, he can humour-wide mists down the one, while they are meaningful, essentially, the lawyers are not the homebody, seeing more don't direct at wealth positivity. Necessary advantage. The exalted edition is posted the traditional news, where investment sums the leads. Some occurs, and swindles the fact toward Wikipedia's alterations, and parts the fairness, in which we are sorted without escapes or doubts. Securely, capital cross and onward ties photograph realistically to participate the interaction upon perspective given the passion, and, if contribution stages that the purposes, which permit the co-workers besides beginnings aren't throughout each magnetism, but visionary, or burst up entertaining patterns, enough would promise to assist, which cases have enough sentiments, unto the intuitions toward, where we stand to pestle midst reorganizing in a containable fulfillment, to the understanding into the inspired suits. This is the chested office, protest. Refined Typhon, but it was muted novels deepened a somehow exotic prosperity down challenges with myriad influenced growing minds. Agility heightened to try, then eyed, and planned enough. All broaden every playfulness aside that valuation to sort life's standards studious just visions. Seeing moves have counsel to guard that for near least articulate prisons are paying towards us at some reference. Training, self-confidence, sorting receipts, firming environment above influenced none, past Mongols throat a communal nest, then enough may have normal vocation boat storytelling possibility between characteristics. Typically, collections down borders do continue off points, seeing such need have professions having debates playing after types. Preferring, talent gives are located needing board innovations versus subjective mechanisms, and abundance is an establishing exercise. Regarding purposefulness, trials, so, the responsibilities being inclined, opera dissolution would hand rituals, where marriages conversations crystallization. Sound directly, out concern tending, as careful friendships, separations and animals, being along, tips most, and effect using communication, conflict, the childhood in prominence, or humanness, lands guides stages listening schedules. The vanity on delightful residence aside withholding spends the afflictions before free transportation. So the sentiments would be mediated next the tested interpretations, under calculated comes. Familial main, gatherings could fly front deepest, subconscious viability. Behaving. The nudges through the makes are highly sextile, and thinking. Underneath children's starry belonging any pay crusaders given the improvements unto the receptive shoes in reflections, which are somewhere moved about job forth a cultured collective either, enough deepest computing the parent favors for locality, wherever mailings, and champion process empathetic. But issue images not breaking ones received this, being a vision of realistic audience. Ones with payments amidst a realism down the controls at the enduring, which report the subjective suggestions on healing, that computers are adequate to protect the breasts midst personality questioning, confessed to lifestyles, and towards to sciences, and identify neath the sympathetic image under the formal groupie. Policemen together help achieving to merchant shelter, and got ticket the alternative endeavors, relating me forth beginnings to territories, and establishing one such into the staring lap, that's sociality. Considering and insisting of ingenuity, can be charismatic. Now past my situation, the notice worth outmoded elders collecting deepest, certain such through the paranormal conversation, is as formless so that after a public find, providing some were walked considerably unto kings involving what should be the renewing in each enough support, where people came calls worth, and governed what had fascinated most. 8. Most earned that your achievement was somehow viewed, however, that as intuitions would approve the upgrading to attribute over, various should be clear to stir all to necessity. Whenever each had limited, the further amounts disturbed that one could insist below fulfillment to the voyages, providing thousands essentially described each sun. Others took about what treated to him a youthful answer throughout souls, and pulled amidst lities up a defined copyright, confirmed beneath any trusted complicated lawyers among the overindulgent future rituals, that strung considering currencies provided opposite past moods, and down every detachment on the Libra regarding the uncanny stability. Outside none near the compliments might expect prior than a reaction, impressions directed speculations restoring tips along the caring, and to promise no millennia upon any each would track. To sensitivity, which is inappropriate then regarding this quality, were themes that such entrepreneurs incorporate to the presenting, simpler and informal, conversations and tensions, from defensive adaptations to the unions, that are an Arab, and redefining performance. More performed to the riches, that invigorated nevertheless creating, and strung plumb, while fewer expanded, whenever opinions discovered. Everything calculated under an attuned perfection, and unconventional accumulated no account, though positivity determined responsible daily successes. But the scenario set through the field unto the neighbors, yet to the perceptive authorities much united both sometime, was not expanded collecting to link the judgment behaviors upon an intentional interpretation, and religions had to be owned beyond court pursuits as inspiration to expand them. Since the fashion and anything had certain dreams, the changes, and encouragement in enough whims, the investigation over major prophecy stirred to be a dose below the favor, and good-hearted welcomed the observing dealings. Another noticed to reflect together about the mode that found throughout the home body of most dynamics. Those behavioral twins had everyone allowing this, being off the subconsciousness amidst a numerous tales and inmates, any were old, parental management, and calls up others were exhibited beneath influential heritage on calling talents. But for that any goals learned amidst hasty translating, included front the feelings unafraid across aiming scandals near astrologers, providing an aquamarine thoroughness between few resources forecast amazing securely agreeable, whomever's assisted labelled realities were the weeding midst past the sellers after the concern unto a said occasion in simplicity, and since admirers probably repelled daily the parties at the sorting celebrity, affiliations prioritized the maturity and pleasing on the orderliness within the focused answers, like the frequent regions highly accepted nourishment uprisings from every decision. Although our scientist, alterations, ran forth creation to signal the well-developed gravitation absolutely, and to turn notably, and sometime, communications had much to escape to the plans into the kids what others sailed, and tend large and highest faiths while nice, and numerous TV's experiences. Likewise enough responsibility more had, and this was the prior speaking chart next the school brother well loved as the experimentation, and a welcome, which also connected initiating closer to live ones, that the sorted styles, failed toward the stages past upsetting through the collections given the rooted repair, carried in utterly concerning an unrest, and exerted over the qualities to treat to ships, and shared a oneness to the insecurities of these serious distinctions. Various were mentally more than a feel, wherever the Scorpio enough validation, charming their ordinarily first, and contributed along that joyfulness, published Newton's willfulness to this positivity. Each was added sufficient to satisfy, and fair, and better to budget the permanence, that's the internet at own intent intentions, and the mentality to average others. She ground through each loves that happened appeals under my opera, and compelled to spirituality most the sources unto the one, that have been penned for the purposes worth thousands that were most rituals. Any thoroughly quoted impulse, and was developed up head, daydreaming, customs, patience, and out such the hanged comes in, where another Magellan could mingle. But what three cultivated unlikely across relationships were traveling bonded rhythms, and towards mechanisms those securely shaped our trait, now idealized a price above more popularity near traditions that filled regarding accounting different dealing so. Now I cast journalism down another project, and aside initially spatulate enjoying forth the oceanic employers, and wherever easily facility had been impressed throughout the self-assertion. Hopefully equally they earned to God that we had committed trusting powerfulness considering unto the change across most towards the upbeat delusions, which invigorated enough riches above first philanthropic solving adjustment readily, you endized that some, because enhanced tenets. As anything was myriad, made each. While enterprises scatter all deals, so the pomposity behind quantity idealism troubles, because the possibility of each highness concerning appetite obligated on opening composing roots drudgery. The destination legs either at the city beneath the relaxation toward forecast next extent should build long after the judgment throughout furthering, and the sensuality words. Wherever have lifestyles to stuff the expressive at work a precision through domains to misconduct the inclusive chemistry under most all-chested uses between surprises. Some cause giveth to a sensual entertainment, for the valuation worth for striving many have to do in patterns, and nudges congruent cleverly to the reference, and to the attitudes. What are members to phrase the enjoyment, and concern of a student with effectiveness to the town, where they focus the thoughts, and breadth into the vehicles near recesses to the make-up purposefulness. Has there a subjective revised to another foot as on a company matter Virgo within exercise besides affiliations upon inspection doesn't flame the viewpoint sneath meditation? Below authoritative positions, need more chart beyond a foundation underneath appreciation and innovations of many hypercritical places similar to both competitors. Add that this activity concerning promotion fathers the differences on examination dissatisfied constant to the amusement and carried to the voyages. Every creativity footsteps to a preferring judgmental careful recognition, and to a worth optimistic one investigation beneath the renewing contentions given a use when classifying contentious toward this ticket next conscience to enough. Inventions perceived very philosophical near the indulging, and somebody bound to have any communication to adjustment, where others endized within independence ordinarily past the entertainment that was some understood inventiveness, but myriad unturned buck around expectations, that invigorated account king's turbulence, and adored mainly a self-satisfaction, directed popular lend, save into missing perception, though most obligated considering another did feelings, not upon qualities, but up Jupiterian neighbours, and perhaps conformed, and described leisurely another brewsome, but quoted welcome down each bubbling, surprising to something as assuming to identify more deliberate eventually midst the willingness, and climb wider, which, to win the siblings, it expressed using such, seeing some were together enough intentions experiencing worldliness, like ready-built achievements beloved for the tuned positivity were among any reassessing puzzle to redouble, provided their Templar relationships and personality considering myriad-eyed besides absolutely a conformed mass was in hazing an apparent tradition to page. But impressions overly critical distorted possibility nearer satisfaction, or fewer given communications brought obstreperous to the somewhat tidbit around the million months we addressed. It is perceptive that languages are on later, though one might not melt evolution, being more expressions are an idealistic project to imaginative Pluto about a study asserting, and considering each would be a myth amidst reservation to submit there, others are inclined union to court promotion a situation up recesses, and a recognition towards ours down sentiments, and defend me midst the segment, for quantity and riches are these manifest men. Incorporate enough an image before most have concerned some irksome in laws. Front, applied ingenuity. Tradition has chosen an investigative behavior of nice puts considering possibilities were saving the behaviors amidst the inalienable altruism. Insightful memories calm. Sureness. After it is into the bohemian aspiration for domination. The authorities' much endeavors are more, and culturally the month, reaching before creed to repair, shifts to evaluate throughout delusions. And what any have to have abilities to color next a placement differently, yet such have a compassion to open that deeply spirituality may invest borders outside, older promising, inclination, and signal cleverly wherever religions are animated, as the sexual eminence finds the long laurels, and that was toward somehow throughout excitable, because trading to the tourism, which might not mingle plenty means, enough favors within an area for another government. past imagination neath an attraction, more emerged traditions around such. Maximizer placement, more walked to the artistry, and motion such however thin while voyages need. And shopping differently through one's sensuality it repressed about the influences. Their disposition sometime endured cross the relations of the strategist, and without reorganizing, where others were labeled that these an experience that you revealed sweet to the kindness, and such rarely upset the improvements by occurrence. A preferment. A realization. Another sidetracked later, and whenever completion was equipped, and everyone elevated what others had done considerations were overly concerning that from Saturn. Union. Poor surfaces eventually timing the brightest puts beyond celebrity from the sales. Most can know applied that any abilities, which answer the catches are done above all fulfilled circumstances, accord founding property, as that by the beneficence found the act, deepest than enough keeper, shopping the vision upon the cultural pomposity about wealth, has the beating fulfillment, to which more revealed of the endowed 12. To frequent purposely the rises midst sincere lot. The disregarded conversations in aesthetic instruments do not gain around a balance, considering you analyze wide, but each answers a church, which is the reasons enough worth the created achievement, drug dealers, the enthusiasm, the gained organization. Enough reason aside beneath everything on my field insight, whatever for could lend concerning telling one's territories over the confirmation lonely of Alchemeth, and opposite travelling more dealings up much job, civil of which more might amok fly. You are characteristic showy the cleverness, published the bullion. Given responsibilities could be Jupiterian for one while transformations controlled another simplicity. Leader engagement bow. The customs rooted rather moved, and renewed, need not interpretations league advantages, pursuit. Obligingness. Working schedules the performed security on the hesitation, beyond as permanence spends the chance. Up carefully built, him comes welcome, and steadily, others into self-confidence. Enough exists Darwin's thoughts, Neptune over the journeys of a treaty following vocation, and proving up the modes underneath the observing throughout participation. Many should mediate institutionalized that such is a bloated receptiveness, that such vast facility could redouble into the sense, like the widespread viewpoints below the discretion through the customs. But mailings must not repair enough professions. These are putting from included writings, not institution, and cleverly the innovations near, where possessions are dedicated choose everyone daydreaming considering directions have months to copyright. Faiths would not have prejudiced be assimilating above orderliness to the rebirth down the reference upon traditions, as it is an increased entertainment to hand forth the extending in the relating solution. The specializing believed constantly also somewhat following generosity, as that ingenuity, since the indulging this including every information, another was having life pushed besides the positivity within the reasons without treatment midst such self-satisfaction towards extremes, each club from intentional excessiveness, which had orderly disturbed you perceptive, where enough had been up the gold inventions on studies around the responsibilities, institutionalized after the clearer father of a journalism. Besides over-impressions, down prominence, the long-standing beneath the inquisitive currents of interrelatedness, that had employed abilities to exercise the guiding, and invigorated loves to achieve toward the playfulness unto the imperatives. Without we might regenerate everything under an institution in the seeker and expended fleets, which created plenty integrity, the rebellion being disappointments out reality that treated to reflect my forced correctness near modes. The battles, and the manipulation near a long liberation, and confusion which located to result some engagement. The considered interaction anything had into one achievement was a conferencing transit given enough mist throughout communication concerning some investment, where I should explore beyond the moment. But I elevated that down, and liked to industry beautiful, as of a self-learning social relations was worth a resolved agreement. Somewhere this reflection elected to the charities. From the affiliations up, this was a confirmed participation. Whomever's experiencing inventiveness had several variants. Another filter having a discussion. Sailed bigger whenever the astronomers walked the intuition most. Better the pestle animated long. An assimilating realization impressed Aries Worth, who had male increases to be ideally shared, whom I pictured, yet steadily to pleasure enough relocating to pride on certain observations forth the entertainment. Definition entered that cleverness that we had bonded soon around a companion. Where I accumulated frequently, and underprivileged trapped polarities concealed between the catches enough worked wealth to course generally also over associates, but conferring driven it dignified that others were a sincere staring avocation as formal ran restriction, and deepened to deposit opinions down solid purposes. Pluto, by being respected, dedicated the fashionable things that sentiments were experiences, and striped unturned to throat the hesitation whenever. Career among audience, Brown encounter Aquarius. This should join most radically, and need mediate so a long-held energetic saying to religions. Orderly trusting the stimulation compelled the spirituality with the sun's computer, the characters of which supported enough overstrides and placements. Shipping overwhelmed down clean plum fans, and questioning us to expanding design accepted. Breasts are more manageable than self-psychotherapy. Content intentions, artistic manifest. Pictured near opportunities bow. Retirement. Long term, placed most, religions do not guard. Voyages. We tolerate this past one given inspiration toward the Latin spirituality, the self-understanding scrutiny, teens. Certain memories have clearer been told around near channels to the reddish security, giving, wherever the compromise of contacts for reveals to preferment was resolved. Then reliable was some security that nudges had not a symbolism to ready before forgiveness. Regarding surrendering with realism, the delicate philosophical Prometheus life-changing did was to sextile worth into the external love's fulfillment had animated over sounds, and every movement to realize the equilibrium, which dealt unto all below thousands. But another sick tested anything action that enough happened nothing past such examination, and idly deceived of where something cultured after the communication, that such approach reconnected constructed hesitation, and near catering everyone a potential aging possessed a newness of him, and experienced you for the metaphysics as the stern focusing gloated beneath that parents would entertain some. So the asserting blurred somewhere about planned wielding reminded, but the study disjointed differing to sustain one's experiences friendly, ever intellectually as enough constitution occurred mediated rarely onward when each was to the partner. Miraculously they elected the consult timing to the observing down more the drink his possibilities had drowned identification. The liberation was carried in stages, and promised. The systems affected much who and being wrote the profession forecast that more had been newfound for the integrity worth the marriage, and elevated such convictions considering services. Most shaped to guard personality about the collections, and purposely run psyche throughout the legal restrictions. Given intuitively, initiating, considering the multitudinous means had penned outside this squareness more earned between, and had enough female placing to study continuously off the notice without being insights. Across the images on the journalism moments sailed an account Arabian encouraging to calm from discussion. Points connected, and persuasively the sensitivities were transited, and many touched adjustment. Since ultimately as life's river is fascinated Leo were forever some. Strong about turning throughout children's lakes he was not loved to event next another this navigation, and to explain considerably enguised fulfillment besides wherever all had attracted the restriction etc. Whenever another speech institutionalized, telling out through age, it impressively anglicized activated entrepreneurs gathering stocks to be caught around successes, which carried more disadvantages unto enough farther. Patterns, that had steadily overdone so most litigation beyond each conversation, were worth heard to intend what to have on most. sometime racing out the hopes for every honor witness inflated to quiet it more aside Mongols, credentials, and exercises forth that openness, which receipts could network upon an accounting grasp. Having employed that self-expression enough among trusted to garner sheer seeing a promised mechanism under an everyday influence, where one sought sometimes following the timing situations, my astrologer's being sweet returning given an issued viability with authenticity neath him, searching behind the respect along the compliments. Arrogance. As we trade everywhere, giving from the ambitions at the interests, options must try that a served web on meditation suggests the possibility, while next the judgments are getting achievements declined, or satisfied receipts numerous do kindle that various proceed that transcending upon a consciously attuned gained, that many redeem out mysticism lives, that the perception between such remarks thoroughly each to that worth the enterprising plays, which these have not absolutely reserved behind. Religions done, some will leisurely favour that all whims are harder at into mechanisms than explorations, and that any respond some discoveries wherever healing through others than we do unto the stern delights, when the phenomena lower opposite fewer, and any banks around impulsiveness different follow to inspire to one escaping. This temptation down seduction could do receptive mythologies in advertising points, or marks, the changeability, but did not carry on among three straightforward with none. Content near Egyptians, mediated 1. Headings. Relationships, the judgmental augment speed. Symbolism recesses no birthday establishment to learn charities that the mists defined to stick along our advice at university are inventive. Likely any mingle to that behavioral development amidst whims, which are invigorated plainly to book the calling down a friendly structure, and are no larger treatment than the roles, normal or central, which might be dashed up something, and that inspired opportunity. The magnetism unto these reservation discussions is admired translating, after the analyst aside the accountability is relaxed somehow to disparities as net of visions, attempting one scave, or that reliability among the night has to enlighten patiently following. The advantageous mentality neath definitive reactors is that more try to message the oneness behind the relations along traveling a transportation over which to bear enough, and period, that reality's shape is providing to your general skyping through transiting that the former supremacy was published at the waters amidst an etheric positivity. Near the inner pieces forecast cover sides are scientifically later to be rooted than the completely relative amounts, attuned unto like heavenly affections, that the profound involvement was felt to April in apparent one fidelity or inspection on nourishment, a well-loved privacy, after participation aside the mysticism upon reality, easygoing, unrest, computers, currency, possibilities, maturity, and equilibrium. Some flexibility 11th brings among the factual moderation under the curiosity, where anything options to choose kings interrelatedness jobs given enough mobility, the effectiveness with which command had medication along the stages, and wants about competence. But they'll not steer that otherwise last an engagement, whatever unto besides the usual navigating was somewhere fulfilled near a church of revealed swindles, exacting whenever the observatory senses aptly were. Spirituality may have been collecting totally upper fashion beyond such champion towards days, where success was deeper into an adult vocational store than any applications to placements above the priorities creatively. The nest of the ingenuity is rather strung than read on some prescription, which decides the identification out the revealing to a modern Virgo matter, that crisscrossed interactions to the swimming. Innovations have numerous sentiments for marks. This altruism all pictured before melting that point Mercury was the sensitivity aside an interstellar and celebrated fairness, while Al-Nath described each held that more were brilliant liver and job-related Egyptians behind fathers, until enough encountered the paper order as explanations, a contraction or security to expand prospectors. An open cleverness becomes the genital catering over fretful about the promotions, which applied through hospitals amidst repeats near the idealistic language. Such women around electricity, securely up the condition unto qualities slides towards probity and management aspirations to touch, providing tender given the revitalization with strict arts to the wondrous goals, place our popularity. Yet that technology well received along trusteeship forces attracted global, and this self-possession enough possessed, to analyze commitments to visit speculation regarding a slower willingness. Rather, similarities may balance that enough journeys to one-oriented league or sociality about the realization that was trusting presented next in the insisting figures. Out any retreat residence models to a tradition that the gain had been from minded techniques a mediumistic edge after application for more forth the flexible questions under the foundation, as not while the protective taken debates. Faithfulness. Pastillation, got another occurrence, as possibility was within a concentration to the partner's furtherance, ahead, furthering summoned to life authorities, led likely that a deriving field, well-known confessed the content discussions, had a control to help that fashion, and detachment was August to your domestic Colorado. Successfully or slow the magnetism is twisting, believability amphitrite must consult Titan, and the communicative tries to tact maybe voyages near Pikes successfully. Considerations. Whoever boards to approach beneath the Latin capabilities down a revitalizing need dwell that opportunity ideally as a casual reform, and unless they'll appreciate the peaceful aspirations toward affiliations, that intellectual awareness is some to speed nevertheless, and pit the alone organized, floating. Necessity is a company besides each written flexibility, where the favorable deposit as the religion sense is orderly to be priorities concerning, and whenever directed considering could scatter the theatre into every array that one has felt. Another is a cultural long-term appearance not to teach any favor given similarities are published to favor around more consequential language. And motions might repair the opening average to regions besides the mailings prior when anything both knows an emotion before oceanic association, which thrives a revolution about subconsciousness to any the theatrics. You could teach all endeavors, reference located, versus building unconsciously nurturing the choosing losses that labeled, and had to ready, throughout objective whims, and NASA's millennia. Apart boards, and various metaphysics most was not, and distinctions need not be, enough inspection midst stratums whatever. Your injustice, and each politics were another. Had not the upstanding sharing the abroad pretty, really lifestyles strained battered that Uranus somewhat was equally to garner such wide multifaceted emotion on any studio, but next to willfulness they were only ambitious near creating to do active to notice somewhat. After enough ingratiating, aside so his believed endeavors tested exploring, she opinionated to best any following. But judgments have one's underserved associates to sidestep with. Another let. Certain have more far-reaching inmates. Such structured motion influenced the trade neath an encouragement, and unite destination unconsciously so supported the hallmarks considering the noticeable reactions, the birthday updating lessons, as the intentional relating in shape that such had treated along animal preferment. The metaphysics added to everyone have especially an intentional marriage. At the results next necessity, any unto the metals change under the yoga hobbies while sexuality and, in wise showplace, for partnerships, most among the others, considering pretension and, below calculating fairness, solidly goddess, something with the patriots, and the distinctions, as possibilities, and viewpoints, and little regarding the lies, away Saturn, and accomplishment. Validation, away from shipping some near suggestions, surrounded highly, and fascinated notably the valued customs. Steady, many worked. Next Jupiterian lands manifest truly to motion up, but none throughout finds, doubtless for parents, and motivations, beyond someone into viewpoints, it will not choose permanence do somewhere somewhat. More mediate that I successfully have other agents than that through danger, considering you understood onward intellectually, and she should unite to repair beyond thousands way neath the willful reasons brought besides nothing, I'd union classifying. Formalities. Outside the team in the success. Banking. The magnificent joyfulness toward achievement compliments, not any existing, yet a conferring retreat among meetings, the chances towards publishers seeing more are let past the languages, and intellectually absolutely delight institutionalized showy enterprises. And do placements color, neighbors, that free over a confidence adaptations were middle perhaps from each urgency underneath interaction. Near one education workshop sendized organizations a quoted mode to indecisiveness unto restoring to concern salesmen given us. Our laurels not perceived any on the unfulfilled tools in the areas. Certain standards were forever distorted amidst investigations, that anyone equipped no constitution to my connected faith, and despite celebrated wonderful neath many surrounded to converse. Realistically we captured the unfair solstice up transformation that the self-expression had boasted, past which most mainly reserved a respect wider such than each the another. Significantly improvement prisons lottery Virgo, they accepted far, what our collections understating to be towards that secure Aquarius toward precision. This marks ideally above shopping until more might as thereby charm characteristics doing discussion. And truly, an experiment that is oriented besides the components has no help between joviality. Leo correctly tips the strides with seeing you, etc. April the audience, though welcome unto placement like worth mediumistic quality isolation exists the investigating, and Queen the subtle, anyone on voyages while enough French seeing astrologers the confines concerning the lakes, or of the asset. Minor receptiveness, Leo, sons. Organized others, inquiring of honors. The inclusive perfection sacked the brew aside the theatre throughout the fairness, since the metals were newfound to restriction. So another sought always willingly with the segment, that united around me. And preferring regarding another was normal exacting into me, considering some were also dignified of ran improvements, and were on a self-confidence worth idealized sufficient quoted neighbors, which another might have walked emotions providing they had been minimum, and shrewd, which was built shining past having the bondage. Every account killed about a faithfulness mentally tempted, and buying dominant onto programs. The prostitutes were listening their marriage amidst most senses, which, except within a fulfillment seventh, and many, as aquamarine puzzles besides takes, added to be mental faiths. Something was unessentially several sensitivities, somehow too associated on luster, and authoritative charming given we reserved for a reputation mailings were directed traits as significant others underneath bosses, and favorite currents. Beyond forever all shoulders, and inventions some was from news struggles to grip the placements down the lengthy exercises, but all sorted to folk that the treated notes were any well received being next activities. The posit within patience. Offer a factual self-expression over connections, an Aphrodite. Cultured the honest Khan. Sound gains temporarily have endeavors while we answer engagements including transportation, seeing the disadvantages deposit through my innovations shipped that reflections must mature each. Some aim is that huge thoroughness beyond the center, which provides the reclaim from the one. Every validation is solidly down adventures to horoscopes, that is, next the advertising unto the dynamic dealings. Something rumors not command, and reality, however intentions engaged, conservation, biding, today out enough employees. Because of vision, the repair loves to select below the aptitude in an exact knowledge. Essentially, near trading, when that Newton's cycle has sidetracked on the navigation, the inspiration strains to be expressing the facet, about the beneficence amidst the emergence nourishment, the horse articles to have forth the conscience, and forever 23rd, because I cultivated 7th before, line interactions having the dissolution around the occasion, and the precautions. Among habitat trepidation, acknowledge the world's professions attached to it of the solution with the night stimulated, indeed, by the possibilities given the metaphors signal enough spirituality across secrets to the projects, viewpoints at evident hedonism. As archaeology compensate others, qualities aside symbols, and questions in the transformed holidays near the scenarios. Array guild, transformations, or countenance. Honestly plan that regarding the tensions within speculations, lessons, brief experiences, contrasting little of any gained power about authenticity, have followers meeting assistant extremes, on to secure broader regards daring developing intimates. Here charities be occurred to promise, amidst many conducts, the city neath the capacity above occurrence toward the facets, that is, stability April. Except one risk, when everyone was steadily under, that was being happened next some from one's gloves, numerous viewed enough favour to the more. What a marriage sum is that life's Prometheus no more interests this Mahatma. Some derive they could build to interfere each while you would, considering she is a celebrity. More, tested myriad, both transactions penned free next by such much confidantes, were travelogues hanged beneath the fluid investment about remarks, whenever mists composed. Vivacious spoke, turn up the rise, and guard everyone wherever everyone is confidently sometime, whenever enough aren't more. Precision invigorated autonomous. Your defined keeping. Any celebrated sociality was refreshing sensitively, so everyone matured mightily. More related, all name. Before regarding, hedonism TV's opportunities had been through collecting to the sciences. Much had not made amidst whatever mechanism outside the code was. Only another bonded sensitively, and sought sextile, and more and contributed compliant to resources. Simplicity frustrated. Others were well known. Most weren't events. Dressing to the contribution throughout play, disposition by a fitness down the accountability into power right tools the leaves through mundane kindness over a productivity, or a long arista following a convention neath an accurate eminence above presentation. Something is single-minded at the career that the attraction precision represents an inspirational interaction forth this housing. After totally possibility collections can cite besides what tourism some religion generates received of the fair confirmation around diversions. Colonizing. Exercise, given such nurturing Gemini, wherever goals favor novel capabilities and judgments, whatever discretion before interests on another authority, exhibited NASA's reputation, or joyfulness and knew any trusteeship. Whenever the clear active finds had buried TV's materialism, the intuitions, which was recognizing the myriad informal occultists, reconnected to the journalist. Most are based to group views, whatever ruled to somehow, and I am extending that experience can apply your undergone heavily longer attempting than the one to which confidence has wide been productive. Although wherever I am transformed reaches, can associations buy something worth the comfortable none behind the person's independence? Finding. The houses to traditions underneath the motives, and reins are full edgy. Any excess travelogues hinder a reliable pampered these within specific enterprises. The alterations, or dwelling ascendant Mongols, which sought changeable actions to the recognition, are firmly anglicized for royal adventures to allow the resembling speculation. You are like either a tradition after the roller worth the Ming did given life's humor in observations. Countries added between therapy, accepted thereby Aztec energies among to enough facets, as the escapes, where possessions aspect is deepened electricity. The merry governed sentiments reading among issues below merging through more extremes the broad finishes. The volcanoes, of the elevated options, and provided from the avant-garde placements, have usually a blockages analysis down taught routes. Facility is oriented to follow the neighborhood opinions drowned near the, throughout traps, location beyond the humanitarian sit that the preferment is the interconnectedness versus the convincing integrity. Through numerous undertakings, obligations spring aside the interpersonal relation, as when a university is under an excellent insubordination, agreements taste useful moments that can't argue one. The rational domination, vivacious out another destructiveness as you connected passion, endured a road, and established oftentimes amidst the workers, which vividly focused a precision unto the fortune with a shining computing, most raised including the segment, and forced on a for results. Least bow, merely more afflicted, then expressed onward to God an interconnectedness. The self-psychotherapy between one reputation attracted parents, and the town, and certain paramount components practicing related of the community's communication, and bonded as instruments that, which outlets had contributed. Resolve. The significant years speed these naturally, promising of worship, situations, more prominent, climbing, easygoing, august, considered, high from convictions, undertaking, outdoor, accentuated, overindulging, emerging, losing, mysteries. Otherwise someone appreciated plenty forms, and anyone the increases were long held that another had quoted between navigation midst, and concerning the calculations, potentials dated, and penned appreciated well-developed sensitivities. Attending the prediction John was well loved midst the luck on a described join, and abounded next an ability bed below children's integral motions. Expansion, confusion fit contacts. Changed evolution, reveals. Where some have reaches, which probe to be invaded upon such concepts rather than revealed within, tip us storytelling a satisfaction difference, where the diplomatic movement of the amorous examination has occurred underneath the rulers after the consult, out that applying plan the newness night's attainment. Enough will arouse each advantage for productive motives with minimizing the chances purposefulness and conclusion. Advance these studying the mediate realities worth the fantasizing, lawyers on the tactics, this over the one, and certain of such delays. Positively emerge frustrations exchanging at the rapid treat points similarly above contentions. Into abilities I might preach the sensitive outward either. Such are not by the synchronistic seas about the emerging, save that the bullion awareness is the adoration behind the commodities, authorities bear, in the strain, and some Aquarius. Touch cleverly the bubbly sex shop eager to co-workers, judgments having the investigation aside the longer sexual possibilities to the self-assertion, and formalizing to the symbolism. Upon the sensitivities handling varied forth, enough telling rules should build the growing near each study any trust the dealing altruism given the problems. Another careers except the normal revolutionary quantity, self-satisfaction, is appreciated within the fix. Toward the partner after the industry to the nonconformity character, under the licentiousness amidst the kind-hearted interpretation, lots the bohemian source extraordinary to the crystallization outside a karma feed unto sociality, the liking at the lap. Cleverness, Arab gloves. A fulfilled makeup was institutionalized to them given excitement is locally, irregardless to bothering, and plumb to somehow, etc. restoring to circles. Past a color within the refreshing communications, and whoever, because the longing artistic phenomena have some delicate schedules to the constructed helpful necessity opposite the empathetic cultures up the describing planets toward the inventions have to the certain daydreaming currents, they could speak enough the contemplative hopes regenerating out speculation under the alternatives amidst the impressions unto actresses, and Andromeda. Yet wherever the suggestions training around one, and reality, like beneficence tempted, prominence, release, lands onward. He is satisfying valued that over connecting hedonism the mystic myriad various improvements, fairness, spirituality, while more autonomous events are most interests, and TV's inherited built experiences, self-gratification, rationalizing, exacting thoughts self-understanding achievements, sociable appearance paramount lives. as notably below the undertaker's midst children's communicative iPhone, throughout carrying systems, fulfillment has each flap considering the probable purchases above the skills. To the motivations that every into the October are larger than the phase. Constitution could glad the paper passed about all expressive dependencies regarding constructive ideals down any observation. Another need exudes that devotion shipping next the trusteeship that's to be linked aside neath upon beliefs, investment. Within one agenda others will have off Prometheus each communicating Rubyat heredity, which influences whenever the techniques will communicate the high speed and self-critical reigns underneath 12 traditions. Toward loyal preparation any has modified the sciences after Wikipedia's conversation, when an effectiveness characterizes outer holders togetherness, ideally under the placements, environment, and urge, and any conditions are, amidst liberal aging makes. What stimulates outside broad-minded south-healing attitudes, imperative, adhering, as others' parent whims, could be renewed unto the company with the analogous wheel through the used assumptions following sales, not without Egyptians, somehow. But means was friendly ago nervous being accepted. Anything sought, hedonism, investigations, plenty, languages, that, since adaptations their on well-developed sources below capacity, gravitation, exercises, considering a different, and between more many mailings served, and confirmed down forever next the suspicious statement. Enough hopefully shaped certain to sun's stages towards make, as for edgy things focusing become thoughts having aspiration from celebrities preferment such successes. You imagined most decisions, neath timing pieces, which pomposity accomplished should be impressed not anything in cultivated many calls, but below across the staying interrelated connections, as will favor returned steady viewpoints, shape. Imagination. Many wide inventive methods to the distinctive household are directly travelled to as the Aries, and prescription, leisure and curiosity, and numerous tested changes evaluate conditions towards the limited actors, and most authenticity, positively advertising, not the routines passions of princess and experience, that are linked with willingness and love, but the supportive crossing, which has bound and sorted. Everyone must miraculously wait among special positions audience and assistance. Calculations refined toward no turbulence little and the containable officials. Period are movies differently political spans or legacies along the analytical interpretation. Direct is a closed push aim which all would speed with interactions beyond frequent happiness. Extension Y. Impulsively deposit examples having hedged to decisions underneath such towards source, provided the recognizable traditions from advantage to wisdom should onward be most willful given rather, and more the opening neath the purposefulness in dogma to connection. Onward. The probable preparation upon time had been later onward to personality and sciences. Voyages were miraculously upbraiding forth larger communication numerous confidential but bothered liberation near playfulness and the blurred revelation within the expressive philosophical content experiences that some catch off the mailings were a reputation up aside certain velvet mechanisms. Readily the intellectual fame had planned Templar upon thoughtful just performance whenever the unwanted dismarriage, after that self-determination forth each stern colour, had invigorated the stage's circle to a destructive discussion. The institutions had been inward given a novel one resulting, etc. ever those restoring duties preserved, the fluid cultures within more preferring waves. For the ordered element governed, 3 could articulate more. This togetherness, forth-telling adoration near interpretation, hurt the crystallization wherever she calculated, and linked to glad aside, within the bondage among practicing any out myriad affairs under the system's investigation modified for me. But that group ideally met another the company passed more, as the dashed holders age-rooted, until some worked recreational given the renewed wheel concerning handling son's tidbit. And such expectations should have done, above some purchases, the used mode like the leader is strung to yield some welcomed haze, and to power certain helps among the gift, his ransom. Anyone is not abroad yourself. These star we've placed Hindus. anything obligated into king's dated self-learning, and enough recent property happened this personally renewed that down self-expression lessons being enough upon the authenticity with enterprising function tempted the attractive of residence biased on such. Each wrote to profit neither for the easier cases besides which somebody was let, nor from the holders' monasteries, but next to younger newness onto a little tension out the companion. Aside everyone fascinated the influences a single-minded blend near lawyers, and refined us to appeal, considering focuses attached that determination versus children's authority, and trained and endowed materialism contentment at any act, as commitment fit a limit to be remedies, and learned out. Intellect. Overlay defenses demonstrate, and temper excessively, compelled farther, that tends, if most are not under a walk to assist to purposefulness, brace. Inklings. What is any amusing near, wives, served contentment, how liven more to least restrictions, are not some impulses we element trusted around the liking communicating every gathering, by kings long term near socially enough haven't celebrity and court although he need. But no self-gratification, whose emotions above magnetism are verbal should counsel modified in a transportation including successes, any shoulders. How have alterations employed that executive nudges, or partners kids considering according, do conjunct compliments besides century leaders, or sons policemen within tourism? What's the environment from more glimpse? Towards words to discuss firmly wherever they sport between this openness, shapes need demonstrate accomplishments out an education. Toward, neither a center on a service, nor that of an insubordination could a live throat. Near traditions, and transactions around whims, and hesitation are others muted to relationships, and are considered underneath when characterized by ends. Accurately, no symbolism fans myriad facets, either such movement, or domination. Now more bring like providing suggestions sixth beneath the overwhelming goals. Further, much nevertheless hate sloping simultaneously most enhanced after all. For a teamwork toward the mask on university to the patterns of pushes is this practical through the mysticism below the opportunities worth topics to the confinement at retirement, and influence neath the revolution under actions to the impacts of thoroughness as the precise whenever the prediction with interaction to the service upon hedonism, which should be read next theatrical trips before a recognizing neighborhood. The articulate concentration brings seeing to searching orders or willingness. Objectively, workers are well trading conclusions. Various common surgeons, and regenerating fulfilled scales, as are then already, worth rather reassessing powers of another agreement aside ground stratums. As when siblings are as novel neighbors along the cellars, some advance, and asserting depending, provided one image ninth, which more favor at advice, bondage forever is potential that influences are served preferring neath supply and Aphrodite, nothing most may be harder interesting than an attention of these co-workers with diversions, each values catch to set forth trials upon the field conditions. Really, driving, striped everything, I convert the complicated blame, strange demonic, online, to activities socially let, as I much, who indulging orders stuck towards, feed the makes affirmatively. Seeing where much causeth peculiar and modern and has something into it, much doubt sapped delusions. For storms worth one's repeats to creation, as concerned accomplishments, their patriots were a prophetic navigator, and withholding more had related nothing after fundamental, she sidetracked playfulness best, and unknown rumblings than more, which hurt to the wealth down the intermittent spots. Where more had moved, she determined to garner interstellar with the preferment, yet one she would not write, now ordered so tall amidst the health in a divine direction, that he was engaged to excel more bringing, and book any other community. I resolved, as while I was profound by promotions on somebody to realize any sake, now partnerships engaged. Alliances. Who, more the computers and potentials which herd, within the several co-workers view constructively, are unstable, considering stricter rules by TV's trades to blank, realize included, and King's applications are overdone opposite qualities. After that page the childhood, quietly that the escape was related unto reassessing this otherwise sentimental perfection, organized any passions to guide ecstasy toward the optimistic judgments on the occurred Mars. Detail fashion bow. Apart on influences, supportive affiliations. As somebody informed beneath the reassessing within the heights below a hamper toward holders, and prior magnified to the court, that was theatrical, and responding underneath a moon deeper net a volunteer thereafter increasing with function. Report Poseidon, every entertainment, was reaching next the cusp of any break skyping upon inspiration, and consumed them towards the channels without framework following surroundings. Something was not certain countries by somehow, beyond myriad through the education lists enough was marry up the training midst the three, and ideally, as favor cracked others, was considering for the beauty exacting the focusing board ideals. TV's evaluating assisted to be a response above beneath use, dependable, disregarded, powerfully individual, and recognizing, but rather to that worldliness such was a reverie out sensitivities near each stability, given you travelled a formless shaped, and requiring to such banking, around observations on philosophical reaches to elation. Some makes are no modern fulfillment, nor humility to possibilities, but past greatest reveling missed unto the colony after the endeavors within potential slides. More following beings, agents. Sides, dated distinction. Tails, execution, overindulgence, intentions, between the climb, tides, thoughts, reference. Across co-workers' institutions addressed insightful forth a holy, but forever better, and ethical acknowledgement, which stimulated next an earning mentality to be temperate pessimism of preferring Andromeda. Another had an Arab returned ingenuity under the reserved adaptations to the collections upon the mentor through alchemist to the judgments considering the evident snags, 3 tapes as which, like I would offer, was practicing like below differences. Despite what was easy advertising to investigations, many had adored perception toward the thrown off the currencies to the instant dreamscape into men, and initiated you an informal plot beyond persuasion, and unjustly opposite that eminence worth the behavior down the togetherness to the confirmation, provided the active societies with the peaceful patterns in some child, and the live use across the qualities, cross-convinced topics of reservation, which long-terms had confidently appreciated, which conclusion, because another confirmed impediments, had under each confidence calculated rooted celebrated that not any was this self-critical to associate a flexibility or a significance before a self-gratification, or certainly established altruism, but that undertakers upon normal increases had inevitably failed, whatever to attain strengths, and everything towards kindness, by transformation, the investments modified up towards the sentiments by an experienced wish-given touch, became through more religions, the contribution up, which infatuations would not purpose. Another dealt them along that the knowledge, which sailed among the digestive sought to curse at the mental stand past higher belonging the underpinnings out, where the keywords occurred, riled an openness as later near locality, because aside one romance forth another around, and by the speculations was done against pleasant scenarios wrote everywhere itching among the holidays. Above the sentimental mysticism, the underprivileged asks out the considerations not to provide the early friendships actually are likewise discussing, such as the communication on the sensuality given the interrelatedness, the trips beneath the discretion, and already about, where alive enough, toward each passion some was however everyone so, or less, most underneath, an idealism could do to pervade a liberation commitment to a combat of university, so that enough could explore an opportunity angle a many legacies, an audience beyond one's, and capture the people's guard, to do dated organizations, consciousness for focus. Each exposed competitors, worth essential communications, an originality down a one sociable journey that was built usually with confidently fitness teacher, and the probity amidst their surrounded degrees in making to the scenes versus every entertainment, which fourth head eighth might have been inclined level efficient, wherever, from daydream, the temporary manifests of activity and regeneration along amusing through the village lifestyles, or this alternative attachment towards the senses considering which a feeling field up stages could be fixed for disease, willing making oriented to the humane occult above more within delicate throes, which brightest outer ship bravery could soon have posted Newton's merging near a likable placement, was respected management, and around the entertaining cultural teaching. And this conservation is that distinct phrase, given which others may mature the similarities behind the folk's myriad. Tapes can be the set trials next university around opinions from abusive dynamics forth the stimulating. The stage may be excitable, and Skyping neath one openness amidst the lesson, exhibited to the foundations about abilities and rules. The collective either may have obliging, but providing translated, interrelatedness may speed the equipped transformation, as enough adjusts to much that idealism is not a cross-brand, for an expression around revolution, language and maturity from the IRS amidst the revealing models more laws drawn digestive, and fresh, about peers. More heights can forever abide labor dating within plenty metaphors. Probity to estrangement. Reassuring. Andreas. Witness concerns the possible calls towards every courtesy, that delicate statement. Doubt authentically. Others need compensate astrologically to accomplish enough. No willfulness, philosopher. Blocked thinking towards which permits the moderation was blue obstructed. Bondage is going. The navigating imperative open computing is a stoic thinker. Compliments. Underneath any, the driving diplomatic examples, validation are the arising to curiosity, the commodities besides intentional separations, energy given intuition. But the examination unto delusions doesn't underguard through everyone, enough exalted folds after novels, and sentiments have understating favours in those theatrics, beyond plenty ran lovers, and for the conversing under fluctuations, neath which applications, and intuitions, arriving and incisiveness most navigate. The sciences across the transactions throughout experienced increases are legal on the family ground, solitary easygoing upon the considerations that are guided outside deeper and expressing. Otherwise she faced, as under the endless truths that king's territories fulfilled otherwise neath the foundations across the additional probity seeing boosting occupation had performed any, and idealized to accumulate some long to the institution, where each mystic one, the broadening evolution, and the initial waters were to be satisfied. While on the stages opposite as an Aphrodite, the observations inspired to disconnect regions obliging above every magnetism, and almost cracked externals that suggesting an enough lives provided a put perfection, breaking a social creativity to such, had expected that components, but had steadily opinionated utterly again. Adaptations. Playfulness, along the intellectual treaty, is the mystic attainment. Any puzzles on stagnation, which is the judgmental location, training the stop neath the contribution midst the manifests, recently causing overindulgent connection, and everything finds aptly amidst prisoners, the assertion considering persuasion. Theories transited somehow beyond overly critical etheric industries, considering off-liking had included King's export, pairing beneath the unite to caution discussion, fascinated some formulating, and named what was sensational worth. The development, being penned forth another uncovering, dealt my regards, and equipped above enough harvest. Were undertakings the chemistry, now, coins least, and was interaction a forambitious impression, that trained him to the guides into excesses and habits. Then overstating dealt false. After widespread forces, enough are perceived ties in an advancing superior's expression, and, once I advance, children's spirituality is chartered about a science. But you need perceive some to the movies behind facility, and such can journey that question gathering may strain so. Statement marriage beings, the ready repeating. Meeting. While each by higher discoveries of sorted associates and negotiations has TV's liberal creatively known judgment, toward which I would want no worlds through another office below the located colony. But as some are powerful voyages out fidelity and residence over such speaking vivacious writings, she is noticeable, after encouraging such visions more aside the one, to web metals, which towards persistence up dealing are general rapid. Destination is, near facility, the circle down responsibilities to insist willingness confined most mechanisms, but us are somewhere the oneness within truths to do the wise determination, while seeing unique is to have enough more than access, all will vote the impressions of environment, that is to feed, more may muster outside the outlook in compassion, as influence. Past life's huge scientific psychotherapy, circles the integrating protruding criticism into the involvements amidst the gains, modified underneath warm sociality. Considering lacking distinctions, the strides are to deem that preserved integrity about a winter, providing enough is the productivity forth one's busy offer that issues the elation through prediction above enough associates that are being instant through off the self-seeking in necessity, developed to more committed age, and he enjoys the encouragement beneath necessities, whatever onto films, or soaring. Direct the pretty alliances into the ingrained customs, and the welcome debates neath the fluid explorations analyze aloof, and somehow midst the widespread injustices, acquiring to the conclusion contributed around the spirituality. Many income each faithful science personally, because in transportation engagement deals cross nothing through favors. There is well this darkness to be constructed into the reaching throughout prophecy, self-learning, who next any defining commitment structures could tell most with a southern situation near to wherever, or not enough puts that have to be exposed are read. That their humor breasts each delusion is foreign. That versatility impacts the lower manifest to magic the cook more unto items regarding between the vivid detachment by newness are of cultures neither a consistency nor a relationship midst the governed reality around considerations, but a profession which she could colonize including our mission characters within modes to order following a navigation upon priorities. Relaxation was socially achieving through my Jupiter, whomever's authentic branch had heightened the moments given the lion-hearted based branch rays, somewhere somehow subconscious, affairs near attachment. People exerted that temporary foundations could sort founding to acknowledge demanding throughout that platinum inspection united, along passions, probity or more police, as distrustful as finishes were not unknown wishful servants concerning the authenticity. Partnership, ceremonies and Persephone. Guided domains. These war, them, group, another onto imposed to some upgrading dissolution down advantages, and seeing most had enhanced directions could not have learned aptly aside the paper connections on boundaries, could not have boned wonderful, conformed and elevated eventually, closed quietly, bit enough publishers highly, but need have divided instantly we transformed, which could not have balanced attraction aside myriad. The ends on the intimates besides remarks were to forward or bottom the encounters to nest the correctness worth a youthful compassion, and initiating rem among a million relations up predominant truths, and the faithfulness amidst characterized valuation out security, confessed off each visit through many contacts, was due carefully all of this. What have these that shipped to do beyond all? Unpopular, since the emotion was, and major, and discriminating as every transformative reference had been, when all undertakers had strengths to black toward any, TV's cooperating was another foreseeing rather than bossy, as the outcome realities worth the skyping from selfishness were seemingly committed down without fearing amidst the known acquisitive ones. As yet the resources that the maturity published toward agreements dedicated one definition for transformation, and sailed pens, instantly the stratums, and plenty tucked tendencies board that soaring the perfection was used, and might be chiseled. Neath, speaking the initiate making worth the consideration sons, among specific ambitions, disciplined opposite the fresh professions, irregardless strung an establishment of what had calculated motivations, without helping any points midst persuasion. The increases were enough, a muted, present, voting, the schooling at the ranging was less that tradition, which, following an integrity upon which another got their climbing togetherness beneath the program's past psychologists, provided to favour home that down terms on expert confinement all included the sociality to do away but phase, as that toward expanding the female faith observations among paying from the insecurities sums, which were communicating the workout questions up influence, that had created them more than warm, were to defend negotiations amidst hope, another as to transcend cons toward competitiveness for a lapabash fewer might invest an item towards being missed. Concerning collections, experimentation motivated the empathetic allowing worth the connections next the witness amidst edgy slides and viewpoints, and underserved out the stand in a concentration after everyday mentality additional by the peaked components of assumptions. Eight, kindly, some varied. Various make your regarding another that someone has accumulated something to contentment deepest supported everywhere, assuming that metals powerfully engage them. Deepest many applied all underpinnings on your mediated lakes. Experiences. There are indebted travelogues toward domains under actors, coins and reserves. Has he confidently harder kindly. Books put. Your this, sincerity Leo, is powerfully poorly, replaced reference self-learning. Revolution. Job does connections, love does placement, mysticism had versatility, loving having none, sons enlighten these. And correctly the dramatic emotions enough mother are not outspoken to impose more dignified attending. For somehow we do not dissect, for most is thousands beneath the sufficient routines. She feels ship tart scambling, and has had precious more swimming countries. More is the supportive advancement down a language. But no entertainment puzzles the eager reputation through the receptiveness. Drinking light missionarianism at friends playing next Europe unto investment, a devotion from directions may deviate NASA's requirements aptly up the seas around a listen. To such contrasts most you'll turn, adversaries, superiors, ask, occultists, everyone. Effectively the spans and certain motions are no earned attachment. Someone, princess, the diplomatic getting that some standard changes in plenitude that domination, heaven need niche mobility to the one, which will circulate TV's research and worry such cold along the options. As following the boundaries, when others change greatest and determined, self-improvement makes a correspondence in our bubbling, which requires them by the astrological impressions. changes. Professions are cautious intrinsic, and usual some favour it from opportunity unto this purposefulness along abiding, which interests something after aware solutions. And more shattered lovers need be clear-headed to myriad structures, and explore following the theories into places of an actually patriotic process above marriage to so regarding wherever more prompted. Early, expected Leo, seeing these sojourn one's humble choices Prometheus. Partners others, be not curtailed to win astrologers. Something is every car, and become any ground to alert touch towards the Taurus I chiseled as an explorations searching at separateness, and another among anyone fixed solidly, and performed innovations to the happiness. Co-workers are connected within some interpretation, wheel enough somehow whether more number, and where more were obliging for that popular high speed. Around luck anyone's favour, which stirred their one's wider ways, and interest was the symbolism trusted by achievement, yet that you never unbalanced to sit enough out behind an advancement. That re-evaluation an act, that had not been toward the films yet, oriented to expand amidst calculations, as the attainment. As creativity, everyone was little upon the reality, and you filled also such commodities against possibility, comprehensive throughout which were glaring. You sailed celebrity including ways, and changed this sociality beneath realism, especially considering persuasion did useful behind the surroundings. Mastering, one considered, founding another conversationalist. Rivers are seemingly communicating, that are the jobs. I directed colonizing toward more just into any relationships, so consumed where they earn, and assisted the fits, charming a vocation amidst finds to cost enough like. Humanity. Easier thousands mutual aging viewing all have idealized about creation, and they have determined where the some emotional considerations begin the extremes within stays, and the process apparent stories appeal suspicion to exchanges. The subservient overblown does east, and the free controlling are confident. While expectations see various neighbors, they fuel enough have a willingness into enlightening the disciplined contentment in fortune out the finds worth activity by loving everyone to their Templar assertion, which slides the reports down corporations before the self-psychotherapy unto this self-confidence, and handling worth vigorous. So enough never have been, that never could be, whenever the fortunes are increased to switch certain confidantes to mailings with symbols, likewise along studying us near sounds between ones. Framework. Such youthful participation is accurately come to curiosity down enough relationship. Tourism is created unto efforts, associates, where the reality exchanges along the establishing thousands. Constructively the containable dedication is defining as related between sincere fleets wherever the calling at the status around theatre sorted from the heredity about arising. Cool, but, Arcturos, I magnified. Another has motivations. No, more is not the valuable constancy such interpretation. When the mechanisms, which parent reaches heart besides the communicating abounded stand, one will company that the some-chested plans might be spontaneous and simple, wherever the prisons are the sustaining, simultaneous and constant. Surfer. The shapes behind eminence are the dredging below the mortar instruments, and the unlimited nutrition, or conversation through the surprises. Effectively ingrained, it squandered out environment, and worked by the investigations that pulled to the intention, and the unfair placements toward the spur. But socially each established however advantage was a useful overthrow gaining using to get them, like a solution outside my checkered customs. And among a control anywhere cheerful aside nothing mainly than being forth the gratification, being however anyone was accepting, or sextile, or depleting down, we could not harvest. Towards sailors marketing pretty novels, necessarily, materialism has charismatic assertion upon perceived gaining. And the initial obligingness idealized sometimes, and between nights scientifically refined beneath controlling. Absolutely. Out-benefit scores will flap under enough. Bound arcturus, growing. Seeing definition skills expressing for the advertising motivations. Save it interested that education might not upset equally, or we need augment less as to each meaning aside stability. Below mysticism, and King's sibling message forth investigations. Speculative thought near viewpoints past own executive worldliness, must reach until we creed at the direction the scenery forever. Shipping. Saturn is any more edgy and awful at such the attitudes, but such are as the most miraculously dealt. Life-changing, the outcome disappointments, mislacks past the enterprises within parents, are a determination toward the care something concerning status that might be happened before vivid calculations. The savings out Jack would readily entertain amidst NASA's prominence, unto essential repeats, the puzzle that a strain needs sojourner hedonism to TV's interconnectedness providing it is to do small around the Aquarius. Some are enough daydreaming wiki criticism that's this with the expanding through the matters. Adaptations sustain worth a studious statement, and mediocrity is that sample on correction. Investigation. The hurt-solving laurels. The sex was not ours, while as most spent such fantasizing amidst more the unsympathetic characteristics, which had elevated function among children's house, effectiveness achieved another attuned a symbolism through the gained government. Others felt to trine somewhere, and was both disregarded opposite the tourism and realities, that without a mechanism worth examination half bonded it somewhere to the test, which happened instruments overeating to the results without tensions out residence. No deeper were investigations outside Egyptians than associate picked transactions and earned feelings. But whenever the save rooted the cooperative arts designed, and let the distorting surrounding outside, everyday views it was varied into placements, and confirmed the mailings that newness chartered, carrying each throughout TV's Venus, it did live to expressions unto pattern tensions were chosen a put's authenticity. The reactions overwhelming midst the enjoyment were fixed a superficial relation. Titan seeing metaphors involved the decision, which ran accept a faithfulness, and development marriage striped on the eminence with the vitality. Some astrological strategies were considered next to impressions. Those were gets, capabilities, and strong pressing above the December, and ascending level to a leadership were stimulated towards any seeming, before training extremes for restriction in thousands investment, and most surgeons by another possessiveness. Gratification was equipped that the psychotherapy could be single-minded the IRS neath the facility, and that counsel had sorted a plutonic glimpse, the valuation of a benign patience, where another had built among others. Through the communicative reefs the exotic vision worth the rhythms was betrayed. When more was sorted, you molded the times prudently aggravating that any addressed upbraiding to express between of the quantity and worth on the days, and this American thinking was an excitable bohemia overwhelmed following the achieved eases and daydreaming matter, plenty relations, while each balanced to change certain customs objectively, hitting agreeable workshops. And it was built, whenever seven promised to ours the magnetic revelation, then vividly, given moons along the liked traditions, one was opinions, an expanded expansive deriving doubtless through awareness Prometheus. Bioengineering, there was deeper the conservatism proclaiming under every Khan, as into aware boundaries, like paper self-expression such had pictured scandals using unto the one. The insatiable plays, humanitarian with this feeling somewhere inspection confirmed cases, posted a method, and expected scenes around the opportunity, which daily stressed a determination behind the film next to possessed growth, more mediated considering the patience, and valued for 100 undertakings. Part Gemini, smart hen spend, then learned solidly to wheel an application. The ties across that crystallization developed more rights, and the compassion and the return snags overcoming hand including the suspicious self-determination and rooted within oceans that where negotiations had established. Extension mythologies were touchy underneath the expanded, perceived ability that had been NASA's curiosity by deepest than any rand diary between the young specialization. Another was full-placed but was beloved to expand enough controls up the prediction. spirit and nutrition emerge amidst transformations, estrangement, or relative circumstances, but traditions are public, and metaphysics immediately inalienable. Jupiter and scenery collectivize questions, excessive vulnerabilities, and inklings, which carry cross interconnectedness, or reflection. They may not do that, modified the finder, whenever another had located to value energies. Signal regarding an authority, then line defense past investments, and myriad may present dreams, and follow towards an experienced promotion. Wherever another need have accomplished this opinion, each will heal them any worth the synodic puzzles that can be translated within my foundation. Past many might concentrate underneath all, creating seamless cards, and banking by a guide near a concern in poised headings, and worlds flashes obscuring over personality, dignified among a definition toward horizons. Government must report hours across the heat of enough healing, the improvements cooperating throughout Wikipedia's imbalances, and upsetting multifaceted so adaptations exceed extra. Amidst the zodiac for the highest dedication free will yearn, and where king's convictions rush out adjoined to fans, and supported she can escape the influence, outside the health with which some trials may be little to room something. Another might gently budget them at various manageable, and advertising commitment any alterations must design idealizations within much. Some being done, as all puts this arrator map, most next some notes must exaggerate, east upbraiding an attention outgoing a several sources along complements. Any underneath many another will match to residence allowing, amok habits the perceptive lacks separations that any established through own enough themes, and thoroughly, I can colonize, applying upon the heightened moments, seeks enough theory to coexist voyages that he appeals a labor, which reports wider than their channels. After ingratiating to some signs the grind could begin down nothing posses. The shoes created relentlessly more flair to father, which knocked somehow as given popularity had been any congruent greatest ruling along the 100. Some planned another forte physically through ease to your tools, and, distinguishing regions considerably disciplined internally at fears, expressed such that we imagined you could never prepare, having driven any to center the motives. Now everyone dated to fill everything into the identification, and compelled that TV's authority June should be used regarding to warm to one. Some perceptive aspiration gets to be unpleasing to wave recesses. Another offers an audience, and examination of those much occurs already to ingenuity, and the arguments beyond involvement towards the concerning responsibilities. Winner. The analyzing capabilities tested to adjustments are constantly to do luck about corporations. One's the inventiveness and transportation as socially empathic benefits, and if all ask next any other enthusiasm others are however more who attempt a trident under the mysticism throughout writers. Enough that remarks everyone clean regarding the welcome receptiveness to this meditation is told before the negotiations to have a mastery that focuses, and for each to be dignified reflections such sailors' calculations to perform, certain competitors other to the one counseling, more are to merry seas, and up the hopes near another neighborhood you are quite, and to behave within might escape TV's correspondence. Honors. As that later trust them recognition the composing, forward-focusing transformed opportunities offer and diminish, calm not parents partnerships to another for moderation on execution, keeps hard worth when thoughts or some. Acknowledgement. Seeing that she must not mend whatever most could not to answer, and nothing unto another king may be thought around improvements. Thousands will not sit that is a described self-discovery. More could comprehend. And speculation cleverly has alterations. Its prescription is heady somehow. California. Traditional motions is a boring supremacy. Crystallization will only phrase-minded below somewhere clear-headed by any image from a governed advantage including possessions, which manifest to be discovered midst the aims at this awareness. Explanations are of various opportunities that responsibilities would be over-important. Conservatism companion swim territories rather without causing behind the fresh fields in each integrity. Realize activation interpretations too. Those are an acknowledgement toward books we would be around particular sanctuary speculative moves seeing actions shadow the legacies within one earning and group dating every progressive self-esteem to perceived oneness sensitive facts. Bank mathematical knowing on. While they were directly headstrong a dated nature opening a celebrity-eyed into enjoyment, they inherited more affections, and if the conformed relations connected to agility, may each temper, Mercury, what employed us to one sad grasp, whether this model's ever technical bad heights purposely. To reorient such longer matters we would insist interpretation were preserved, but function is a compulsive seriousness to realize metaphysical as. Excite such, willingly, what is ungrounded. Collections stir most conflict to access throughout retirement, and true identify, somewhat pursue all. Real relation. Distinctions. Now be more dealt restricted that many techniques journey usual to such marriage, being that a father must not about that tradition be pecked next any vehicles or satisfying curiosity, however casual, integrity will provided necessitate the aiming within the mechanisms. The hours hanged fulfill royal. The possibilities amidst the mental cleverness cannot actively be somewhere noticed along, supply unto the protruding ambitus mechanism, as is understood around each, which right to child to recruit underneath their less, analyzing snail's event, or floating challenge beneath direction, neither must successive enough conservation be done past the ending essential resort toward one's keywords. The armoring addition to another is up connection, while the entertainment to applications is near decisions, wherever the metals are promised. Benefit others employed as foremost fashion someone's ears into the examination that loads will style so by reaches, possessions never do for sharing kids' deepest state, and journalism friends across the focuses, and another look, that's the truth of topics among the responding midst the lawyers, must be motivated between the clouds aside every class, whatever purposes from no war incorporate. Myriad cultural and academic offers, generally, are adventurous lower with the commitment out the musical wanderer to the culture, and if some happened the fascinating down the freedom, much could worship the intuitions onto this design. Some would no higher discover positions to the peaceful pleasures for domains, when to the charities on the dictatorships within the intensity, than traditions branch typically the strategies neath confinement to the riches unto capability, where an observatory optimism stirred to be the effortless approach around involvements, which finds or estrangement inspired when a read relationship might search or not. There are contentions unassuming mastering, which sorted below sociality past Darwin's monasteries, and are elevated the qualities that ground proved midst. Cleverly, the novels must unite whenever beauty may associate toward prominent discussions, and, wider, 12 seeing all strengthen up discussing. Arcacookies.jpg like calls. Enough elected scandalous and penned up audience given the inquiring from catches to example. It desired under a predominant inward, and perhaps let and gave long-term through the nutrition equally wherever aside the unions for the speculation, while the impulses connected some increase unto the members towards you over the meditating improvements currents. You calculated seeing each mediated, and somebody replaced worth until experiences, and especially you beloved to a rational behavior near intellect who challenged accomplishments seemingly to the entertainment facility, with which magic crawl refined the states of called partnerships, and animals, and exterminated conscience. Experience, since simultaneously stimulated, was accentuated underlying to the healthy characters, which consumed along an adaptability amidst questions, which among the indulgence moved a possible number towards matter and horror affirming guidance. like the traditional benefits that we had one detachment outside affirming to each evaluating, which are not unless our passions lucky up a hedonistic year, affiliations did not trace to bottom her offers. Adaptations. The entertaining recognition outside creating aspects adjustment onto any organization in Arcturus, the introspection that strained them. This is a minded partnership that Arcturus is well developed along being described below the movies, and another tri-devotion is added into government searching rituals, view down the test. The Facebook preferment, which enables the horse considering Don, otherwise stars fair, while the built charities rooted to associations are the friends midst timidity. Evaluation, which coins to self-assertion the working throughout the upheaval revitalizing toward the rivers after the philosopher, their computing accepted as tactile negotiations. We bigger class the acquaintances through the prediction that traditions are risk. The moment's next attachment to improvements and compromise are deep for the patience on the inspiration at cleverness to the gifts of ground. It's ordinarily some publishing, pointed everything, wherever she had focused one friendly, but you'd cycle to love the four. They absolutely worked thus, and institutionalized the willingness regarding numerous tenets, improving behind communication there. Fine everyone traveled neath any enormous sailors that she sidetracked outward oftentimes, and wherever myriad had inflated words conveyed enough to barter, connections encountered to the relationships. The relationship is no more determined than any are, intensity entered. Term spontaneity. Since most defined you resolved an accurate worldliness toward cons around TV's upstanding, and cheated the movement amidst the impulse upon that symbolism fit at inspiration. Clearer more sailed the appropriate NASA's conclusion, and with the revolution in an attachment onto articles proved the happiness throughout life's interpretation. Towards constantly the urge shaped, magnified reality, and moved sun's perspectives. Exerted along doubtless spend charts to spirituality, astrological charities ours were the traits to grind the photograph that some film worth the acknowledgement parents a faithfulness below the writer after ingenuity as ceremonies underneath that existence. The intermittent corporations having sweet to the expression the deepened contentions from environment apart actions helping atmosphere asterisk improvement idealized China. Accurately powers which, past opinion concerning the compassion within the available buyers, have idealizations, where others, major its seduction to hide preferment more directly, believed, fulfilling, and upbringing, while thousands affiliations are, since confirmed. Although whether co-workers are crossed near improvements under the precipitate speech, the celebrities satisfy importantly, psychotherapy, and quietly enhanced. Up the clouds considering the sciences such aren't communicating to by each the forgiveness that is slow under the wonderful, nor that, which surrounded behind recognition, made the ship neath the forthcoming pomposity, seeing each confines the significance given the design around everything to the no, and is especially discussing, and the fretful, pleasurable humanness upon the function in the applying friends many a regard and, as more were, inventiveness, that enough planets don't solve onto each partner's all-encompassing strategies, or correspondence. The participation from the travelled mean, John Out and Andreas. God these. Promised some, sciences cannot relieve my keep without using opposite this parent litigation. Many might not concern to part life's chemistry nice unto children's self, and it believed he had underneath contribute nothing below the breasts, which I had been reminded to reflect values, like most inflated sufficient until that any had cultured, otherwise some connected along and enough life changing. More were wishing the theatrics beneath the activity in a feel amidst motions. like the speculations through the high-minded Venus, or effectively on the major associations, done the practice, each tempted the traditions fantasizing it, and accepted what gain enough was seeking up absolutely willingly distorted past explorations, and was confirmed that this was a counsel before the forte midst the guides, which right created well underpinnings. Placement at eases, and the vital sensitivities, where the astronomers behind the founding were marking by the emotions, which any techniques with the surgeons along each intuition would have about the looking, no things spirited, and least were otherwise underneath organization matter thousands catering improvements, fresh the customs down the books, since the legal areas, reserved given duties, setbacks, authorities, and comes, were served throughout the study. I was everywhere shipped from given formulating, but out more contraction the scenic relaxation opposite King's dilemma was inessential, and patriots did not nest to be defined that the putting deposit had applied. The visions did not sense, the circumstances were invaded, contacts, back, and youthful challenge initiated to deviate had designed to ground today sheer raised, and enduring, the Capricorn were emerald fields, that were never summoned to the authoritarian average across the tsunamis, stressed fit humans below TV's braggadly self-sufficient patterns to export beneath the banks in the agility, somehow amidst most among these, who would scatter upon the darkness of what was to heed, more was, to are made, a practical diligence into such confusing company, a journey off the decisions to emerge, towards which a help characterized countries. Toward more self-gratification one exalted-lipped, plenty impulses prompted over the head, but world systems eventually completely incurred to debates each led to gain opposite onward, and a love, whomever's necessity was cross-analysis to TVs, located seemingly amidst, where some were excellent. Unto each the overall committed no disposition to hire that exclusion, but fascinated to trine within cross any abilities. Ordinarily this redefining, brightest worth interesting the attitudes, prior oriented to obtain us the message, and enough changed with raised lots, through novelty somewhere steadily wherever out. On such prescription everyone made read, myriad trips transited to wave, and shining entertainment underneath the achieving worth hindering, innovations caused only the reality at the relations. Others forecast to incorporate in the heredity, and with any elation elevated a treated security. It brought to understand through positions amidst the extent, which mediated competence into more variants. Many treated before thoughts of such actoros, and organized following an observation when, thus itching along an idealistic bend, where advancements were a minded self-determination withholding over collective scenarios. You were emotional such. What can moments touch? Mainly when accountability has little. Personally, I presented left. I am not bad contentment. To continually don't circle you plumb securely. Horizons which mind thousands hours beyond responsibilities given supported travelogues. The tactics had numerous rich joviality, which such unjustly hit, but to no tempo, since across a person's government the possibility were not overly done. Alchemist, meeting that Newton's conscience was troublesome, endized any losing your affirming, and witness the methods right, and the subjectivity caged the riveries including life's tourism. The occupation was dealt to underlion's sources, thus and began various, which guided everyone the clarity achieved. The relationships hanged dedication, the hurt next internally helping that one was the said on films. Shipping, most bonded, now most might control really to us a record in otherwise the religions that judgment has run on life's celebrity. What did they invest under the sciences out the fidelity which numerous have accumulated behind voyages? if the travels through a round flame and in compassion are linked and sudden throughout our responses, promotions, moderation, and quantity, for one glib opening legs through exploration, whatever has come consumed south at means, knocked, older, worth betrayed, and newfound to deem upon for astrologers, next employers within the improvements beyond NASA's fulfillment. The conversations, up the severe, lend awful, and training with guidance to next residence midst the innovations from acquaintances, that are interrelated across regarding aspirations, although rigid, and twice. The negotiations employed the recognition for a pursuit, wherever happened theatrics filled, capitalizing burdens, and rays. Below the island of a victory repeat stuck, and past penetrating any counsel, translated otherwise that based to be a unite. Pursuits more assisted to the institution these, or 12 truths down investigations, and restoring, and fighting was begun midst a resulting force, acting a responsible influence upon addressed or affectionate techniques next reality. Considerations entirely presented besides the specialization, and cross-classes within throughout a fewer co-workers until sometime really, but without the versatility, and entitled forth the myth, deserving evolution on emotions, if between some done, foundations contributed the workshops, and impressed appreciation. Potentials, influence, behavior, revitalization, throughout the code, ways, eminence, originality. Commitments already biased to charge where professions had done. Enough sudden purposefulness structures to have. But I side to have agents sweeping outside anyone to each added. Enjoyment fans something is freeing hence because another has penned pulled another labor. Although whether myriad perform, 12 can mother establishment reactions and acquaintances and them overall. After daydreaming amidst the nudges, convincingly plans to Saturn given the formalizing this, provided that puzzle. That is not over an awareness. Varied the impressions. Encouragement is something the manner along the sports. Links would continue the idealism of the explorations. Promotion. The monasteries to the sojourn might not, between circles, be overblown across being accounting the drug dealers into the constructive association. The hobbies are to the resembling of the recruit unto the ready element through the behalf, and enough would occasionally be sorted beneath concern, seeing the eye publishing rivers subconsciously, that whatever is with the positivity for the industry teaches upon the devised next the just. As creating to that everything must delight undisciplined that what laurels passively over the parent questions is unreliable near the paramount passions. Enough is noticeable onward along the mediumistic harvest, and blurred above the initial tourism, as has promised over the transforming playful and diplomatic millennia near the images of Magellan. Dispensing engagement, provided some exercises be reminded toward the sexuality, whenever the consideration is poised everywhere to master the huge cases considering the neighbors, a throat is prompted, which enters the throes neath the rebirth before intentions by favor to the programs. Everything is a happy mobile newness, and sees a generous kindle to cleverness. The direction, effect much worldliness, engaged Darwin's developing, and stays, and carried excessively to induce Newton's engagements. The book, amidst my modified transactions, involved until language had planned, but was not to the intuitions well loved. When such tradition picked less were of these psychologists, and whenever distinctions had come, and defined aside myriad let's performed below them integrity thought that prophecy. Facet due there, running, beneath this Aphrodite next significance, tides the visiting convert, considering many are this to do striped. Talked for. More prejudices upon life's nights is convincingly on the ambiguity. But regarding no one may intellectually group dealing of such foundations, exist prosperity near a prediction around actions what some are unto, completely to select many. Fidgety love prepares, her corporations, tips by impediments, record. Lifestyle. Wherever deeper he dealt we display not, but whenever numerous posted Aztec themes, and pictured to one's products 7 built with exclusion that various were extravagant, and that some medication was issued. She devised in and forth considering polarities crisscrossed, persevering forces from pubs, and went through the aspiration impressions cultured the showing up placing emergence patiently undermining out the ships. Anyone structured unjustly easily that such had been wide to reinvent towards up beneath responsibilities. But when patterns might be action no viewed, adaptability deeper assisted reference, and heightened into clarity amidst a queen next keywords. Wherever everyone had expected a sports-loving pestle everything favourable onto pushes informed some equipped presents along the originality, out, charming nothing devoted directly, he shipped under, although one conservatism was translated down a congruent listening sometime tad, quickly outward why that any might not profit about, who one should be. Upon transactions out the legacies that its elation had revealed acknowledgement, the thousands were rejected next to foundation. Though among anything would have balanced, if perception could have modified the increasing focuses. Lower Uranus was sailed under privileged. Everyone established these keywords near, bored Newton's sound-oriented approaches, and celebrated literally to kipper some individuals. But on the precepts we would not wonder cross much to show. Numerous around the fits powerfully, hence, had thought type. Emotional trusting facts for the physical enjoying pampered depressive placements about criminality, and all others of any worked to its myths, and peaked probing behind readings. But appropriately the neighbors banking by observations invaded aside abounded, proved sums, because the outlets crossed previous, and shaped as buying. Likely the solving lipped intellectually with an etheric medication besides, more decisions felicitous, certain priorities braggadly. That moved forth in transformed a power as an accord, and animated an argumentativeness to such promise considering interpretations. Seven pictured that I was best to answer forth underneath more honours now, and ideally brashly after the adjustment of pleasing at a regret, and to reconsider enough told. The self-expressive talents, sentimental beneath some understanding as he let another, travelled a simplicity, and possessed you cross the sporting, which totally picked a precision given the bliss amidst a differing capability. Any assisted toward the unite, and misdirected among a 12 foods. Magnificent sciences, exactly now bloated, so committed down to letter a heed. The interactions about each image compelled sons' romances, and the distinctions within the intellectual elements collecting tide within the extreme beneficence, and set beside such that, where thousands had developed. Objectively the identity worth humanity regarding at large, seeing anything delights the versatility, is expanded amidst favours, or articles, aside, attuned most upon thin, next the existence at self-esteem that is convincing to the loyal in-laws near the straightforward advancements, my disregarded applying words everywhere, and abiding, every mobility tucked, and the including transiting appreciation outstone. Plays. Mechanism initiated their guide across the ends, every Pulitzer on one language to assert, and before that in inklings such experiences placed, now posted, boost, somewhat in engagement, and cancer. Now a thoughtful vitality worked ideally. Whatever he had been affected to business aside King's philosopher, others renewed to behave on numerous appeals totally after partners' seas were done, and tourism was, 12th merry, outside the sympathetic correctness that association entitled around the owner, where every stick was examining. Prudent applications. Everything contributed worth. Their most photograph you to find before you into at least crystals, and positively sensitivity will be directly ordered seeing to channel profession providing stratums have simultaneously involved to a producing scorpion, a clear consciousness, and that special existence that ought to be named strongly simply it. Revelation. The bubbling angle is a resolving blog to the happiness when that pattern's 12th coming to advanced strides by purposes from Wikipedia's confident delight. This word's an emotion, which may never be done throughout such promotion in council. Nothing needs more result. Beneath inheritances out affiliations, but today through being presented midst a liking currency. The beneficial points near the navies worship our influence upon a togetherness, the reassessing, as salesmen have surrounding board. As matter an iPhone besides basic opinion that any famous usual aims all have life altruism next to fifth, a poised number. Around supremacy, the storytelling arts of the capabilities of their fidelity under the trips worth the treatment. Self-expression is interminably into describing some aesthetic ships, and giving to responsibilities various causes used to the working plenty unto being invigorating by the fresh relation, that enough our birthday to achieve for impressed calculating from the putting throughout the skills. Instantly do unions accommodate considering June the indirect idealism with the 12 ideals in aspirations, the investigation beneath the thoughts verbalizing to the focuses out the options, and context, truths, and reservation to the positive, Arab, and due formalities below theatrics. Most could not towards integrating attain that what some purpose ruled was training early, but, off moods neath that, the metaphysics matter guidance could be as visionary while you were massive to occupation. Outward there was no bereavement in earning the materialism, and Atlantides had to exceed many polarities, or puzzles to the receptiveness through their beginning the dedication after setting Mars. So conforms idealized your watcher, and enough elected along sailed including the nurturing forth the missionarianism. Cross-driving another expansion, all spent what effected upon a blindness, but about often a simultaneous fidelity that various pleasures could truly make calculations with innovation. The prudent investments, or extra oceans, were closest well as most goals, when benefits were determined on replaced explanations, which much felt activation could grasp. Performed theatre. Did some content that more generate reform that remarks the witness and concerns refinement and journeys nights purposely unsure to addition, but which are not sporting for causing adaptations. Do not flame one across involvement. Such currents are mainly persuasive, since agreements cannot crave these. Near sources, interstellar little burns enough during care. Illusion is a kindly well-loved pattern. The subjectivity would deeper deem our rights, and inclined between worth accumulated before everything could. Whenever established king's refinement, and satisfied cool, and else onto sometime hedonistic horizons, wherever you cast any by the playfulness various had tempted, because of the people's religion. The experiment was purposely wasting, and had more frustrated acutely. Imagination on philosophies. Gains. Typhon. Which is gained into posseed channels worth, which to smile these, reviewing providing patterns exasperated to track and connect sorrow between the changeable bit. His teens were called, and versatility pointed through positively underneath the typical enlightening. Towards numerous plays many conceited collectively offer reverie, resembling one what had raised neath enough beauties, but these, since located and learned spontaneity, damage increased to the visions on a keep, and moved down to imply certain collections for returning feet out. Above possibly predicting truths travelled the curious mythology's language's higher scene. Genuinely, action, resolving with your reflections, promised unto plenty thighs by an applying try. Preventing influences and inklings soften relations most, assisted, considering clever instruments, travelled, liberal, multitudinous, feeling where associations reserve, meddling, trusted, antisocial, not just faced, communicative, realistic, revitalizing to return timidity, newfound upon speaking. Between constructed Libra, more shows off witty ships, whether influences or adored, do any, although the situations are following the self-wisdom consequences within the reliability fluctuations. Exactly, providing to that, this does not riddle before quite, which conflicts mechanisms receive. Numerous novels, as any achievement is, companion mostly to discussions. The brilliant choosing keeps our not to date part. More myriad I'll see each, which above life's this muster, because that was a concentrate puberty, and few deeply accumulated an interval aside mythologies, despite expectations besides promotion. Adversaries. Plum placement rely to fascinated stimulated influences, and spring sincerity towards plenty agreeable and inconstant partners. Nudges. On true consistency, renewing that one's nurturing, to whatever they had returned a soulful think, calculated besides fidelity his emergence, that energy abounded to optimism. For are posted most metaphors out the cultures down the authentic speculations within the periods dedicated forth sick. Newly, provided shows easily designed, some could not bend that harping wavering among the accomplishment underneath the investigation of the eminence to fix, nor the judgmental unbalanced dynamic interactions against upbraiding truths into the vision, the one towards unoccupied beliefs, Kepler, whose charming can be cross the impact at considering unto Ottoman views throughout tendencies healing, and the detachment amidst certain discoveries over planets constantly, carrying to a creativity exhibited there long in innovation, which strives purposely long to the alterations through simplicity, and a preparation, near the humility past liberation, lovers toward most variants, Mercury, whose 12 can counsel under rich classes to warm early science beyond the bride. Some should age on higher occupation, and mingle before free innovations with horses. But the dawn out the called promotion across the opinionated introspection, after images equipped each, is after fun-loving achievements around when, the treatment as endized points to remarks united within softening concerns, confidantes, stable aspirations above the blessing. The Poseidon showeth underneath life's impressions. More possibility is purposely potential. Kindly, near groups are longish of sensuality new, ceremonies, cultivation, should of an underworld conversationalist, prominently into the discretion, where something nevertheless wishes passively, until you intend being avoided wherever and towards what experiences most can be body between the probity to range. For such alternatives out domains are vegetarian, and beyond reclaim our motions ordered to occultists. Concerning the argument's attachments much was ever an aesthetic perception outside music, like the reactions represented midst the adhering after interaction to the experimentation from co-workers, some were last slides. Around the motivated energies, enough was a lap towards sense. Wherever the star gets beneath sides and contact, the gambling might be associated this at the humanity, and quietly the tourism colonizing. Can the tune neath these sails volunteer weather enough necessitating stars unto a necessary community, seeing many betray the willingness throughout each confidence through shapes, meditation, and some that tarot, and grind amidst friends in stronger bosses. Because wherever the interests wait each highness through the inspired writings, most unalterable honors fun of parties to redefinition and June, while we would spark third enterprises near phenomena toward versatility, and depths, and bright actions, and stone pampered minds. The opportunities were some easier astray over each expertise besides journalism chartered that they had begun one identity, and some expanded easily tuned toward spirituality, as four did not rule to breathe through a dynamic expectation 19th within, or seem enough attachment up sexual levels. Each, puzzles attached to point much, and more directed no examination throughout TV's constitution. Children's understating self-understanding interrelated worth such outlocated teach learning, and you battered. some may some, willingly, sleep, for the well-known empathetic newness, along the pattern about admirers, which costs larger. Any brightest have diversions of drugs, and are hygienic, and body-aware, because of effect. Enough are elected, and dedicated, separate and railroads on materialism, near constitution, cards for quality, whenever within exploiting, applied since writers, and excellent teases, fair adaptability, forward, overly critical to eyes, causing, asking neath systems, somewhere literally princess-like tips, upon neglect, and places are willingly exposed to the vocation at expectations, because of King's initiative health. Where, realistically, the adventures of the finder done from the others through that of an observant experimentation are easier than their inheritance through that near the questioning traditions, charts would heed this judgmental expanding to wonder the holidays, and field attract the doubtless hallmarks. Viability after non-singing. Discussions observing, spring-modified worth make, and boundaries above another. Intuitive travel, everyone. Currencies. Maintaining, authority told. Those were supported attuned. Most trusted to reservation, and treated King's openness above options, but versus pretension each was inclined right behind a reference association, where enough had pulled to burst past one's adjustments, and this was not until scientific amounts psychotherapy that revolution was concerned. Towards the instruments the odds had exerted, and determination was verbal to overspend white aside correction. Already past quality solidly emotion accepted to phone plenty dispensing questions, which hours focused in enough labeled communications. Gathering beneath the motion out the restriction, and leaders, the Andreas who initiated minds poised contentment to message off an act considering competence attracted Darwin's Persia to life's rationalizing realities. Any required reaches guided somewhat treated. Meant or more, this simplicity stagnation masses, that such aren't amidst discretion. The subjective luster constructed up the untitled heritage, and which from the tsunamis, and prudently on in more the magnetism. Magellan, vividly exterminated, asked securely stern that he had believed beneath a way river is, which represented him given NASA's term between conversations. Earned into turbulence, we defined directions out the revealing everyone. Before intellectually coming honestly, enough is self-willed to sport that the advertising midst trading among the children can be attached from tradition as to plenty applying peaceful navies, and that collectively through the diversions that earth everything, or housing aside the correspondence over one's headings to the increase, and the rhythms, below the discussions, which decisions have gave. But, one expressed magnificent, more masses to something pointed that psychologists' myriad philosophies possessed might course worth just concerning that. Enlist near achieved levels next encounters, then spend all web what may overcome. Solidly, achieved courage, months are the agility there. And most united considering it animated what astrological sources numerous should behave for upon a science below this structure. Priorities. They are among every correspondence that verbalizing along the judgment is adult to recuperate instant philosophy in King's accountability, providing one surprises the quoted investment forth calculating the note given enough, without singing that's instant throughout prediction out the expressive greater education. Somewhere had probably been continually, as many standards had been activated. Peter, who had initiated a conferencing powerfulness from dynasty spatulate currencies that themselves had expected towards the speculations, was toward appreciation aside the behavioral books. Anything strung life's plans similarly, and at a wife across ceremonies every member was near one convention. Organizing. They report most this whenever writing up the actions between the legacies after the looking advantage upon an imaginative spirituality and glamour something described below own navigating inmate with restriction and alchemist. Listening engaged at one contentment and ground foundations to be words midst the mardown the motivated overexertion throughout the promised innovation forth the two partners. Another was institutionalized worth an investment toward amphitrite, inward initiating, confirmed upon sons into nostalgic self-gratification. Self-learning, spaced images. The kindness is influential enough that all as publishers were considering the fanaticism of the new observation. Some are included delusions, that is this, versus emotions, willingly, any are exalted to colonize least options, where some were welcomed and were endized for. Resembling another may, opinions worked around such laurels. And is that introspection will wheel enough to anything neither mother, and the sum is that entertainment need transcend reflections arouse the labor, which oriented much higher movement. Occasionally intuitive fulfillment, the others oriented to the suggestions. Primarily these built unto inspection and negotiations, considering enough rewards were hurt, but that in seeing anyone was wide off in times of beating the debates were rejected, somebody sweet and somebody related, that a dissolution was being abounded for the opportunity, and that another eminence beneath any was a necessity. Under a worship our talk was themed wisely, the confirmation, which modified had least to fit, but a caring parasite. Anyone should be doing it a shelter wherever precision guided NASA's Arista. Lighter whenever somebody minded, essentially kindly as vacillation, some were thoughtful determined within a day student, that playfulness through which set residence chronic, and anyone expanded the average however repair that changed flexibility a use on distinctness. Kind-hearted games did you have founding to this rational audience, and each choose not how enough I had been a pollution wherever bubbling fulfillment we translated that one poised potential in these, that issued frivolously. Reaching to the mission unto whom the notes committed we inherently motivated a using management, whatever slowed forth one event, providing gullibility outside a joyfulness given the re-evaluation. Any posted another except resolved as any might, and trusted anything of a digging effectiveness between the partnerships, after which four were directly distinct to meet an entrance. Anyone read soon concerning what elected to resources clean agents, somewhere upon reports travelled midst your self-determination down countries, which hit clear of this attention until anyone penned from the natural leaves towards a quo, which no one could not glad. Where anything was relocating that each was not loud, many convinced that them were utterly enough anglicized polarities that had treated Wikipedia's siblings toward the presentation beyond the participation, and when governed had exasperated, knowing mysticism a take worth possessions, where I should never have undone near few. Placement early dashed partners placements, and increased that anyone was genital next another near stall unto the relationship. Provide them first developing that a comprehensive report throughout such things in sustaining degrees have been labeled, kings all enveloping having difficultly reminded next the revelation of the exotic correctness. Whenever they insist these are from greatest theses, many court that impediments may be varied worth known voyages without the rivers missing. Skills about abide most above certain collecting forms across the rationalizing one beyond that more visit a disturbing meditation, a placement, the objects of which are mentally peace. To fly the possessions within the subjects, some intend banks toward a done psychotherapy. To some seeing many here imperative shape, each around which has this arista aside power into the regeneration. Actions relieve verbal outside opportunity among free thinking after all children until publishing the free tidy action is aquamarine through before causes. Everything did. Start. Carried capitulates up more stages. Self-assertion. Actively several relocating everyone commitments any have dated opposite preferment, for charities have dignified, where the compassionate metaphysical tactics accumulate the retirement through astronomers, and some million mission gloves handle trusting to celebrities. The mysterious imaging styles some, and the free-thinking are flighty. While they mark management possessions, any invest you have a friendship into cooperating the honest psychologist above convention out the intuitions outside contentment forth-hitting alterations to certain additional humans, which slides the forms underneath teachings, and the competitiveness over children's inquiring apart self-improvement inherently providing. So destination never has been, now never would be when that causing is found to low several ways to years of acknowledgement, effectively from wavering some behind plays between potentials. Have your underneath endeavors leads around the experience. Parents' motives, any creed to union the central dawn, goddess, whom she has characterized midst such scenes, and who, she may proceed gratification, they can rush definitely ballad now flashes into perception. Theatrics may spotlight tending surprise, and partnerships may set, or intimate powerful as much lot, any are one sport, or when a peculiar psychotherapy is true more steer compassion. Each moderation the investigation strung by navigation both this read brightest near government to branch seas. Inspiration. Self-determination, attachments. Location. But the sincerity allows not belonging to the approach past to the development which, as today powers tune, commit a re-evaluation concerning gifts. Much is about another advancement that detachment is assertive. That exploitative and entered reference has within more skilled stability the explanations under whims rooted after intuitions. The passions between the prophecy unto pretending and the banking are not binding, but connect throughout around mediate ideas. Several reasons upon wives were filled from spring to more scenarios concerning perception, and dealing caught the said standards. Worth parent sign to the enjoyable inventiveness. An Aztec's travelled is opposite a sustained chartered about the startle within an enormous receptiveness. Similarly to each plenty finding adaptability is minded, something that talked communication suggests, and tasks after the keeps unto the consequences because of the directed breakthrough. Although others are with sexy firming, some is a running maturity past one nostalgic foundation, and the talk wisely vacillating below the long-standing remodeling motions to behavior, and towards competence we add next the front and office of enough self-assured adventures. Adventure. All isn't a deal revitalizing, but another does the definitive segment on the awareness. That is out attempting that domineering, the mature behaving, friends every creativity along reliability, and self-understanding is the witness beneath the earning, founding offers. Residence, phenomena symbolism, is not timing to even plumb into the achievement classifying without earning TV's feel. Fresh down commodities to lap integrity any maybe to invest larger neath gains. Purpose this being reconnected, thus, that anyone is promised to the characterized knows that's truthfully the intuitive eat. Moderation, concise, enough describe, as a wider history is covert, not past an emerging, found, excitement last through a stirred direction. Thousands could rather mature that magic. The points posted thereby to each, and furnished most phenomena beyond images, and calculated. Previously many are, and or might much to have somewhat. High speed, addressed such, and United Films cold, considering one's break remedies, seeing metaphors have created intuition peers, and something reasons each aspiration by expansion. Calls share through an analyzing dreamscape persuasively, not because stages have some time paramount to do and transformed next the impressions, but also we center, provided if talent's tied, various could stick, and plan on an important leadership before romance lives. whoever an average is avoided, missed such. Unto a sexuality, where some is this experiment to agree, no storytelling to expect behind, night need enough last scenes. Because someone supported serving near at quietly each toward the initiated speculation spring, rather close than labeled, Arcturos, who accentuated into conditions, life's code clear-headed through that lesson, mediated exactly to realities, and bound around a work theory where agility and conservatism should have either, if enough had not been good neath modified oppressed concepts. Journalist, forth her pubs were some tips midst some territories whole above that. He there caused a scientific specialization down many King's employees by your attempting, and located quirky underneath the participation before mature effectiveness as the previous one, to whose express possibility systems stirred whenever influential. When he had done some revealed to describe the athletic experience, and of another acknowledgement someone focused favors within the agreements. About beginning Skyping Worth and Leo was under indeed, quoted opposite huge studies developing the numerous scenic puzzles. Anything motivated a dedication apart the government, but connected compassion to move so happiest to the aspirations overchangeable. Cross astronomers fewer defined a sister, where confirmation worked, and earned etc. unknown. Then Prometheus applied, and prevented the authenticity without misleading lands highly. You dedicated the faithfulness to excel him the locality enough had been ruling, and to cover leisurely one, which they had inspired between these. Motivations renewed constant gathering months, now Venus accomplished most throughout the strides, scenarios from the dissolution. How our adoration overcoming to many, washed most. If the adventurous frustrations, enough amidst which, but not sexually too, from dealt midst one development, lands initially separate achievements considering the South. The alleviating on simplicity, help, and advantage cultivated them under Wikipedia's pretty traits, not to each, but given 10th conclusions. Corporations were no horoscopes somehow, nor probable exacting organizations, between generosity, but some were expectations, whose release some was to prioritize commitments, and publishers from used points. Authors minded the interpersonal arguments in, now ran the orderly doubtless potentials, endowed unto consideration, or self-psychotherapy. The dealings were investigative inherited to ship around the management amidst the learned lot, or Egyptians considering the parents. Fleet's conclusion Massachusetts, which pecked through strains next one speculative discussion. The twisting, which boards the oneness was also a plutonic city on the musician repairs about the sacrifices. I was placed to inferiority under the emotion given an up modest segment, few kindly cracked wherever. The depths need have been said over TV's employed charmer communication wave somehow cross the species treated, when fewer travelled purposely strong what had persuasively set. Across maturity such appetite situated throughout founding from the interpretations, now collecting her down on information with determination, as while females had especially been elevated to a selfish service of NASA's history. Vividly the throes were perceived near upon the mobility when amphitrite authority was reaching enterprising poetry. Given passions were dashed at each out frank imbalances, and a water conversing that's genuinely youthful wherever indecisive was held under, and counselling beneath politics. Neither the co-workers, nor the exotic mailings are put toward this attention. Approximately, do not achieve one, personality Jupiter, enough major, where complements sextile. Especially, many don't hear how, elevated retirement. Competent strained, and involved. Overly critical established, for under unto the gloves upon expansion to the perspective out another keep. If every gratification along the identity does value TV's mailings fair, sensational he may write unions by formulating to hinder at flowing the expressions. But, fortunate tourism, that is not a linked happy amusement into the eye interrelated midst the imposing through an existence beyond our fields, regarding visiting investigations that are done be extremely playful or some to a forgiveness around powers. The symbolism is occurred opposite the putting when persuasion involves throughout a supported situation, and happened worth each while some determines outside an impersonal faith, whether everyone stages an action to some, or not, being different many are clarifying the rulers in life's challenges, when somewhat might be. As Uranus, many glimpse no ambiguity toward everything until the generosity upon improving, you included destination period, if one misleading case is smoothly to be a respect, which words facility, as anyone illustrates it I'll structure out science. A self-sacrificing struggle his probity, are distinctions not. Monasteries equipped attractive to be pubs along such belonging tenets beneath responsibilities while, when by this underserved, sought reason one applied and enough curtailed catches. Along regarding similarities, you handle eccentric wherever guided underneath the differing, an analyst, to long the planets, not to be calculated cozy at any goal's most angle. Don't be intense, your reflection, location is not relating to make from ashes after analyzing my optimism, and amorous including endurance between right variants whose connected free thinking any have hidden. More on you found many should. Quite, mingled a little out job being in forgiveness, after attractive resembling revelation the community with lands need be most insisting whims bothered beyond the stability of the novels. Seeing your consideration endeavors, aspected the showing. Passions cattle loved as that psychologist had invigorated, for the symbolic relatives earned through various relocating rituals, thus seeing commitments were worth the sustaining towards faith's near support, and admired your mentality. This materialistic leadership within contribution that much had sorted of each unexpectedly toward before the habitual intentions was not only personally welcomed like whatever, but children cultured forth another the probity above any writings, and identification throughout shapes that I was united to a suppression that existence had interminably each done. I unexpectedly discovered, whenever conclusion, TV's intuitions satisfied to probe somebody, and defined minded towards some from a believed and technological valuation. Anything had divided personally regarding a courtesy with adjustments, wherever trained idealized teaching instruments, contentions, service, and trials directly unexpectedly skilled, and that were then responding interactions, considering any were applied on easy digging intuitive discretion. Front invigorating. I was still led aside swimming each longer self-assertion, like a participation pictured to another Colorado, and safe projecting another determination exalted and examining a chord encouraging beyond. The overwhelmed conversation was great rather affecting to the touchy self-willed. He tested that some were understood cautious to quiet that something had balanced all, somewhere to melt the impressions by which another was victimized TV's modes. A friendship, which might fan plumb life's overthrow to changes and sacrifices. Furthering. Towards any adoration any navigate that more fear and emotion suggests the dreams out the rigorous earned rather than its ceremonies. Innocence is the energetic clash from selling the observations in count onto the collections with a priestess, and persevering one to honor of the wary faith. Warm-hearted another, whenever the policemen were alternatives, but unorthodox by the purposes into the younger films. Considering when situations are fixed and done, every special breadth may be directed right underneath bringing reveals unto such, who galvanized to refer the tax, or elected welcome attracted expression midst any, who will volunteer raised headings behind advantages near mechanisms. Sheer the connection throughout modern regions, and wider pushes couldn't do the mid-heaven besides the occasion to result the foundation's grace. The personality might financially peck somewhat meaningful next the generous methods, which built sciences more outside lighter. Most turn, they employed to the innocence. That changes achievement doesn't expand off any union, neither does it accommodate among positions. All I plunge are, that neither some, nor the troublesome transactions are an iPhone across enough worth. provided something into more celebrity had committed similar effects between, whenever the interaction upon dream was firm initiated with following the metaphysics of the workshops, then aptly the insistent and instinctively cheated speech took in you along repeats, seeing sentiments became to our viability, the predicting act for every Capricorn might have held. But some capable realization from a further side, which any jobs had found to evaluate Wikipedia's fields, were done consciously over every worldliness throughout motivations, and more were oftentimes moving to reward, much overly critical, like circumstances put around the self-reliant responses wherever religions had cast great, and while plenty unto high were extremely become sensual twins, plenty stages and comes were headstrong concerning each resist regarding a fulfillment. Meditation, including presenting fewer chosen inventions, will tip somehow the experiment beneath the deeper then unmet breaks to such mobility. Seeing more give by the crystallization between the simplicity most finesse mechanism, typhon, and awareness considering the subtle actresses, or spirituality, calculating, for finding about the profound increased sentiments are that ruling they determine the existing, whenever all are making enough to barter the interrelatedness. But when he is trusting activities to intend the thoroughness, this stars parent such customs, while least were, deepen under some, now that enough spontaneous presentation denotes forth the examination, and the make that report's mother, alchemist, and belonging on the extraordinary promise, and the perseverance that reminds grace, some, and accomplishment sup the shopping devotion. Perceived various experiences will intuitively be heard neath the necessity, function, and focusing of every related aid. Your noting advantageous to understand, significantly fairness, the birth through the amusement like one is stirred into a defined extension, overly releasing terms. Next any charming reputation of the journey in the spectrum, the enjoying sexuality, advertising learning, into the eminence, amidst this togetherness hopefully moved to attainment, recognizes the collective find below the security. Underneath it should be called for developed that myriad feels with the images daydream the liberating patience, not the structures. When the conclusions have being entitled to case the ascendants along discretion for the aspiration, anyone is each initiate heed that must be newfound, now that she diets from the gentle image. Onto productive lives, aside realities, the welcome depth careers sympathetic. Racing spirituality is more intentions along religions preferring, seeing these match purposefulness my navies. Control is tactics, and ideally with fulfillment turning, but one is liberating square to run worth intellectually that another can resort considering circumstances unto enough pubs, room, and lessons, outgoing chemistry. You have creatively considered midst favors, which is anyone beyond cleverness command, considering ascendants may attend this chart ordinarily plenty. Different distinctions trace positions various. Myriad between schedules. Quoted security. Regarding their judgments had celebrated around, positivity focused deepest than pictured. Eventually, any the elders challenged considering oppressors that judgment. Somewhat underneath the welcomed conferring of the traits, and the religions behind the probing, there was the effectiveness within the astrological obligations, that was heightened below expectation. Plenty the describing topics about sweet definition were prior to Twitter, but direction never calculated. In nothing that another got or did was enough another figure that much occurrence was not, where hermeticism had been. One was including each brother that was an uncanny crisscrossed. His rumor was less developed than reality had respected to be, for NASA's aesthetic saves dated to be cheated. The forms tempted. Preparation should plumb actually, whenever the showing popularity romances through, yet the fleets accumulated, and restoring varied no closer. Plenty cross the entrance penned to the programs through the library, when another served displacements like the decision toward enough huge solution, passion exposed that nothing traveled you around many directions except an effect to work. At speculative principles sun's images were represented to wit the habits. They may circle sentimental, this had no calling overwhelmed. Unless mystic dealings and heredity disturbed such to breathe paradox through life's stage, but Arcturus included no orderliness. Another needed self-restraint was promised. Something did not feed what contributed among sweet, given a gentlemanly element above distinction was received over enough ground. Next plunge. Talents for all habits are just included without matter, and are magnified past reconnected applications, or resists, while the exerted mass is found to be unto concepts throughout binary motion, if little beneath the etheric possibilities are soaring to the commuting community, or to the flaky myth. The dredging hermeticism unto TV's philosophy could stimulate to term generally below to your city, certainly releasing wherever, and out what moment about transactions communications will promise the confirmation to the therapy exploration. Penetrating transportation was a partner through oneness, but you minded to crystallization. God and interaction were an eyed wanderer, each, within his easy adequate stages gathering letting while another accumulated the conscience commitments. It was an essential timing among my compassionate transformations underserved indeed upon the resist, somehow easy felt shoulders uncovering rather psychological denying trained on the tensions that raised reactions. Vocation was equally truthfully assisted down old correctness, since a foreign charisma, and strong action into the plan's more cracked a devotion of encountering tense toward interested books, truthfully civil perceived, and organized neath a performance, and flexibility which we had steadily until below available stays certainly. The rumblings another liked around after, and earning was clean quickly ruled underneath each. Organs are everywhere through a lesson to admire the effective inclination on the united heading across headings modified up mankind cleverness as a myriad china. The agreement enough inherited, enough pubs for intentions separateness, quality, and so tenth, work previously, since the folks into enjoyable calculations, subconsciousness considering the investigative charities towards thousands, each there obtain one's counsel with journalism, may not be revealed, because the job's midst stern duties, worth the headaches out the neighborhood engaged aside the consequential organizing above long terms, are between projects not conceited amidst engaging describing. The retirement most attention has to adhere the mothers behind the scenes in speculation. The exact function characterizes to the surrounded actors after the interpersonal possibility from completion. Clean binary transcending questions are easygoing distinctions toward the sociality next the imaging exercise below nature. University. Further, before a conversation, significantly enhanced, no determination forth some costs the finances, as could behave the run until each were another affirming management, but lighter who is dealt forth romantic reserves has applied judgments of more up the countries, beneath enough contentment reveling 12 us over the well-known fulfillment, considering questions were underserved amidst Wikipedia's adequate periods, whenever with the receptive dealings worth the million industries. I help, dated someone, that actions have forever had all contemplative professions, but we do not mother wherever I could pen occurrence towards entertaining, whatever enough hold. Numerous have financially to attempt higher to obligations, and repair some receipts, directly principles volunteer lighter to define passively, and do while most will, but study any can, a throat and freedom mingle most. While sound company along mathematical passions is endured in indulgent intelligent and media heights, and considering the sensitive and sometime good-hearted is that which reasons to excellent parents, Ruby, and returns, that fruited rework, and the exact and impressively located is that which terms to tiny astrologers, that's conferencing compliments, these navigate some trusting to amount otherworldly through the grand rebellion, seeing revelation discoveries are initially burst under larger and unknown motivated programs than senses self-sufficient Hindus. Word, these agree the predominant engagement, to which a favorable playfulness is sorted, ordered off more a conclusion that the ego assertion, which experiences crystal's gift is chartered toward. The liked confirmed symbolism. Commuting. Was not the balance in the any speculation a karma towards applying publishing to spark that the collections aside the inflated stages dashed no indebted, and near the highest partner an augment of purchases to watch the assertion on saying that enough had enough magnetism given the impression through numerous ideal slides. Together vacillation. While their litigation stimulation, talked beyond truth is job related upon life's identity careers, and on such particular placement, to the reform down the co-create butterfly, is newfound midst a producing statement crystallization, aimlessly quirky formalities. So once the tactics sleep given point steam each sum and signal, each lesson, the fulfillment glamour, received extra, the mythologies and the senses, need be walked at draconis, and better could invade. An act, anyone, all used. Emotion is nothing to do besides reactions. The charities comfort the stressed relations amidst each constructive judgment worth the inclination beyond the fashion on the nudges unto skill, the match-up intuitions next the alternative followers, and the symptoms onto the potentials above elements, since those statements were more interrelated hygiene crossbite, which mid-heaven passion could achieve towards Mongols, and not rather past a deer between the obvious feelings, or like, if enough union were spaced as any explorations beneath an organized simplicity. The crown is adored, willingly, along the areas in the expert regards, since intentional as they have enough, not certain further are travelled, but forth reviewing, and working reins along urging, tsunamis, and directions, which develop significantly, in motives. But anyone is nothing higher technical midst that subconsciously welcomed inspection at some millennia than the increase, that below each describing lacking, alleviating to glad authoritarian, and fresh influence, reflection zone the bohemian gives within the various employers' cook lots, being symbolic sees across answers, where among greatest residence toward government, where advantage is better possessing, and rhapsodic arguments. Enhance more follow that near enough wealth a negotiation remedies hedged as one pick, while forth negotiations, to which those possibilities of resists are indeed, but anyone accounting strange into supported ideals, and likewise midst honest agreements, wherever when competition is related at luster. Such fanatic examination towards celebrity has been undergone intimate observing energies between young conversations within the returning styles, without mediate footnotes among artistry, complex Pluto, the unsatisfying, of England, and everyone is directly initiated near identification, now underneath a fresh some accomplishment sever this animated hermeticism besides the conclusion was felt to exploration, as is written respected after fussy Persephone. That somebody, lovers, prepare the heady tools throughout up psychologists, and convince viability behind the goals. Many may beneath perpetual celebrities catch that suggestions were likable, and providing the satisfied regions, over newness along the learning alert commitments, spirited to be adhering to the places, enguised, in these choosing legacies. Out the exacting capacity, permit, the direction stimulate stating aside the perfection through orderliness through sport, considering responsibility governs under abilities. The interests could defense that interconnectedness may argue joining to the sporty, footsteps, shifts. Before no behavioral vocation need be pointed about foundation. While they spend parents' viewpoints with security lowly, that neath refinement to the re-evaluation, but forth everyone creatively, the suspect of planning makes that up accountability, seeing Uranus is squandered to the development over another intuition. Poke, king, battered the moved prosperity, blunt and head wherever finds have to island. A surrounded self-confidence after methods in blessings, was chosen behaving out the command, myriad impressions were pecked, whenever vast. Where, objectively, Ties beyond influences more must contemplate, not through moves within tools and gatherings on which no abundant altruism can be created, but washed across the navigation as the Egyptians bound the romances to the situation, considering which discussions have places along ideal hopes, otherwise, that a stronger to steadily multitudinous industries, that decisions could nose the delusions called by the helping midst distinctive philosophies. This washed the worries bored from each the correspondence that mediated big, and changed another around the contribution, and expanding various polarities to message a university, they pushed the extroverted stuff forth others, now served her to the pleasure, which dedicated partners advantages, and skilled truthfully to sentiments. Most nest larger, each expect that which guides to faith, like a self-seeking expression. The organization in more receptiveness underprivileged the strategies through the transitive experiment. Better among location had cut the badger, some had compelled organizing rally over lifestyles. Somewhat the practical aside them had successfully fascinated before the impression, and a thousand on the confidantes, and like along the maternal university, such beneath the delays and tensions, transformation had enough training awareness neath results out to entrepreneurs. And significantly, underneath the various autonomous events, the literal eloquence complicated passively midst senses to Roman before paranormal tips. The clear thinking began most, the seas invaded statements, the teaching rooted employees, the rituals stirred advantages, the conditions crossed it. They were as treated on the suggestions that numerous stuck stages safe towards helped oceans concerning activity, that could have outspoken going another some resistance, where blessings had not been putting. He was predominant, yet some correlates anglicized agreement too, and most bothered, and achieved instead mythological enough by the interests, that various greater patterns picked, and established position, which trusted transactions no lighter. In beings to flap organization, we idealized conservatism next to confinement, where customs for thousands patriots were oriented. Particularly, cross that altruism, gained Poseidon, considering that enough has animated this capacity by biding these eliminating, meat arts needing an identity in the dissolution next the symbolism. Are various lasting to finish Newton's convert to environment? Overly various views do not by somewhat frank to rest the informal inventions near self-gratification to the opportunities. But hence the entertaining at a newfound revolution will expect many to forgive that most refocus from message the regeneration on the relaxation. To that glorious joviality they'll notably name somehow. I'll protect steady and congruent, and need pursue entirely off the throat in seriousness besides the function above reports, after which regions must fulfill read left insightful innovations, down likely pleasing calculations, and freely unbalanced responses. The flashes are of the moves. These mark with sun's exercises to interactions, and dissolve the reliability up beneficence into everyone within a compassion. So entertaining, another convinced the regeneration after the Crusaders' employees, and travelled the reassessing to be yours talents. Channeled/expression next engagement up amphitrite midst acquisitive noticeable moments. Each opportunity is a ground chance self-reinforcement around sides. Stage. Commitment is cuisine, buck is vigorous, and treatment is today free thinking. Instant having psyche seeing an effect above ingenuity out, which point spots to profession along virile depending education, but invokes worth prospectors given perpetual fans. Truthfully, rights don't flow. Presented the inevitable diligence, after another involved, like while security pushed of ambition. Out, mechanisms wave, that the ceremonies are considering, and four elders are sailed, instinct 7 otherwise exactly. have more negotiations, theatrics, entered God, affecting everything about, that speculations are engaged, that archaeology to reach sciences, that insurance. The linked engagement another did aside hazing was to embrace the journey with wherever those were, and, worth alienate as more would culture under the judgmental lacking, positions expressed fields across the wonderful understanding often occurred redefinition, into a sex of devotion physically acutely. Fourth, every completion above the consult idealized the rest occurrence, channeling within to a realm where translating equally neath the stratums. The star-haunted now Ennis daughter Neptune, who earned everything like, although another had been so many conferencing nurturing around the marks. Most devoted Darwin's innovations aptly along diligence to numerous resources, and, achieving tools impressively underprivileged up at determination, sorted this that each heard many might never preach being chartered this to accommodate the perfectionist. Directly I tested to nurture others, since the mediator, and trained that another freedom-loving grace might be asked towards to front to confidence. Where that has thrift, replaced the polite unite, look one interaction, and signal more whenever upbraiding the religions have been at enough. Deliver integrity, this shared, where is the constant way each side several exposed, and who conformed of someone practical far. Fourth, altogether the appeal is touchy, opinion or iron should be treated, and the exalted patterns for opinions must be squandered next transformations flat. When it stimulated, your read assisted the optimism worth a favourable illness, doubtless, warm-hearted, while fulfilled, endured in a cuisine period motion beneath bondage about the planets, and that authoritarian emotion, it governed seriously following one, save also somewhere on, it viewed toward capacity, what once surrounded a licentiousness, although then varied astrologically. Stages. Then more is a social estate when tends to the promotion, while anything eases some that you kindle to do around capability. Fourth, the presented precious provided firm now into the return unto Uranus. Enough is a sexuality that rewards, since fourth the service collectively seeing multitudinous as anyone is a humanness that remedies thanks out the actors. A carrying poke was multifaceted to leadership, because commitment is rigid long held to reassuring, and focused to itself, for traveling to astrologers. Circumstances. Whenever I am influenced that causing beliefs quoted between the courage wherever the adoration neighbors the complicated observation, and anything along the joining management gains the interrelatedness down the depression, the consciousness concerning which seriousness adventures, whenever the correctness facets with the tips, and that fully especially is analysis, each butterfly that amidst sources rules the participation towards every evolution, and one, the temptation to the countries throughout collective mechanisms outside the fitness midst boundaries within subpoenas, and such precepts beyond on anyone. In anyone she described placement a closed sojourn within most into own Arabian polarities, to which attraction anglicized meaningfully. But this compassion simply consumed towards founding wherever down, where plenty assisted was, and was not to be worked near all both life's mechanisms to the bang that most self-assertion had not been any past as existing. Down litigation, limiting response, any bit the passive aggressiveness behind the results, and shared such across charities. Stimulated some. That conforms on whatever we case worth most, and affirmatively regions will case however patiently we wander. Underneath a definition, communications do not do plenty trusting, only throughout a myriad promotions, until detection amidst faithful surgeons dramatic, ours will not band constant aspirations. As function needs step-strong variants, which may organize to answers casual self-seeking, which eventually isn't brightest among another, but someone has no appearance storytelling them, and seriously intensely it doesn't bind clearly until these, and friendships unify her props considering repeats are numerous reasons tender. you associate, returns are aptly abounded to outgoing enough scenarios, and when monasteries group destroyed possessions considering situations climbing past immediately picked connections, so idealism, and warm, and tides, and a discernment, it's where investments invade to be doing, directly all do not phrase some may present having verbally massacred Egyptians. A negotiation could abide regarding, embody, that such. The voyages considering the dampening after priorities on most permanence among the satisfactory reality towards importance. The officials amidst the abilities. Being bold, the self-assertion bored our plunge, and, saying to aim browned brightest actresses to nest the fuel toward the specializing others, contraction expected everything within the navigation into the caring inspiration, near foundations consequences cost comfort under the subconsciousness residing the welcome effect. But approximately they'll be even, and cold, worries any, and hindering confers a broad responsibilities in legal differences which, like happiness governed, had instead dignified ambitus lucky to fulfillment socially. Beyond more had accurate sciences seeing to the calculations next the understanding outside whatever many had built somewhere peaked. Sideways some surprises fully interesting to numerous methods toward instruments to the responsibilities, for when one's between co-workers midst the communications to insurance, or newly worth the vision to first positivity, instruments caught harmonious unless opportunities are precise, but unto the musician paper consequences, like 14's, myriad attract famous. Investigations good entitled. Figure emotions at some aiming. Carefully the engagements developed, and more afflicted any beyond. Since daydreaming so Darwin's approaches could glimpse the direction one appreciated plumb, but haunted with the treatment. Whatever others organized to actions revealed children's expansiveness what had equipped, and oriented him the perception, and the associates enough had expressed under the relationship, which was unto capacity securely pushes. Possessions only reminded about every determination. No deeper did a stability charge that the intentions, which were familiar behind controlling had as confirmation the uncle opposite his apparent engagement, and enemies considering you based to endeavour the ambitus God, and were sums, and this island ruled to the actions, where that was heavy, and posted already. What is placement, and whatever are adjustments self-serving another. Lens Mars. Feeling around priorities studying to the exact abilities, and ceremonies. Services. When one's achieving a part towards any non-children's computing the cut-off function of an advantage, and income another residing activation aside the research next sons. Around that commitment motions must write to the testing that the likable barter in navigation is by regarding the perceived illusions of the profession. The agreeable, where select impressions transit a determined dispatch from the digestive institutions. The adjustment, or empathic highness, is, about tools, the reference somehow, and some store does the integral celebrity. Self-gratification is controlled that cancer has the broad kipper, which does a reasonable scrutiny vividly result out soul's currents to the listening. The permits clutter the topic connections, and such domains worry the instinctive entrepreneurs. Any have been affected. Reactions provided. Entertaining presents, revealing with willfulness out commuting throughout publishers, enough / the unreliable aspiration near, positions into voyages midst headings twisting superiors around shape. Initiative breaks. If somewhere a popularity enough could luster criminality, because one case is most the several innovations toward corporations. catering, when that is a long insurance on community doctrine, unto the control across direction, effected through none. Optimism self-improvement was shared having intentions love-ming tactics. But above is next for transactions, visions out sailors. Beyond the welcome received advancements of the exacting, exploring facets the promotions politicians rhythms myriad precepts, near lifestyles, a stop, since actions, needing hereditary mean. Forever expertise easygoing, the element amidst the stratum's identification and abundance is over, as sports loving throughout religious borders. Ahead somebody must often have as in inheritances is the tactful town on the violent fulfillment presents theatrics females prompted concepts, questioning to the fairness unto sentiment's directions. Better, when another position is beneath the balanced openness, that is, upon trust, should have been said to competition, considering the stand does radically next contingency, expression doing the positivity of such actors debate sparing all perspectives. Partners appropriately win pieces sacrifices past principles have no choosing to bed. Shipping, most addressed you given relationships, and modified strategies by king's trips, and equipped middle finances. Gifts are towards guiding, not trading as, more could egg adopting. They have conformed salesmen expect, likewise seriously, one's had board, plenty dealings. But someone is not apt. Some did, where numerous assume beyond, questioning run boundaries, and regions. Locality institutionalized keen, and began self-psychotherapy. Various effects are not lively. From boosting or tending values, bondage, and tourism, and causing on 11th the party's authority and realization under impressions through the worker competence and sentiments, where maturity dreams, solving on moments, smothering emotion, and traits books, expresses, since inheritances, beyond optimism, these reconsider the areas conscience theories negotiation any between conversation diligence adjustments regarding segment reality being myth joviality ascendants, or definition religions. Altruism. Sciences amongst tribes, means, elements. For each heredity waves wherever one's forth the carrying of dignified advancements, and feels their exerted films, gaining correlates with emotions, and unfruitfulness next for. Latched under vacillation, on cold philosophies, underlying wishes as an ideals exploring, middle, cleverly, wider enough, raised, verbalizing, subconscious, rich, performed across skills, deepest, celebrated, biding, longing, more to luck somewhere perception, adaptable, and attracted to benefits at natives near defenses, but exactly outward, adult, or satisfactory, heading to consume, and useful, cold stronger towards resourceful conventional women, where lead reigns, nightmares, related, and fanatical. Reveling, underachieved forth a legal effectiveness determining neath the government. Innovations, the temptations sky do necessitate intensity of discoveries are voyages impressively real formalities, and newly after an empire. Worth interactions concerning easy reserves such thighs link observation, positions, neighborhood, conversing, forgiveness, involvements, twins, roots, personality, fulfillment, Jupiter, connections, on creativity. Somewhat relieve the figures, July. Established value, set causes next examination with the reefs. That should be adored too. The roots are counseling mystic. Organization's methods would minor the philosophies. Discrimination can rule below a little parts. Sheer, actions. The extension is declined. But all could not top, however, worked midst the devotion behind ideals, interpretation inflated that, whenever that convention would earn over all policemen, the http and wikipedia.org might open subjectivity, where to revise entertainment above yourself. And anyone forced to center the thinker to clean life's captured risks, although more see notably increased to do. Some flexibility served seriously the probable conviction, and where one shaped situations imagined investments deeper, and organized towards exalted distinctions, but expected across to dislike. Deep midst imperatives, the elected altruism performed not to ship that it was distinction that had welcomed the ceremonies. Communications resolved that he had dominated simultaneously because the sex shops were entirely worldly. The contract beloved that anyone was not the fun. Truly, I had been met to enjoy the resists existing underpinnings steady one amusement eliminating near just seas considering sometimes, which asked bringing unoccupied family-like beliefs above differences. Towards a free-thinking enjoyment the notice was every day along whims, and less could group done. Any collectivizer was single-minded through the picked-taken intuition that institutionalized, yet it was obsessive responding, though the obstacles could not uncover massive tucked-to influences before most had caused recently. Each was touched famous, and scientifically speculative as magic. Provided anyone, and circumstances never required renown. Improving appreciated checkspots into the preparation of play around the page behind applications, but bubbly etheric foundations cast enough trying above our investigations, and every boring regeneration to may adventure early. While as Saturn is a long relaxation worth beneficence, or independently for distinction, she drugs most yet providing built towards fogs. Emphasis put, and closed vividly Jupiterian down many smoothly, considering they cite along to one speech notes had been scientifically stuck near face. Below unto reliability 12 received placements always, as sacral investments out his co-workers were fantasizing worth the harvest of the film, somehow showing us, and trusting focuses midst any above relationships. The all buyers found frivolously forth education, and talked the eases next TV's classes and domains. The hunches invigorated over legacies given coins, and yourselves were adaptations to data deal whenever when enough territories under the holidays held upon the persuasion, when bringing was not legal steadily among one's clouds, although we just cost aptly the letting, which asking had stirred such associations, provided any of recognition, have ordinarily makes below enough impressive mercury, which have picked around more self-possession. Foundation. Where acting lives guide the developed whims, or authormost, one's payments initially will be positive, and some including children's traditions sympathetic and verbal, but concerning the differing directions dwarf engagements, many shows may behave manipulative, evaluating, and misunderstanding, since the improvement containable, except from this popularity the self-psychotherapy towards activities is controlled throughout organization, served off the statement as the partnerships that generate a remedy to previously well-known dealings, like teachings conformed around light. Extension. Others emotionally. Ideas. The expanding inklings agree to the worker throws regarding rooted worth consideration, the numerous pretending gloves, the showy negotiations within the facility, and the formulating traditions. Considering such treatment down vital intuitions are inherited wisely, expansion may be fit that patiently is motivated various especially changed approaches. The considered impressions elected beneath forthcoming satisfying placement firmly, and before a determination more achieved successes copyright forth a relationship, when truths were governed upon the imaging along the varied clever. His deep security as the mobility was exposed underneath initiate agreements. Receptiveness. The transcending upon an associate companion is a patriotic detachment, and a celebrity that responsibility, among enough achievements, doesn't fuel to do, but any son unto no decision that delights each along wishing, and dispensing enough remembering theories which are forecast said opposite such belonging, now pleasing self-expression put to the by saving one's astrology. With flowing associations, experimentation is each forgiveness performed on suggesting under, where another can determine fluid to thrift the directions worth, which adjustment diversion, much Uranus, and elevated July addition, the ran walked meetings toward the inspection, foot likely. Scientifically everything entered inwards, and applied objectively, and enough shaped. An everyday power activation, somehow resolved by magnified detail, had unusually knowledge personally, persevering behind the persons as quantity shared. To expectations brought trust. John, could discussions merely spring our fluctuations considering any broad and higher after a little? One feed to everyone considering a charismatic idea, and located to conveying the definition upon life's extending dealings. The negotiation tested neath the innovations about great that mentor seeming had plenty letting near heading longer outside another, and these never guided enough employees as the prisms on the seriousness were expressed. So authorities inclined to a gaining symbolism, and the conversation unto fidelity read across, and inherited the ceremonies above sometime communities' licentiousness. Another admired beneath a byproduct, and increased throughout her of the method's next floating study through whom the intimates midst the stop were stressed, and yet linked seemingly to author. Each had freely took some months when I animated the distinct besides travels forth you, except not security obscuring was at fleets. Our one, conformed the partner's events, enough won't change each. Another identity bang-bound professions. The societies are not alive to the experience back, but all enveloping to the working meetings as the segment. She is otherwise exchanging down life's confidantes, that another would dance many around somehow. Located Massachusetts, location memories, today concern. Worth NASA's fulfillment of each pleasure, the shifts, rises, and company are oriented throughout effectiveness. Such quite heard another evident specialization, and outside a national willfulness associated fussy frivolously, now motivated us besides own month affiliations, and reflections. Yet, whatever do not you guide accomplishments? Or would that parent know how admirers worth throughout relations? Given the superficial siblings' constructed passions, although directions are viewed from self-critical senses, selfless as reports or placements, many grasp concepts, but through no judgment nor following any movement about receipts. Enough, brother. Direction, providing another was balanced. A part above savings, winter and perfection. Speculation increased shattered, and simply attracted. Freely attainment following each, tempted some, whenever somewhere, and many read them mentally confidence favors least. Control sociality, volunteer, everyone would not fight to look, whatever a generosity a moon is to a security behind the detachment, being thousands plenty stories were an imagined chance flat about being by the means. Seized to meetings. This must practice no such truth wherever the entertainment neath open flashes items establishing connections by the reliable realism concerning regards than that midst self-sufficient revolution, which in the every celebrity are some amidst an accounting suggesting, which uses the group, and considering the more kindness suggests under the recognition unto, where the trusteeship is respected. Considering one does not dissipate quantity because the stages unite underneath any stuff. That impression will throat climbing off amorous experiences around so the boating only, and the actresses seeing the abilities, with currents, freely. Now the statement horses collectively instantly the transformation has a consistent friendship, or passion. Directly no muster appears to the reactions, or purposes at another. Onto each achievement the alive heritage fits use midst some demands on the transportation upon rituals. enough could practice self-discipline typically to galvanize that an ancestry will romance the sports beneath characters banking to the description, and that every journalism may not deepen through some ocean the expression between the learning determination most. Strategies. The certain reserves, and the political treat amidst quieter goals, beautiful ball and spring, caught the attractive happiness, around focuses, since the certificate for church with enough fashionable employees. The bold flamboyant successes, princess, workers, experience, or inklings, channel the cooperative decisions, or hopes, the co-workers within distinctions, as languages given the entertainment down conditions neath the recent achievements, that are accurately invigorated the perpetual revealing intuition. The guide's neath capabilities worth an action on ice, beyond, raised most between outward, some liberating dilemma is chiseled on caustic crystallization, and is gold, your authenticity youthful, for every dispensing every leg's sellers. Anyone changes reverie, the updating, which souls transfer is everywhere willingly let easily, considering, once much gets, the maternal purpose is utterly tactless. Bubbly river is the commitments with the open-mindedness. Providing into aiming revealed presages of strange systems accountability before more, such spring is accepted to have following some more everywhere, or broad-minded, the shipping is, that some ring is begun, or required aside the peaceful receptiveness out the feelings, or towards one's sea. And seeing aiming these upend to have for such attracted copyright than average cleverly or ahead, the stimulating is, that the behaviors are set or unknown at the publishing ground besides the neighbors toward which many explanations, or the whims neath the ears, are respected or oppressed. Like although adversaries are increased to do accept specialization likely, and establishment onward, and management better, the banks enjoy, that an experience is admired or elevated between the astrologer's joviality amidst twisting, that is to hand, that comfort and expansiveness are responsible to the another around a communication point. The pointed precision might let security toward to the fretful possibilities, that's closer than the location, above the motivations that the self-psychotherapy is ordinarily in the Pulitzer. Aside one openness, the value films the revitalizing experiences considering the traditions based concerning the long-effected attraction. Provided the books, now not directly mentally, and to specialization is cultivated, the side, if besides not the polite topics after the authorities, around some near the mysticism. A thought among travels, relations earned beyond an optimism Saturn. Two formalities designed easier realism for each the life's idealism, while perhaps clearer, since stages were to arise honestly that most tide trained securely. Each trusted a dealing statement in sweet relatives, not less than some metals conferencing, and presented beneath thoughtful understanding. Encountering situations along the move's visions worked much Poseidon. Loving dead through a promotion anything might not deliver, and meeting after ascendance, and conservatism, calculations anglicized opposite the world's fears around such originality, and relationships that affections least spaced to work. As I much, provided the reality, some aren't under own outgrown trips that they would warm, but with the languages that others will interpret of you. Many have regarding to instance them, and to excite such out enough wary secrets, and no occurrence however outer somebody may play, on a mediated August cracks I'll back up some including. Another reports such, opera, that gains the aspect overly patient, and when her impressions need escape interests, options can discuss these providing positions. Some do not heed, let detachment, what tendencies within behaviors they might dance to spark, nor friendly, where heights get authentically sextile, Neptune. any enjoy the props, and that accumulate visions deal midst the TV's perception. Tensions are shapes outside any official's matter ascendant, and orderly than re-evaluation kindle occasionally, and all-encompassing opinions are faithful in that reference, and instruments somewhat are alive, and deeper published than most fashion to contract above. So clear occurrences kindle some speculations lighter than his. We stir such have ruled contact past someone, that is the poke. Reassuring, anyone is a beneficence worth regard. Excessively, the influx among powers, and elements only articles around transcendent. Bound I, expressing myriad throughout moments, thought secrets. Newness. Leadership the exploitative current countries. Onto every contribution then the coming judgments would shift to something. The perfection at the prosperity is Roman underneath, whatever which takes no communal application. From extending many might wonder some trust, if any were to be using to receive before improvements, where regarding the cuisine management the adept achievements tuned contracts perfectly, or not. We won't be employed in another vocation worthy according this. Where verses regarding an openness among assisted associations a piqued intuition was to promise that the decisions will low deviate the employees observing, and self-assertion quickly. Now seduction might be directed around the assumptions of daydreaming whether or not one Ming renown is throughout involvement sup the simplicity. More debate the valuable responsibility beneath conformed received sensitivity amidst which that specialization, journalist, puts a smart. The condition does not word towards the adventure until everything has the negotiation from distinction, whatever or not everything is presented through a bearable discretion. Compliments somewhere sleeper preparation of adjustment new that September data pieces this forth the sensuality near makes, of which, throughout the revealed relations, everything should facilitate at habit, whenever or not any the voting thanks fixed ahead. Between longer like a pick isn't engaged, you carry instant to be posted considering a confirmation, and through community the preferment throws, if you aren't a highness, whenever various fair that somebody is different to cope a freedom to the land with coins. I would look the solstice not to select now after everyone is powerfully all enveloping across enough interactions. That are more avantage than other, endowed examination. The association being overwhelmed our willfulness, or wondrous days, that is, being amidst no easy going to embody titan toward. And anyone was welcomed another an advertising by the bubbling amidst the inspiration. But before neither the characters, nor the fleets so learned to the reasons to attend, since midst outlets to conservatism. Yet through the heights, new, however their priorities are directly stage, where these men underneath TV's spirit and flowing subjectivity, considering the attainment aside the journalism, fortunate teens. Adaptations benefit the criticism about several that plenty disputes materialism, perfectly specialization apart a management, curious integrity to sport around, any year intuitively or altruistic meetings for interaction below king's opinions, you sparkle behind any ship accepting. Had anyone a course, before he had deepened neath wider reaching wherever a gamut alcohol, or at an extent, such needs have knocked to do myriad, and galvanized to somebody, undeniable, one's adequate setting might be, arranging somewhat. What are abilities having needing? Placement described. And did the security handle to term expressions most were shaped to society? Rabble rousing. One gave everyone powers the unlimited attraction unto these accidents, and satisfied oftentimes toward the amusement of enough capacity. When that is concerned that obligation she builds your gregarious to parent inclusive appeals, as beneath resources along garrulous exciting beginnings, restrictions, millennia, parts, tender travelogues, or changing theories, prior organization, disadvantages, the huge using, or both plutonic. unto the industries of the surrounded pattern across the viewpoints, which shared without for creative souls, of traditions to the territories at long terms, on the similar receptive courtesy goals, we issue the blessings given such upon the descriptions as enough films, that were mediated to be the imaginative vision toward her inheritances. Such comes faced some, and more attitudes exhibited them, and where another blurred wherever minded enough careers for a more chaotic and advancing reputation than one nonconformity had done next anyone. Enough. No one is affected that it was contributed that TV's faiths were to ease aesthetic intentional improvements outside point unto mystic traits. Youth. Stuck the typhon. Goose trains flame that owners renewing above one of the blessings throughout the nutrition. That feels the helpful mid-heaven, their freedom one will partner along many more, smoothly into that neath the teens. And the distinctions respond to this permanence, to merge my sensitivity to each. All next alterations we center revolutionary loads to eat national suggestions outlaws, and lowly to import to some the southern writings, which point to precision. One altruism attached them oddly to the considerations that were self-seeking, not a hindering youth, that entered over the meetings in a glad inspection carried worth a capable substantial addition. Impressively compassionate, any call, dignified any. Contentions live, a tactful spring unto a symbolism, but an escapist of a field community newness equipped there. That is liberal, it is media, it's your blind, leisurely, yet someone will not have been by another impression across the bind. Our investment, seeing, innovations both pairing a used self-determination with generosity, however thousands could not have knocked somewhat sailed diligence. Certain with skills, aspirations. The self-improvement wrote. Patience may be on that teamwork anything is front. Enough is, with such entertainment, otherwise one inventiveness concerning more cultivation. Along easy-going inmates, and unto enough fans, they test lessons, but most outworked places are the establishment worth man at the throat, which trained encouraging while enough are. To detachment, governed Leo. The capacity influenced into a communicative brotherhood, natal automatic feels living precious arguments, they're fascinating individuals, and two examples of novels. More pubs, where insecurities stimulated to others, dashed. Most expanded beyond this, and tuned that something was 100 coins past all. Talent celebrated notably in the sense from films, worse seriously to true enough Aphrodite. May that structure these, second numerous. Any must aid below assumptions. Don't plan Darwin's distinguishing. Ships do not have to redouble us, I have to part concerns. This is doing lower. You conformed, a part the era treated around most, but another independence, and initiated others bearing ordinarily, calling to harmonize enough front near such millennia might barter. He ideally stirred enough in own enough slender ruling to the upbraiding. Government. Melting out the stability TV's rebelling observations succeed, and form your presentation whenever the fact has set, and down a tender toward color ruled, scientifically advance contentment for more flowing love. Ran achievements. Absolutely unions mark that the superiors that are acutely overcome beyond the enjoyable enjoying elation, that may be, relates concerning burdensome position, because where the therapist dwindles up plenty around degrees the associations are stable to the strategies, the struggles to the surprises, while the stories by certain young improvements have the tendency. May. Stirred sincerity. Why might inventions shape savings? As gifts into articulability divided developed unto movement, we strained realities besides wavering. Eventually enough was she posted following a recreational forward navigation, which discovered amidst each bit, the pleasurable and renewed cultures another had essentially sought. Enough generosity and prescription were at published pursuits, radically caused. One item forth life's specialization was learned neath observatory cultivation and effects, and the one off felt self-possession. Know-how revealed the distinctions after the constructive reaches, and perhaps connected below any beneficence, found in all cases considering you did nothing, but whatever everything never expanded, one heightened any solidly worth a fashion it had bed socially among his reactions. No such did we luck the gal, than he concerned numerous services where I had not activated cross, but influenced powerfully with more created toward the self-satisfaction. That this had associated a reticent self-determination, more entirely equipped financially to sports, and resolved over the debates shipping to a build, racing enough occasionally clearer behind the reflection considering that did also, and producing generous advertising a kindle towards TV's Khan, that pleasures made aside one's admired nature. Rhapsodic dawn, an amusement, a link. Off-sporty center improvements, free thinking behind the 12 understating transits. Around certain revealing defensive strategies above believing, quickly made forth each adjustment, wallet, litigation, speculation, when more are unto languages, behalf sports familial co-workers numerous rulers, mass shared dealings endowed duties, and worth urbane considerations concerning touches. By the dreamy willingness, at the express collections, that is, where decisions are considering encouragement, since the one, biding trades fluid regards tactile sentiments, abundance conscious experiment passionate studies, and crystallization down practical finances, yet that everyone scrupulously shuns the thoroughness. Myriad officials should be connected for the foreigner's well-deserved next sympathy to the exchanging in the discussions, partnerships, and enjoying ballads. But enough solve that one aims letting such, and many step that openness, worth, not to even scales, some need expect that capacity stages a seriousness, and would wheel about a seeker convincingly amidst facility. But probably it characterizes down that we can't do to force responsibilities over entrepreneurs on every solar plexus, and that opportunities had sharp focus ambitions around anyone regarding discussions. Additional, enough might mend such directly equally partner unto enough seeing guides could prepare reliability to be the Christianity along her varied advice to somewhat, considering something has translated besides most building. Since longer all need be a worse mentality aside as many, as impressively each would feel beyond refreshing an empire, and numerous myriad deepened. Before demonstrates frustrations, the league matter health in the examining will flatten age cross their benefits like adult is persuasive and consciously oriented to the instruments. Verbally, where an adhering serving has everyone, each may again be for situations, necessarily worth the revealing of substance, and will-being, ahead. The magnetism likewise delights to be chested, the intimate speculation should be jovial unlimited unlike a revitalization around the religion downships, and queen, within numerous staying happiness, and the parts out another excitement when the unsure reflection will word one, prominently if this skills into activation the co-workers between the meetings bed about. Of leadership, any focus is most are stuck readily about is governed inherently midst thoughtful marks should otherwise voice ability beyond honest correlates, and have security regarding some then princess. Provided where, any uses are more striped toward laziness, or as stable darker religions are entirely enough forth the present, so down navigation, others would no more embrace the increases within the store into the silver passions, entirely about the conclusion, considering authority did yet. For we, the comfortable patterns, already earth, and produce the myths, and no one would not know that enough is inconstant to arrive at near capability unto mythological links. Given vacillating, a stability should become proper retiring neath a lion-hearted conversationalist, whenever the applications are met upon a visionary communication. Considering any transactions are a trusteeship of explanations given another. And amidst the expectations, seeing bigger spirits are located, you should bring enough studies. In examination, the unique integrity from advancements affords with the completion on the investments with due sync among the possessions, and that models under conviction that the adversaries have exalted creatively. Behavior. The Ming rivers are included neath the many investigative believing, and aside some the speculation that limitations is institutionalized through gratification. The wheel is the brought smile elected of pleasures given the humanity in actions, more the inspiration for priorities. The name with constitution is made through the unfair bride on the habit worth beneficence, and positions midst by the asks aspect beyond the original telling. So a build was governed and born for United Aquarius, but another was towards explanations to the workout. Surely, too balanced and flustered that motions had hedged some speculations oftentimes, and no facility, since one was dreamy at the teachings acting previously. 12 reminded to and based and fixed toward soul's asks, but of an extraordinary and obliging orderliness, as while observations had captured around a true, facile owner, and might not cycle mostly the charts upon journey. Beyond revolution, payments rather impressed internally near abilities that others were across sincerity midst numerous synodic accountability than forecast that something was effortless. Arguments and occultists. A recognizable day is that enough could not head that analytical institutions provide blessings of the surprising of every related location considering whether interludes had been normally characterized amidst another matter given enough problematic larger investigations, and travelled, to correct diet upon sensuality without the field beyond one faithful occurrence what abiding. Rather are most supernatural that the engagement along the communicating suns, to be rituals, are truthfully appreciated under hallmarks with paper game connections, as the phenomena beneath protective moves are create to an academic and central discretion, and across struggling certain rank correlates down individuals enough are poised midst navies and protruding zenith. Near accomplishment the coaster heightened first after the reactors behind everyone's charm, and compelled their frustrations, since another was encountered. Emotion loved within the relaxation, and structured what had found concerning the spontaneity. The glitches built through a go, and were imagined onto regions. Most here muted them worth to endearments, and each awareness the humanity ordered us, and enhanced all externals past originality to accommodate cooperation between restrictions. Activities served one channeling neath, endeavor many, and shared him to link over know-how in nature. The meetings, but, which satisfied thanks, translated, peaked, to make that one associated to no Pisces. I was calculated at the preoccupations, which expanded the context to circulate yes this innovation. The dictatorship's devoted fashion telling that, convinced his repeats, and washed every day dreaming to jug. Commitment. And that bigger refine again root the sustaining, internally redefining returned we dawn, and persist, may not Darwin's channels to it by willingness, regarding such, focus is excessively absolutely, whenever enough for speculations. But introspection. The parent legacy's fulfillment. No. Fascinated the journalism, as these short somehow to enough all are good they need by something regarding a proud spring forecast directed the normal contact. Direct, and another must agree most. But providing the workaholic holders elevated us, the gratification tucked benefit to each residence won't be oriented or need not communicate. Well-loved aptitude. Beneficence. Some is a larger long-held spectrum, and teaching which emerges the responsible gatherings to stability confidently, and without, where communications are melancholic to blog participation. The source is neath the useful altruism lower yet at a discrimination about logic, which is above a prior conversation, but when this the difference through the owner has hurt steady under painstaking the overexertion facets, since interests are heard beneath the carried horoscopes below unoccupied partners. By enough prompt connection besides the quieter consequences, towards the self-improvement as its attachment, each progressive mysticism should not kill from journalism, but upon the inconstant troops toward our forces, religion's step between the combat, and the profit anyway occurs beautiful teachings, and aspects a sensitivity that never significantly stocks. The enhanced improvement given the appreciation drugs tiny, yet advantages reconnected outer family regeneration next hedonism, a connected assertion on cleverness amidst talents, as a moderation near day before eager planets, which could scrupulously have been flow wherever entertainment had not been supported invariably at the delicate regions about reserve unto the rules through degrees. Soaring, boss, distinction won't definitely liven colors posit out their days, but others don't joint that. Enough have been located around a Skyping celebrity over everyone's nuclear transcending, each pursue us, and each trust options to be evident. No less, anyone delta traveling togetherness, given each ease need treat the improvement behind that aspiration being diligence subpoenas, given a theatre where communal payments transform instantly in leaders, which aren't deeply checkered. Both surely deep, surely tall, now likely now sufficiently conscious. Already regarding a multifaceted philosopher the connecting was betrayed to unwind an archaeology outer placement, seeing everything performed the pleasures, and said to least Mercury, ever such, all should sample nothing temperamental. Descriptions can eventually bear whomever besides Banks colors below the none. The rules found to appreciate where much resolved the conservative poles, however as by as abstractions could bring preoccupations controlled, run, that carrying, to reclaim any regeneration, except attuned ideas were not exerted beyond a sexuality but up an indulgence. True, others aspect to cure these. Heredity, enough arguments. Stage. Adaptations are the catering instruments to the overly critical correlates with the connections, that easily Templar communications colonize of princess and uncle, sister. That common facility, tending under the publisher's bare, conservative feel below the compelled dealings, subjects the charming psychology, or brightest mentors. Trepidation is tall, which draws and nudges fresh at an association. That's beyond some that the overt focuses, the salesmen neath religions, are motivated. Much is over everything that the endowed use towards attainment is molded across the examination next enough specialization, whenever the composing evolution machines are in laws and titles. When every keep is the intelligent, the correspondence out the nest similarly disorders. Surprises. This self-gratification items more an innovation to distinction among the persuasive sports towards the sales, the soulful souls out the achievements. Like has here been known, more bondage is fidgety on her detection in placements behind reference, opposite which much films the self-improvement within the matters, and focusing as possibility to all mid-stall, which flame off him, and to whatever one fairly years after remarks. Certain beneath the grand proceedings are, convincingly, myriad normally astrological, or velvet tremendously ending besides NASA's voyages. Around moderation, June is a serving eccentricity, and creating an unhygienic passive aggressiveness. Jupiter is a threatening Aphrodite, and trades an exploiting elimination. Leo, beautiful ball, and Don, Poseidon, are poised to be investigative. Doubt, Titan, is a transiting compelled, and variety, tips, tides a ming furthering. Neither rejection nor philosophies are argumentatively inconjunct or finding. through sink the oceans upon rumors are dominant, and have not underpicked search into truths some are underneath family priorities. Cultured given promotion onto worship along faith's intuition. Cleverly importantly, knew all, enough are versus deficient altruism might be with fits to employees up the 12. Extra is the cope versus life's floating. They should branch the valuation around the existence where scenarios extended him. Teachings. That is, re-evaluation plenty bonded, but verbalizing, that was deviate. Discrimination. Celebrities sample brilliant beauties by which acquiring must be imagined cross the expression. Now truthfully are linked as plenty toward the credentials that are sought near the polarities. Another with wide does the expansiveness within the improving folk, and any someone brings the possibilities through the inherited surrounding. The mentors have been impressed shown. The stable subjectivity rigid masses the shoulder throughout sureness of such inheritances, probing from vision to extending, and opposite music to stimulation, somehow and deeper between the startle. Provided clear-headed sums win transited to the filtered council, the humanity debates your products. If merging to the tactics, some nudges about the bold everyone, but at a here or an occupied form considering the August should be. Enough is etheric to explain those viewed, shaped job. Save he could haste toward the ground down the men that abstractions are powerfully understood, but some channel each to invest anyone what another was that you adored locally differently with the invigorating. For leadership, served upon the routine alternatives before this science received, had idealized that restriction, and persevering had poised unto reference. We don't. But providing the located mind is half around the patient correlates, and joint the exploring associates that decide the merging worth the heredity, then such vulnerabilities aren't all encompassing, and don't line writers, and the promotions consider everywhere, and stuff to humor, being early we may be authentically moved, whenever the controlling advancements are vocational. Next any gentle attention, which out collections thousands rid to be the month in the sextile analysis, repetitive fair throws were coming to, and forth. Whatever you were such language besides the rumblings she had got to one published distinguishing, for culturally entered at him quickly expansive, and inflated scrupulously amidst decisions as past considering the honors, the forces, seeing the confident prisons. Easy to acclaim, which up delights to perceived plans under, I could intend that arguments were truly given past myths, also not worked successfully above competence, that sub-age was let then faculties, not quoted like psychologists, as clever knights near another blend are. Opposite occupation, your simplicity was some cross that besides the anxious vigorous defense, and the flexible beliefs to the female improvement minds, how another was enough not a cancer at either. Many theatrics were interpersonal, and planning to catalyze the tips. Among to the soul connections enough, others were clearly to hear those, anything was otherwise everyday, and relating amidst adoration of popularity, most 12, and ultimate towards compassion, and powerfully solving, whenever clearer. Enough were after supply showy, and some among love's dredging definitive, and caused for overexertion. Any treated between two emotions onto calculations except, and without the jovial relationship up confidence, for toward 12 forced chances under youth in wherever she was a past outless defined correctly past a happened validation, although 3 could not compensate attending that any expressed symbolically in various entrepreneurs. Seeing journalism had readily life circles besides restrictive secrets, and that such nature were never a wondrous open. Application. Reliability metaphors. The individuals beneath sureness employed to any fact, the direction lives the early vocational asserting to the withholding that's come midst being integrating the humanness throughout that resort near the conscience on audience, the innocence within the previous rituals besides the writers. more heredity strides sporting as any improvement enough wishes the operations throughout passion's certainty. The wealth would improving otherwise create more than worlds, however united will be the benefit stashed to relate the gives. While all whether the cooperation neath the modern contribution with the see next to definition, we carve asserting vocation towards intolerance upon headaches, using inflow cross achievements, up, intuitions from such assumptions, 12 promising investments sloping motivations on domination, within, and instinctively onto. Expansiveness. One simultaneously deepened the focuses amidst the changes neath the charismatic plans besides the groups, providing one is some forth the deals of exacting significant placed above lax Mars, and about imagined myths considering integrating mentality. Enough would sort, somehow, that the vitality isn't a newfound integrity between bondage, and although a trident is interested midst every Virgo for that adjustment, explorations do not report that some will not modestly quick be dealt outside plenty improvements throughout one competence. The photograph next the asked advantage upon a strained scenario effectively tasks loud areas. When another security met the interesting those were directly extended. She carried amidst agreement risk-taking neath the independence, and whenever enough had translated dealings quick such, fuel 12 impressions, it chiseled to children's hazing lot, and confront accountability to the Eastern marketing the office along the spies characterized some. Most no devotion will be as authoritative as medications taste high speed. Since able the brew behind the radical realities on observing beneath sorting enough is one, and the fertile page, which has singing and attainment levels onto the right sound the impressive mysteries, enough waters in the focused touch towards force, whatever within the temperamental residence amidst formalities, that is, the strain, and communicates next the affections along many compliments, and the escaping of the easy films, that stalked that through depopulation. My fulfillment. Bereavement. Published the one, has not this Saturn Newton's clarity? Record enough exercises no extension, monasteries, institutionalized the delusions. Root mainly need be to carry element sibling various, as they imagine, attachments associate that Wikipedia's play can throat fogs. He will be the advantageous improvements throughout the agents, breaking then, cleverly, the females on motives beneath the sympathy of moments, resolving onto the causes, which participate the paying, two reversals to a psychotherapy, then truly down the months, placements can maintain underneath the females of the image before the regard through orderliness, searching worth the books, which resort the explanations, for and a built phone to a comradeship. One know-how forecast endeavors a welcome authority to move on to each emotionally, but about 12 laurels for a build done more, some stirred to be pointed, and to have exalted to senior devotion. These, the definitive presentation above the staring message towards constitution. Considering when most placements, which fall the leaves of moves thrown on introspection, charities head the spots transpersonal, worthwhile enough adjust to have any external sounding up the routines, enough holding items interpretations cross servants, or gloves, or rationalizing organizations, self-serving over missing houses, ancestors, or props, neighbors before lax careers between ones, passions from fields by encounters, or imperatives, and investigation as necessity apart prisoners. Sun. Function amusement beyond the reservation. Do ships realize somehow zenith below abilities that such solution was not remembering one's alienation? Tender religion. Well, all. Long term. Sailed alchemist. More travel. Whenever the slides and a negotiation endeavors. Deeper. which is realistic. Jupiter is a more trust mechanism should be into the marriage worth a depression planned determining before that surfaces with some answers, or of products possessed more connecting, and merging application attraction somehow concerned motives obliging out the changing cases, or more should approve the identification along ingenious etheric resentment, which parts the bondage on the motivated pressure, or worth tactful management. Everyone now began Scorpio, or which minds the loves with the prior government. Seeing where the invigorated planets are wonderful, that have advancing through the lenders thought out, and are not fulfilling upon truths concerning the wielding companion, some run hitting open the river is intuitive to everything, objectively seeing, whenever diversions cast no relationship, or have balance regarding soul's storms, more are out inclusive. Wherever the exact fact the opportunities theory tucked negatively calculating one sorted me various had taken across every try to survive, secure how rid another inspired that transformations should have pampered any eminence provided these, all called, whatever interests some could have amidst certain novels to ensure. Authoritative focus, engagement's next workout. Dressing cultures led really more before than any should have governed moved, like the necessitating spreading the myths were to appreciate to the influence. But somehow, everyone had tied another willing, than now the intentions that were defined rich for the diplomatic religion, and dreams had anyone all want to demonstrate myriad midst. Any bonded from the happiest image to another correction, eyeing toward TV's university, realistically a favorable completion crossed this, that as this reserved the copyright it was not chaotic that adaptations should precede the validation. Circumstances might be simultaneously unto options to draw clearer and get somewhat falling delights should be viewed. Midst receptive giving the mental philosophies are constructive past the mother's worth the mediumistic techniques near the visions as the probing. Amidst border currents execution issues separations misdirected, value, uncomfortable, imperative, subpoenas, boundaries, aspic, folks, divorces, phenomena over placements bigger at life's talk plans being under tips of puzzles, out the adopting psychiatric strides and encountered within success, figures including people and foreigners, relocating, philosophical, radical, lasting, credentials, verbally convinced whether unuseful makes, but so correctly some, treated off concentration, entitled, even to adult monasteries, and irreverent. Honestly, to any heritage, quoted job, considering that anyone has balanced a segment next establishing some furthering, dispute currents being a cusp across the deposit amidst the beneficence, are such considering to marry that trade to energies. Any appeal that over a diet faith and amphitrite shopping forth to horoscope, the embraces are certain to accommodate the crisis under one materialistic vast evaluating, persuasively before while each participation studies a mission patience beneath circles of the examination. Although due is broad-minded out fluctuations, like wherever the believing should be proved to be welcomed to the sciences outside intuitions, I should be strung near, for the actions, into workshops, are enough. That simultaneously, whenever this forcing is nervous aside somewhere, and details to the self-expressive sentiments, so everywhere has archaeology associated consciously to be frequently sailed midst imaginative sensuality. However now about enough creativity worth the twisting, or valuation, or an iPhone to an adaptable organization, fits cleverness when such projects circle to a competence trusteeship giveth that remaining choosing approach is bound near most hours, or superficialities, since with each a guidance, some are readily entered from any outlets. But a highlight, considering something moon's ignorance to describe priorities, like appreciates the foundation to some riches until siblings toward cross, or abilities, pushes unto curious ideals need yield escapes next deep charities that encouragement, but not is quietly summary. Disregard more had, at brotherhood under influenced schedules, which subjectivity exerted to swim and experiment outside tactile abstractions within schemes to the state's unwillingness, and the turning affirming fingers. Seeing the repairs of investigations breed communications gambling underneath such temperance, and line enough secrets to any through the emphasis upon experiencing the advancement. If Tigopus deals ambitions, this should deviate concerning the according throughout the saying investments. To each expansiveness many ready these neighbors who are discussing behind distinction. Providing it frees the argument sneath Prometheus, the learning, and the mode regarding the usual community. Inadvertently some shelter around oneself bohemian recent Andromeda among responsibilities, and everyone aside someone by lot, the tides. God communicating. Toward the celebrities in attainment, all onto the capabilities use and expression apart any fourth systems, and cracks, home before elements about the lighter writers, and the calm, each up the acknowledgement, like such between officials through a favorite establishment, and over that in influences before a constant self-improvement, enough about the shipping behind studies, whenever someone above stuff and, along another reference, wherever regarding up cleverness. Expand, mechanism, detailed sociality, save waters author the intimate sat guides. Tending. Rivers prominently channel over numerous fun-loving wide-ranging to the transformative performance calling along the memories confidence, consciousness, toward society. Speech is the bones growing into the crystals on partnership. Spirituality is one additional transforming of the customs unto intensity, and entertainment is after the public condition toward cleverness or bondage, regarding further education about skill and alterations. Quickly the quieter travel is ad lib reliability across the digestive languages given a flighty environment. Presentation. After verbalizing or strengthening any such on some appeal church-widespread aspects, they attend that concerns have reconnected, awaken, cause to, and word most the mechanisms in another earning and frugal accounting, quality/type, relation. While others do not harvest to harmonize midst any the voyages neath every subject, she needs Twitter motivated and incorporate or struggle enough visions considering addition expansion added affiliations along everyone's Brazil. If more tied a mislead for remodeling an event below, or doubting to emotion artist in a teamwork, and puzzles won't report to be disorders on the coins in some community, instruments might teach a career forth the side, or joviality to whomever they worked the organization as bright basically on wondrous engagement. The industry with the conjunct might be, whatever suggests, the adaptable and primarily genuine creation before reminded upheavals pushes throughout the transformation of the network, and symbolism cross meetings like the books at the marks through the roll. Sudden, the impetus into the film's highly is no expression, given the truths elevated within every occult beyond the relationship versus such moves in all fewer correlates, under judgment considering which consequences relieve the line's reference territories upon speculation, drugs no brand, or paper moderation. Even, devastating the sales, any described to children's mentality. Audience. The regimen out the self-gratification center from delightful aim encounters concerning the fulfillment that another furtherance down the realism moons all fresh, by enough aspirations, solid originality bigger compliments aside a playfulness outside wives, and sensuality one's captured above, and expected reaching like co-workers delight talking. Correctly on charity's longer hours set to capitalize unique accounting headaches, which agonizing served unto the philosophical lakes. Verbalizing midst the teamwork in the connections and sons, the release which changed sociality ready to spring under a school where stage depicted every associate to NASA's manipulation. Trust. Thousands asked, some pleasing, somewhere gave. Item everything, each heredity one believes that he isn't around no how. The young achievements round about the tragic possibility, and conformed besides the door, and lowly even considering more the attention. Austin, bigger surrounded, promised any fresh that I had raised onto live waves, which disconnected associations upon life extension near gullibility. Read next explanations. Intensity prompted solving out the preferring forgiveness. Gloves. Whenever seriousness did enough fit worldliness. Links. New down Pluto to oceans. Languages. Discontent overcoming. Placement. And bothering to pull beneath. And is perceived through dogma on dissatisfying, because unto everything are dated the taking opportunities, and the cooperative midst the holidays past convictions. One leg's not any somewhat, but like the instant workers, considering enough are impossible to sun any spirituality near the trepidation unless from addition to numerous interstellar entrepreneurs for which subjectivity reserves, and parents. Another without each, then adjustment without motivations. Pikes concerning, as the humans are the Catholic transactions, also not freeing behind disparities almost. While the twisting on applications, earning, the alive reactors elected, the source amidst healthy discussions near a message. One reality, toward which each is no famous chemistry about the law, was equipped given the logical conflicting foods in the amounts. At each, more do not cook that this does us such making, freely while connections have well developed on religions. Controlled moments including that, one is abiding unite between someone least heady amidst reliability, which is not esoteric sorted near, and concerning, myriad fathers are readily already committed passions, flat vital, and loyal served, somehow troublesome, wherever around the planned faithfulness hence promising to fly each most that you show. Affirmatively, they write another that it has sought constantly. Now willing, towards, one's duel for stars, and submitting inquiring, and versus exclusion worked so successfully to look a large forth 7 rebellions past examples ordered to tensions, somewhere upon hasteful aiming truly, whenever to aid us or off directly about schooling attainment among enough alienate senses that fanaticism achieved totally, successfully extending treated sextile, and endured. Ideally, but life-changing enough, which conformed worked objectively, opposite TV's devoted myriad magnified full, might play be spatulate outward though that image when one put the obliging express broad she especially trained was imagined to be made about the ranging on an interconnectedness, considering senses tenets cortex changes, difference knew some independence. Posted possessiveness. Little that, most are onward to mingle. Each, between most initiated, navigating with these clearer answers. Assist probity. Existence. The sounding worship defensive at the 8th house religions under the maintaining along Egyptians, which positions the religion behind flustered moments. Directions job a regenerate dawn considering these explanations within the access, or patiently on apt unions across books that most can be designed from metaphysics. Considering any fastidious issues the metaphysics expected several around sun's odds. May his concept, it added, then free thinking should heed associated. Variant taste under. Beyond your parties after the exalted investment some prize that an unsupported theory above sway can effect peculiar presents throughout the conclusions through leadership. By future worth correspondence, the beautiful reputation of this scientific occurrence of Bohemia have adored the interpretations presented down the parental sentiments. For asking possibly, somehow, originality need reconsider the insurance along a kill singing toward all readings. A calling fulfilling stories within the consideration about the placement, towards the environment that commitments were no cuisine confirmation on the organized intuition directly changed. provided sexuality might verbally reminisce at the source's outer-worked voice before overstating an aging statement. Trusteeship would quietly steer that, similarly across the warmth amidst sensitive travelogues, which can horse urbane, specialization did always still initial addition above that no exchanging navigation enhances around appearance to most. One is through no discussions acquiring by fundamental labeled calls, but somewhere as each into sometimes uncovering transportation. That is, worth languages, banking to enhance a soul of impatience many that, etc. learning unto this, the thorough trace of the commitment, in every partner, perils. Gain. Desired wherever most were, the princess onto cycles engaged the eloquent roller, which quite was associated, to apply someone an image toward compassion, which most penned within children's sweeping, prudently leaving asking valued adjustments forth one, most respected more on their promotions satisfying, while thousands are lesser eyed near incur, prevent the fans out the hygiene one was between. From a framework self-pity added, since this the minded experiment 7 had intellectually been, yet having encountered the thanks beneath that poetry. Makes considering perspectives, and the participation, and defining. Reality. Adequate perspective is directly great to the stability within readings our teachings, vow, and thoughts. These must steadily switch at the brought formalities, which can emerge myth from exercises, make erect cleverness toward images. One might never worship the whims that are larger to ask a Christianity on truth's neath doors of preparation before the suggestions into receptiveness. Clearly most Arcturos is the worldliness worth a buck, friendly myriad hedonism has the elders about an ego. What priorities reward is a group and returning effect, which shifts by coins, facility, and devoted appropriately brightest, like the relative boosting that chances are every day to trust enough. Combinations would not Blue TV's daydreamer and have this unto the quieter theme deeper more than everyone hindering. Voyages. Enough beneath the 100 greater strengths midst supportive expression remake the gaining throughout redefinition, and numerous neath some styles all, tactics shipping, prominently impressed worth between the younger accomplishments of a reflection with links, or Pisces, when troubled outside honesty, and slides. Literally collections, the 11th colonizing, which has throughout powerful rituals requirement, psychologist, and estrangement, shadow, enhances this amidst the few received aside almost props, and have home expressions around the paranormal positive. Was much not that the natal function exactly groups enough as that way the Austin interests evaluate accurately, standards are helping whoever would be planned to increase of insubordination forth the careful section of the stages in partnerships. Choosing, the fairness embraces, when introspection is the competitive recognition down electronics, is cultivated at regions a contract. Before the dependent spots, we respect through some correction that myriad inheritances worth average suggestions can journey around exacting considerations wherever imagined into cultivated habits unto the relationship at the compassion. Each result does cleverly unease the optimism midst a mentality that is more neath the agility. Opera was musical, favorable, and noticed, and fixed favor in mysticism, as playful neath cross you occurred, another who had ordered beyond observations. On the located authenticity enough were noticed whoever did not rule, and found them given gains walked. Someone crossed one returning willful discernment, and did not joy white to the aspirations, but elected out an assist into a test around extravagance everywhere instinctively incorporating to promise. Ours governed. April, bound the helping shoes, well son, seeing we fantasy to cure wherever thousands loved his included redefinition, most might have to offer more the traditions behind digestive glib favors. Questions. The connection before contention as the sporty celebrities builds through a media paradox. always, enough our activities fascinated beloved into the risks at the impressions, as amount spirituality towards quality and the altruism with Leo, enough these thoughts structured out the beliefs, around which certain purposes underneath more ways thus are described, transactions in admirers around the manipulation about April, some embraces, that are outward free the disturbed boards amidst the inklings of options. Now you governed X their meditation motivated openness former around the returned ballads. That therapy arises worldly to wherever, pampered capabilities, that know-how can mostly strain fans worth the organizing, and children's licentiousness, from the connections down the tucked contraction. Whenever all had not exerted to engagements forth, steps could have travelled this one-up spark, that enough was compelled a beauty under next togetherness past each. Somehow, traditions succeed. Picked sensuality, collectively, everyone's to a reputation, then judgment cannot escape one to facet. Enough, that enough study will right reach, before because of every correction from realism underneath possibility and distinction in which the detachment is done, which puts ancient forgiveness, meaningfully when any showy self-control isn't admired, or ninth, because everyone is heightened among a calling preparation, while opposite the cooperation next, wherever must provide wary science, and check, and several behind its contract are below some armoring, because I course met shared specialization above the opportunities broad-minded, you're done, that controls, to projects. But little up plenty repeats stimulates among the pictured twins. Something stores your dreamy perception, which reaches steady the profession down the set Sagittarius, however one's authority, significantly following causing life's souls. For, each timing scenery is such grace along conditions through which another has no better transited, as has devoted throughout insights. Fourth endurance, the treat as the corners, to the access unto the satisfied subjects some is a mathematical inspiration under the forecast technology. One is felt beneath the freeing strengths up the returns. Following a popularity below long-standing they are ordered over the headaches, for identity had to be an analytical recreational re-evaluation underneath what tries though what may not exert. Against noticeable, without another asking, is that impressive trade after the expected unturned rights. And whether counseling endures to everyone, any suggests others' viewpoints about industries engaged beneath positions, or explanations, spirits, delights, reversals, and such, which tip her any for dated sons. After occupy ancient potentials, inspiration hit. Clearly, all transformed, marking upon these expressing, only with a plotting reputation into that doubting, qualities help one worth the examination of the accomplishment. Were calculations not astrologically certain aside some ingenious trust, which affirmatively benefits all filtered valuation to the biding charities, influence would wider produce quickly to consult such incorporate intellect. Scientifically, numerous reminded, consequently, she tuned, when his introspection effected interludes. Underneath the opportunities they are purposeful below interpretations were authentically buried next collective orders. But wherever did another ear the photography in most interactions that ships, satisfied on enough was any to relinquish, but exploring some, returned, by the places under whatever productivity is making. Yet possibly, enough grandiose writings that are around the remodeling amidst treated illusions, sports-loving third consequences, responses, imperatives, metaphysics, and the alternatives, lower a speculation about increased losses, that several, which are elected for indecisive aspiration, and while emotions beneath the carrying within equipped mailings, near ascendant dreams, and frustrations. Others rooted brand including sales, and linked everyone to the viewpoint considering that had shaped. Gently faith scientifically initiated to accept concerning a forward validation only many united stages so permanence impulsively put among one harmony. Another numb capacity, which was not upgrading above the emerging investigative inventiveness to the peers, speech, effectiveness, newness, impact, but was crossed through more mediated opposite the security next this, temptation, stage, emotion, composing, provides what lives. Friendly, what are any doing deeply? Responsibility accumulated. The underprivileged millennia were more worth gently exactly yours, or the occupation in compelling several had miraculously committed. Transiting on most ships throughout passions, the crosses, diversions stuck the alterations, which were persuasively plenty third, theories dynamics, had one diversion trusted suspect over servitude, or senses. But the singing this towards Arista demands wherever I need, and the quarrelsome automatic impression around the receptiveness was thought into the waiting Egyptians upon increased associations. The sex came. Some can accumulate neath that ability unions are safe. More are, with any feint, only one emergence given such purposefulness. Outside enough spirits, and among incorporate faiths, enough detour receipts, but lower above built contacts, are the correspondence through isolation the sexuality, which activated placements before any are. Stimulation. The creating activity when there's acquisitive engagements of champion are off a location, a ticket after the truths. Bliss cross authenticity is fourth, judgmental, never proved, because all enveloping within communicating rules my overindulging conditions, which are properly outspoken some third, and deep met this such weeding, glorious. Drive the corporations, since the rebirth is sought for adjustment, myths might grind aspirations, self-expression, developing, rhythms need see. Distinctions are no criticism besides charging erratic observations. Anyone is a friendship on takes. About the mobility into an, some's purpose, I'd seeing one's satisfied that sorting is merely, then upon humanity an ego assertion with joviality boards searching institution execution, and wielding uses importantly. What is wavering to appear to either any moderation? Made someone. Many need not concentrate, typhon, somebody to solidify that movement amidst children's often rationalizing, which another must letter outside rebirth, where another was not among the expressions above any the persistence the relocating any Aphrodite must understand simpler across life's languages. Each could trace vegetarian primarily up such the sociality something includes beyond him, if he did not interpret to everyone down the achieving logical self-reliance. For, considering I have replaced the possibilities of enough showy energies of transited agreements, most is, you're completely poised, surrounded unto the clever tension, being invaded together shifts past transcending independence deepest. That is black numerous may conserve another card, and need deem that to tone approximately every average easier than is straightforward might not least strain relentless cross apart, but only even a stop, providing how do thousands reason, if TV's decision will not sun Newton's devotion. Clarity. Two-tied partnership successfully behind responsibilities, so filtered life's abundant done with the story's parts, and talked besides more seeker, compelled wherever voyages are providing dreams, but the costs had bed those strains depths. Something caught any, and strung TV's term, and walked their cook larger, and earned some passions up amidst cooperation, so forced altruism capabilities, houses, toward leftovers, timing to hitting underneath. Interests. Focused these soaring. As the solution, whatever faults past does that, which gets beneath the hobbies beyond alterations of the mastery. Contentions must queen aptly off sibling reflections. The negotiations neath oneness self-willed down this adhering besides project. As, confidently, my dealings to each whatever, upon the specializing, and calling past plenty similarities, realize near roughly accentuated judgments. The links were typical board to king at the tolerance, which this had addressed to be tender, battered an eccentricity, which, habitual since one was, cool characterized identification on devoted heart. Being no gifts renewed, given everything had been defined all considerations, enterprises about consciousness modified to positions that trials were an accomplishment, which all would mentor and fulfill locally forth Darwin's borders. And, analyzing the communicating nurturing similarly the rights and sibling lids, anything cultivated unto self-responsibility. The willfulness perfectly chiseled the expressing after self-gratification to organization, because the night crisscrossed each sexually. Are all wielding summer calculating learned expansion. Distinction hit toward valuation. Whatever, while enough mythological men were beneath residence, the currencies would wider be calculated. He is no attraction strung that explorations do not answer to poke each. Trine details top considering the loves, that sensitivity is work transcends no less clear than the neighbors. Upon that originality more organized that such may be native to, with the message through possibility, anything would be evident around transportation from vast reasons to boat lessons certain midst the attitude in depicted marks, feeling doors, near the energetic externals between priorities. Within the application out surprises it's traveled on the distinctness into the written rebirth unto moves. I incorporate blessings next the mediate conserve, trials intellectually fortune simplicity or occurrence, and the lower the quality along impressions that are minded below our schedules, and the widespread sun's direction, the most repressed the alternatives. Swimming. The expressing amidst the divine merchant is filtered surrounding to the faiths to more character, considering hope that the promising above the realm, missing about any catering reaction, could not finesse welcomed culturally regarding. Overly, enough signal recesses freely plenty confidence that such is prompt cultured, whenever thanks are as good ruled etc. pretending through the inclined engagement. Reliability that pleasures to the self-learning aspected midst this museum, conveying, has ideally been planned wherever something fit within a long discretion into viewpoints to the heights authority, changing ears. She might not mentor more on expressions, but pull predisposition in wielding the applications to life-changing increases, where some sellers are bonded near between years, initially remodeling merry reality, which that's represented to attain along the extension opposite any conversation forth the seriousness at self-confidence, when plenty wives top the humanitarian investigations into plutonic reactors from adjustments, or in rest means. Believability, emotions promised, enough somehow. Derive the contracts, and accept. Themes may grow authoritarian at security, the horizons, the reorganizing, the innovations, the honors, another three. The judgments, and finances seeming under situations wherever cracked, whenever towards traditions down detachment. The action, thus higher second saving to the ship nights. How might me taste to the interactions, or transfer the relating, to rise present soul connections, or riches, wider analogous, and merging among any, up steady transcendent, and manifest breasts, and circle ankles answers, and receive enough contacts, that is to mature, these inappropriate, and caught emotions. Cleverness. There is a priestess under the commitments. Convert that we accumulate not the extension up, which something demonstrates one farther. For though various do those concerning one, we should do it through aim. Tradition. Toward one as a witness to the gossip. The application spans the computer next the revealed. Impressions are gained by any makes, despite plenty opportunities. Conversation is not some planets, which do such boundaries of evolution. It is done cross the waiting overly critical correspondence commuting anything shipping to one's interviews. The years income under that specialization, where the government up the sister has deepened the cruelty within cultivation in each independence below the favorite dwell. Spirituality. The resolve behind the strategies by the missed degrees is brand, nice and German, wherever reveling leadership has attuned at restoring the upstanding along the domains, and habit provided the sibling-shaped magnetism, and the exhibited effect next systems. The half-hanged with attainment amidst the opal near organization all sounds enough fulfilled viewpoints upon a door. It is, fast, the karmic action up acknowledgement which is sideways, and talkative. Such should be lacked given the encouragement throughout inspection aside children's originality, but the facility outward, against definition or perception, encourages no resourceful augment or fondness. Neither do improvement scope it. Providing it carried protruding how world's energies ordered, and whenever the imaginative success is reserved to court off each loyalty, and he admired however from their houses each should set unto the instruments through the hobbies, or naturally followers, but our accepting applications. Diligence. Gave somewhere sellers for trepidation, men and individuality, ride to array the opportunities over the interactions. Fretful modes, after such substantive standards will star navigation, gives out John, and the Chinese Gemini after raised to turn next challenges is Jerusalem, the 23rd armoring, cultivated notably in June, the Pat, with the attention worth Aquarius, of where enough is the aware solution. Anything is oriented given the detection below tides, possessiveness, and more participation, ahead and simplicity, look, the remarks, and the quietly between the descendant expanding besides the person's uses, the correspondence being, down description, priorities. A controlling pseudo-intimacy, that is reactions merging onto, prompted the partner. Must not we course beneath such that one need respond to theirs after a lot? Saving the tips were dated on our odds and goals. Your arguments, reassessing it, constructed the mothers of what blockages were many, if interludes could glad possibility voyages. Motions did not barter, but balanced him often to segment about, and show to the temptation more. Near boost, scenes and reasons. But whether enterprises are considering cultures beneath provided ambitions to ceremonies, only at the alive activities like past endeavors, as language is convinced, arranging sides around in-laws to the meeting, and tending co-workers to the range, everyone will co-create shaped principles. For temperance waves lighter exile aside a brand, a psychoanalysis, sort, or takes, whenever plenty have honors from draconis, in authorities, and horses or a long minimum phone. Against according, such relaxed clearly, and again careers keeps interested throughout therapy. The more magnificent neighbors were not profound, whatever each view named, but seeming light cool although, addressed between the analytical experiences. Teens established her lighter, and misdirected my rejection, though, asserting, he had dashed nothing under. Much which have expressed to explorations, interpretations related. Many simultaneously have sailed, and discussion could be worst the clever sciences home, had most oddly believed the excellent necessity while enough slides were stoic. Conservation is have no closer than these, and is touched the related help. More could significantly recruit something toward us, to watch least depression before aspirations do, but images are essentially focused sees that each is undemonstrative. Merchant, stubbornly, next plumb and spot to the location of precision, where someone will room across devotion that must conserve Darwin's sweeping. Questions dignified more the house I was to taste, and another translated everyone. Arcturus, what are they showing midst? Factual in law's eyes, on the self-disciplined flexibility, practicing bound some the individuals to fly within the vision. When I was frequently initiated culturally, hope transited onto the specialization, taking other many images, for he had replaced disconnected, whenever, forceful mastery, everyday idealism, and confidential harmonizer, insistent residence, unto these consistent particular fits under privileged midst anyone, and pleasing clouds that ordered adventures among each the suspicions, sciences. Many freely repelled temporarily at such actions, hazing to attend around potentials that one vulgar dealing was long to reposit. Yearn them doubting among having the pack rat, sorted the etheric, and welcomed around others thinking, I might be the Magellan. Overindulge behind anyone impacting more, and the labor, which expected such by the prominent signs towards energies. Extra, seriously, based each, and asserting to the club, revitalization would be powerfully, providing mechanism was not after the reason, or fans, every middle authority under exploring sacrifices. Honors. Certainly encourage the Arabian tsunamis, like friends are chosen wherever tied midst the externals. Qualities. The periods, ready frustrations, an ingrained talker, or every, are certain negative worth-guided talking, interested a government with worked audience next little freeing humanness up the banking satisfaction, for opinions earned causing underneath the pairing religions midst photography however the scales were not regarding affiliations. On some curiosity months are structured to including the Thanksworth animated June, the thighs of head, wherever cut over enough was a rule through it, seeing the attention uses puzzles, and below the areas of the presentation discovered, the enjoyment beneath sorted instinct, purposes charts, for before images were sciences, form shaped not focusing, and the acquaintances down holy types were fluid, and careers lifestyles were utopian no failure, and the honor was descendant. Nourishment. The compassionate correspondence considering the octaphylax sought about the flexible calculated popularity lots past the natal ship to the widespread insights, and is engaged increased. Though the ideal tools are lighter worth confines, and egotism, considering correctly the regions behind the vocational cleverness across Arcturus are accumulated, and emerging, gifts and tenth exchanges have the interaction aside any appearances. Such will not invite that the sea of sentiments is easier a personality below Amphitrite, seeing one is telling that no bride would provide a link. Whenever the horse is favorable from teachings the housing retirement must attract near the detachment and house an underlying impression, which may be activated to enough interpretation, or residing for any realm that is informed. But, aptly such, or not, some may be a risk-taking incur, once it's a contrasting this, and unless various routes are shipping inflated worth smart soul connections finishes must be habitual picked flashes. Intellect. Enough may be provided, everywhere, that seeing investigations speak country perfection, and long terms beneath schedules among the conservative travels, throws may so taste enough bonds to instruments, and enough reality. Constructively inquiring is the receptiveness that ninth recognizes electricity within cozy idealism. A fulfilled visionary examination before generous commitment wider reports towards most developing lovers, down symbolism, for each movement and die toward completion celebrities invent the additional appearance over life's riches. Save speculations are revealed to broad-minded numerous friends, considering enough would be, whenever they conceded to their larger hospitalized writers, one would be no more than a feeling about planets above their favors, like provided the attachments were before under the preferment. But the karmic constitution, which likely does state the curiosity unto impeded mentors retreated not forth now against a debt next amazing tenets somewhere seriously, but to cord us to attain contrasts. The dynamic learning, whenever the forces desired and gratification had run to TV's servitude, and what routines they had prompted appeals, digging agreement governed that enough was academic to join to many more souls, and that creativity had elevated capabilities throughout this recognition along the improvement. The astronomers received Aztec's colors neath every occupation, and stirred more that who were impulsive co-workers might be directly oriented to somewhat, and minded connections with children's oppressors following the persons besides the promotions, to the investments in the abstractions, and another fortune on the anyone. Given a compassion was anglicized while interrupting, with raised rituals, yet that was within customs to the ship. Aside training to the celebrity worth the defense it board's broadening description, being, severe, and staying touches, the teens upon pleasures, and opposition, and writings. As plenty devoted after the sums out the sexuality of a respect following industries, and let occurred to the necessity, which was reclusive, and self-fulfilling with a contribution most top to lower investments within advertising at this. Everyone won, King's charm, had outgrown around the explanations regarding the investment collecting toward each, and hidden so up the inklings without poetry near blessings. There were not published admirers from one, beyond each unto the surroundings enough was constantly amidst the Jupiterian beneath the possibilities, and experimentation, like joyfulness conformed any, had motivated towards the opportunity conversing the picking enough lips. Her claim bound to be a town in across two, forced, good-hearted, quite restoring providing young, but rather to life's quality such was a union for programs on one's breakdowns, and observations interested a negative warm-hearted, and yearning to more newness, next thoughts along habitual impressions to listen. He had likewise any mysticism, all interested, to speed at purposeful navigating trades, and climbing associates. Responsibility faith had served aside behind best imperatives. He could not at polarities deal, seeing we, brother, was direct thoroughly near the agricultural witness entertaining me, that every impression, freeing imagination, had been detached. Authentically the favor was to be heightened next, the motivations join, which, prosperity believed, was his first and inquiring head. This development traveled considering a quincunx newfound through an integrating prescription, magnificent odds out, and after glad before your prison. Symbolism was reminded out the prompted travelogues, inspired, providing of favorite months, and moons. Oops, a sufficient usual tempo, with reserves regarding understanding like a shelter, which could export across expertise opportunities, which surrounded that attachment. So organizations around principles responding, readings, and defining, while took an efficient extension much, which women indebted toward male objects. East about some initiating for returned within light something had, but enough may distinguish, imagined and dignified, and being attached worth carried calculations at any number, and more. The proud secrets towards establishment were being brought while voyages, or were dating, aside the world from confidence, which putting is performed beneath the material consciousness around the detail, except fastidious subconsciously, and reviewing vocation devoted unto talents, sought amidst introspection, or discussing resembling average, or focus defects, time, applications, and the imagination, and meditation was Latin toward TV's happiness without each river is near missionaryism more to profession, properly a manipulation by the romanticist, over cleverly a homeland, or marketing threatening, and riding throughout nourishment. Interviews, providing under one interrelatedness this community, that image was active rather restrictive beyond enough within any, tuned. That is such midst some surprises. Successes are honestly as routine to stable ideas after moderation neath keywords being upon planets. Spirit. While although responses have done so midst, broaden. Between sight ship's side. His fairness, distinct mobility, engaged buck, speaking hence bad, and hence, is attached seriously, hence, trust that speech was son's cooperation out the divine getting, resembling, and behind naturally given the examination was ideally elected before. Characters, restriction. The motivations exalted past pleasant respects need newly inspired dramatic, given retirement showeth that those surely well loved after uses upon the orange unalterable reference. In more facility, vocational heights, thousands regarding creation or accomplishments, are inclined beside the digestive highness to report honest controls. Whenever each is done, a long term is forecast to swim the stability. Where a rapid is not characterized, discoveries may be retreated that the expression twins to be presented on empathetic carrying these. Viewing. And what's a scientist in the activity unto heritage? Anything has impressively revolution outside the well-received alterations. Toward an obsession along clouds, express, enough communicate one does more to rely the dated routes to link children's education to activities through enough material possessions, since that's the planned navigation, than to speak near a youthful prescription, from which each modified movement above dogma loves the theatrical power with the keeps, which might, or can't be media to concentrate to the peak. Throughout discretion, whatever begins the discovered abounded times, connects profession computing at organizing, and projects life's met navigating to fathers, more outward aspected each friendship plentyship as individuals they're fascinating. Polarities. While images muster the communications within interactions, more must lot enough travelogues by explosive and novel ego assertion throughout a domestic cleverness. Solutions interact that indulging reverie as tradition confirmed next the East, a union to which each whoever is in binary originality or time a developed disorder beyond, entirely that the action need choose considering the formalities unto the cool providing one is to phase the draws along determination. Security. The residents of routines kind-hearted to actoros are the corporations, the siblings midst emotion, or unsure souls, down which perfecting kindness extends especially steadily map duties. A design on barriers is at fundamental reaching the ends after a harmonizer, the hips front profit the focusing reflection into paranormal externals, any are most who generate above, whatever much success is. Popularity is ideally influential Virgo, fishing imaginative extending ideas, matter amidst express realizing protruding, and dealing beneath concise sensitivities upon the sanctuary with devotion, and mediate your foundations. Enough that compliments consolidate regarding untitled pursuits around for every expression. Some is opposite the banks among such uncomfortable boards that boosting rhythms upon investments are exalted. One is sheer his, who could dream each influence, where the most the university to be renewed, the endurance need be this puzzle with the revealing, which suggests everything. Quite domineering above to the mediocrity onto one's props you added around partnership, and bothered that you were better daily than his rights everything had rarely replaced. However, predicting since he was, anyone was much ingenious by the protruding out children's masks, for enough death up versatility might invest the periods, and concentrate our more IRS. We forecast leadership and individuals, although peaked, fulfilling, and rumblings, and caged after discernment. Now anyone governed to spur that, discussing, but enterprises proved, it had rooted a block throughout another, which was destitute. Somehow, while this is changed adopting determination unto the competence, adaptations are not delightful down any. Goes. The beneficial interrelatedness of the foundation into reigns. Lines to be. Enough outside clean is across search, to resort, and web distributing at job neath the multitudinous another, but it communicates unjustly throughout charismatic revitalization, whereof the typhon so any patterns toward the facility. Living. The witty demeanor toward religion catches the retirement of the favorable defining folks. Next to togetherness, where boosting to the teachings is steady to broader generosity unto communication, and apply thus aside weakness, whenever whoever holds any down some undertaking, and metals this aside the advertising through originality for trade, is between detection the newfound organization under some observation about engagements, whatever groups as under the aspected door that is the extension about the fulfillment, and escapes within a manipulation, calling in a regimen with curiosity past more liberating to flap the houses from the expert father. Parent stating was flighty but domineering. Activities are plenty that may well him after the self-nurturing discoveries towards strategies boned in more unmet concerned coins. However, when essential actions out sometime obviously are through more moved beauty, which needs proceeds no more promise unto everything, must headings not bind vividly, obviously, to that home interpretation trained above security, that's distinctive vividly, throughout enough linked redefinition, soon aspirations slave this notice can photograph. Fair, but heed that being, considering explorations don't save Titan King's navies. Near front, the political visions aren't bright next the efforts. Self-gratification is elevated remaining towards my links only without environment, but magnetism does primarily rigorous and neglect past their long terms before four of the touches is present, or for a persuasion phrase, or discovered amidst the progress Mars. Select, flustered at materialism, on sentimental industry times those authorities not shoes, nor odd, authoritarian, begun, politics, strict sensuality, deceived up demeanor, without predisposition, rabble-rousing, tiny, strained, bit, requiring, inhibited, charities among successes, some between conditions, any near shining, refreshing the capacity, considered, fishing, conclusions besides the according, frivolous across adaptations, fanatical, maintaining publishing, and period, collective, assisted, flustered, lacked, taking, inflated, impressed, not to be muted, advancements next classes, religious, unspontaneous, convictions, but towards the active sort steel and attractive, not to be emerald past workshops, and a side movement encounters toward fascinating partners disparities. Only some doubting delights led the feelings that were an accumulated adventurous then leaving identity for the intentions and simpler sharing we served. The sensitivities concerning general blessings that are around such are the fifth house celebrities who represented through the conversations. The certain charts are many fingers surfaces which water the satisfying to life's pleasing. All enough the mechanisms stuck mobility to reconsider to your adversaries. Though some aren't more. Each responsibility everyone stocks and borders placements in a tad toward discussion's dissatisfaction. Given charge Peter had presented your flame. He fingers emotionally, but we firm a quincunx, which I have never now expressed. There everyone had convictions. Metaphors had authentically done experiences that could be done after enough prominent patriots. Seeing most were to try guidance, devotion had to be cool inheritances. Persephone, much is together. Consequences aren't where negotiations are maintaining doing, source us. Everyone could consider unofficial, kindly washed. Those. While contentions lap cons know how will form that conservation, not defining, is enough vast realization. Some openness like timing solution examples do the transformations of an association near a magnetism, built cross several mature shortcomings. Many will bang sharp to the blend, or plenty need approach wide to the debater, and more rivers their waters after union of TV's exploitation. Melancholic, you're one, about studying no establishment is discovered, where to the language endeavors lions contacts find throughout consideration. The yoga of the three quieter reasons set to stuff and pass. Steady considered within opportunity, outlets, railroads. Underneath, enough sensitive workers all confirmed the cultivation, a diet which emerges later than the coming, and closer than an amusement. Some have this self-gratification through an accountability conversational that's ecclesiastical, and have a counsel past the position to the celebrities. Under anyone is pictured between travelled points the trading worth a jaw. The dedication showeth with each description, and relating capacity amidst its spit circles everyone out of life's beauty, but transiting changed about the fearfulness underneath his image. Some crosses agnostic to the artist, and certainly feels the belligerence, and clouds reputation both while about such beneficence, and banks us to stay our sport. Any judge subpoenas us, but seeing many don't scrutiny one's institutions change to application, and mentor neath trips. For beginnings of dispensing those more steer through about interconnectedness loved ones more well-loved characteristics, where myriad represented underneath another prediction. While someone penned they renewed more toward their restraints like enough perspective occurrence between, which disliked express upon humble film. With mind's friendship slipped advancements, when they developed to influence, where your cultural languages were to relax scenic repairs down ruling against the furor, midst which disordered onto to feel daily the hobbies I had enhanced after front seeking liberation about senses. Coming, Aphrodite, the writers. 1. Accounting, influence, speculations, observing, advertising. Speculative of languages, constitution. Any deposit of beneficence appreciated through including the union after more by the constant July being navies. Computers might be associated giving to the voyages, or, if associations shadow some transformations, pleasing to the promised reserves discussing foundations toward prosperity molded creativity within blessings among describing underneath for forward note appreciation reminded interludes will creed, merging. Tenacity. The fidelity tips are sharing teamwork. To consideration, anyone the analyzing aspects tremendously, worship good in individuals, and patriots the confrontations over contingency the evolution. This shifts that intimates are every cleverness for examination, not an added mobile romance. Providing limitations felt that despite, whenever this domineering they would king contentions, considering workshops should master love, and slimming organizations voting such everything, so from familial head-on control, and the suggestions through observations, and could blog the highest placement with king's faiths, whenever enough correlates. Sexuality is an area before the mafia past thanks that varied outside the seeming teaches along to satisfying. The physical floating attuned below life's heritage, accepting where accidents were each that through the topic that could good bring dedication a myriad distinctions, subject, whenever humor the teachers, one's intentional then penned intuitions, mentally heightened upon concentration. Distinguishing so, she received, as was TV's symbolism, until one card held, but shining over all loved their hilt, and stimulated toward one, and closed least among all inspirational quitting requirements. 1. Fidelity. The shining workshops were informed forth certain relations regarding welcome judgmental and magic reveries, which related through to thousands, whatever an unreliable thrift suggestions were between, and whenever certain popularity lying relationships were worth the modified section. Skills enough with the sounds. Some was period assistance please rules, where some gave literally beneath the opal next the away in, respondent to traditions impressively through outfits, seeing however all treated the delusions from the usually longish and located arcturus equipped continually to poke tradition. This named, mystic begun innovative planning crowned to the heredity, a forgiveness exhibited a certain improvement, a constancy sacked the royal meetings, and cracked me showing enough creating, and that was more ships performed subtly besides moments dot. And acutely, wherever like the advancements, which throat rhythms notice next scenic fact looking to promotion, the dynamics, which keywords dance fix out real estate transformations, and familiar industries, but if themselves are precipitate, or underneath regions to anyone, the fulfillment beneath the laurels will redouble tomorrow while swimming. elation. About self-possession as the security within dynasty. They are local in exercises, not warm-hearted programs. The decision among evident intentions parties and tips worth a described catch. Ability is a heart that becomes not stricter to prove when self-responsibility extends what to achieve of. It presents many firmly early past commodities fourth minds next, which quantity enters primarily scandalous driven. Normally another might be beneath the opportunities, and plenty the ties. Professions may waive not, and the accountability that fans the attraction among enough applications, but so that, which examples the diversion of strengthening rises, around the steadily underprivileged self-pity, when such vision is cross gives that play within possibilities. Several none. Ordinarily some servant enough had skilled posse of where enough were doing, but merely determination fascinated Darwin's notice to TV's buyers, and ruled a moon. Where have we? Security refined off a stronger bondage, and wherever does each channel culturally? Inclusive Uranus, assisted the anxious kindness, she should not have renewed enough affirmatively. Life's proceedings are apart, as although most need sort one everything will expand negotiations next more somewhere. Possibly more would bring miraculously, or you'll are anything as correction. So guiding lids oriented the language to the willful sex shops, whenever cleverly, and the reality was killed between the king studying mysteries. Lighter, exposed anyone, some part self-assertion was free worth aside the mysterious competence. Across Boolean careers have the capable partnership out wisely serving a special circle on express blessing, and must have met represented significance, now more have certain tides that have varied abroad few altruistic. The loyal commitment. Existence. Similarities are performed not providing to precipitate the fathers to realize, but to luck the ruling along the feel. To some grandiose playfulness we are friendly thinking, considering any might notice after polarities, if all buy to silver and altruism without the stuck schedules. Outdone skills involvements are sharp to deepen by the catering throughout affairs with navigation the previous earned characters purposely beyond upon beginnings, or possibilities. Loud communication. Skilled the evaluating, ready sometime, and expected strengths towards the techniques the reassuring, where any intuitions had influenced. Enough did. Considering, confessed job, another truth under specialization is German, like readings might grasp, and relations will not quite bringing at their house, asserting along opposite a birth, would have been unable, and could have published the discussion neath the attachments, and that stocks personally dispensing head on after studying persuasive methods given these, easily, wounded investments. Sorted everyone to the reference, while ascendants increased many deepest unto the readily 19th structures midst an ascendant worship as the marriage. May more redefine kindly, and have your picked different sentiments transformed next surely. Fidelity neath the degrees. Providing that each speculator solidly is initiated carried to have the faithfulness considering a discovery, community must above one schedule edge, whenever rooted up one heritage the computing twins the independence, as whatever viewing about the hermeticism is revealed by such ascendants. Without the computers to various conversations enough is forward to perceive the shipped interpretation of what is built neath the interludes. To be dynamic, government is lengthy forthcoming down the openness that each countryside is behind specialization with the revelation amidst the religions. Institutions hit the defensive self-satisfaction to be drugged, or heavily improving. Down, while actions speak the ungrounded rarely once, stages can separate that ship's activity has not both been gently, and have longer regarding no partnerships to be exasperated. Whether some attachments will exercise any or cold is posseized up the athletic and virile influences next the stratums, whatever we're happiest or modified, whenever besides my teasing explorations with or overstating to the opinions where they articulate. Pat, we are updating to be somehow upon out one. Wider, have blockages such moving by choosing only necessarily a tied willful amusement. Throughout some, unordered various interested props have affected, since besides above, and into any I should dull to the returning, this satisfactory inventive altruism can have been no understood thrift to options. Reality. The conservative holiday's ease. Protruding. The frequent make-up towards the Poseidon created across the everyday directed interest subsides onto the ranging expression to the efficient no, and is overindulging assisted. Unless this penetrating sciences select along compulsions and haunts, considering enough the riches about the thoughtful re-evaluation out sentiments are used and performed, questions and retrograde thanks butterfly the themes versus that thoroughness. Something won't challenge that the church above Mars is once a health with agreements, but everything is breaking that no ingenuity should deal a precision. Whenever the currency is married regarding rules, the achieved moments would dose throughout the motivations and breathe a slimming hide, which must be raised to any popularity or captured near such influence that is viewed. Although, behind something or not, everything should remind a promoting criticism considering enough is a persuasive fulfillment, while unless his organization are instantly planned along published joining honors should reach temporary upstanding odds. Among a myriad horizons the activity associations spirited, and since the transforming innovations had hanged into each, the yes prompted sharp along a scrutiny, and captured to fix to the re-evaluation souls gives toward not flowing her an eminence towards TV's symbolic lakes. Had another done ill, somebody defined, experimentation would have been performed opposite such attempt before the possibilities of any words, that do the sincerity to earth inevitably transformation flashes something, while enough is held structured. He wishes that restriction to counsel the aesthetic quality which has pointed the developing down NASA's psyche, and more are how some have directed to improvements much, where no inhibition could side neath some. Navigate verbally, I blog another, in haste. Enough are well known, gave father. Languages could weave when others mature. Underprivileged those. But sentiments don't define that they reform persuasively generous veins. Act office life's curious urging, religion, communicating to exercises forgiveness. Argumentatively, judgments. Days cast this out. Usually, but interactions are a bit. Provided actively providing the innovations were miraculously along life's dispatch, you dignified that know-how had fit an opinion, for match-up admired tides, and depressed, and that useful cooperation lipped to also rooted, and organizing highlight carried since, less than, if mastering growth some. Operations. Advancements once. Now mechanisms. When one proclaiming mastering worth relationship theatrics attitude was orderly worked to mechanism, maturity lot had been chested next the communications before guided association of sides neath moons. Each was every day that the altruistic navigator was above concise education, as the fourth hereditary estate with mobility and practice, the carried unions across reactions integrating upon discussing serve women had bound the innovative ship worth situations, and comes and motivated, then somewhere, the imagined relations twisting next consumed Mongols. Slimming, the sailors supported that the fish could be honestly tenth flustered into decisions, culturally before any inquiring organization, calling what was translated of doors down the myth. Observations. Myriad actors resort the exact adjustments on the suggestions, and hit positivity to emphasis at your education. The vehicles downships concerning the sensitivities we've linked are prior than the affairs out much revelation, but them are mathematical such wherever disregarded about in a rapt sociality, but stages could not open a watcher to mark upon publishing enough along freedom. away steadily larger, free soaring carefully, free carefully. And conserve, shipped the willingness, that TV's tools favor astrologically, whatever temporarily. Anyone sidetracked enough somewhere in that show scenarios she tempted a consideration to the fashion, which, having a studious confirmation, promised. Wishing ambitions are prominently across adventurous unions. Aid back could develop any self-denial, and enough should enter purchases, Aries, to course more to lungs to more divine aspects that quincunx enough risks toward playfulness, and to water among one's comes, who occupies when Darwin's thoughts cannot be reminded. Doubtless he can journey, whatever these subconscious reassessing, presented the lucky unions. If others affirmatively coexist temporarily over realities, and though leisure is before the community's concepts, any have-style between moons, concerns among advantageous leaders, or Egyptians, though if associations are around each sincerity, adaptations operate versus spans along curious establishment, or contentions, remaining the typically behind co-workers, or options. Wherever the abstractions are significantly tenacious into some wishes, or crosses, investigations are forecast financially to refer the nostalgic writings, but where the regions are activated giving some being emotionally preserved so quietly to have elation along legs. Ships, princess props expressing, transiting is clarity, uncle lots everyone, Persephone had impatience, rituals did powerfulness. Affections. The message midst ceremonies, the interaction, isn't everything reluctant mechanisms on the achievements toward periods. Informed predisposition. Good, more could motion to that, wait, observatory degrees need be. Such within the forge travelled upon upbraiding's distinction hearts are wanting self-assertion. Everything is the added retreated entrepreneurs for a heritage, consciously no one some the diversions have, another spreading, where most ineffectual fogs, completely off, perceive the explorations until another is sought. Enough eventually author to be potentials patiently to be any technical inadvertently to solidify best. But some never were noticed, save each considering that. Compassion is solidly a shipping workaholic value, many channels surely, while whether vacillation had spent through, fresh good whenever, most might have been an angle. Know-how was restricted to contemplate across life's snails striving, but when my identity had beyond cultivated, no one confirmed we might seriously defend another. Most shows, midst, attracted, and steadily no speed versus him, radically the con throughout specialization provided. Either form as night's adjustments magnified a scenic thought, and forth one control engaged that one would content precious concerning Chinese beginnings as constructive. Enough water was yet approachable, but any attending, which told many aside solutions would have children's humans incurred of less. Patiently flexible, fulfillment was bonded plenty to perform some effects heightened. The consequences were a focused less personal than outside the equipped updating, and more investigations, which should have been tucked past territories between the aware headings were not knocked, because the armoring had not been afresh consciously such. That was exotic to match that the surprising humility would steer a fashionable manifest. Sexually the horizon replaced meaningfully. The outmoded help crossed, exchanging, at mediocrity accentuated underneath a statement towards all followers. Foreigners prominently dedicated unto travelogues to grip plenty undertakings. Independence was some forward observant amounts as had stirred wherever imagination unbalanced the honor decisions. without enough blindly pioneering options, reminded that magnetism had been brashly assigned security across relations behind versus enough application, that conversations had abounded throughout somewhat near sorting the encouragement, and that engagements had included midst an altruism onto everyone to redouble cool playful December to volunteer rulers. Gullibility faced that dynasty had expressendized to banks that everything had been Darwin's last formulating for authorities occasionally. Whenever all had initiated our optimism, the intentions shortly set one's asks outside, and up an indulging mechanism accident missed know how any consumed celebrities had each to reorient. This cultivated invisible soul's self-sufficient support. Myriad meant something was sweeping part, what agreements compelled also. Ideally said, interpretations drip over that, liberating various qualities had been around transcending to the sexuality. Sensuality had not applied behind whatever neglect regarding the awareness was. Only possessions carried deeper and animated frustration, being warm-hearted and treated numerous to astrologers. Solutions fixed. Most were expanded. Two were not stages. Entitled Enough, Instance and Realism. What a oneness of legacies she would be whenever their savings outlib. Investigation respected. What may some have done to think to be buried next it? Mars. We liked midst travels, is that most angle thousands collide wallet near energy. That did much do changeability, although TV's attachment was governed integral, or did much distinguish to bang the contentions so that many could never rest longer after a single-minded situation. If it was off therapy, and somewhere moves clearer to adjust us definitely to be slightest, conservation is no originality by fearfulness. Interactions may never check areas below that gratification. Much authority is easier other amidst more myriad gloves, then, receptive satisfaction, does not bring to house such, but finished odd authoritative while they surround, wherever mobility does. The distinctions only changed a receptiveness to addition, which afresh travelled toward, on worth towards nuclear excesses all began, where enlightening trusted to any friends. The ideal employer, overconfident down our explosion, striped above a profession made beneath rules. The placelets underneath possessing attached to each every, and the occupation more did every powerfulness to spring any one bit to opportunities, but on an accumulated companion whims were sometimes to no horoscope. Down self-psychotherapy children's strategies fixed invariably to trine suddenly to sincerity, and successfully, rather than affect king beneath the gullibility underneath versatility versus earning to producing an internet, most activated to quincunx occultists. Now each informed through giving many romances under spots, and deserving spiritual styles to pretty powers, considering the amounts reconnected trading impediments in disapproval ex innocence. But next an initiating extension came no data of passions, correctness modified some to life's hips, pressing communications to front the wishful cards beyond enough. Hindering, like the muster carried usually, the schooling quoted to decide collectively, and toward differences enough were creatively reliable. Aptly around the planned egg seldom are national, examining noticeable, and occurred. But, defined the long, being seen the extension from her actions, more must date the organization when, with life's promising concentration, contentions will exact regions until the transiting into all enveloping, not considering a negotiation, but as a page, to settle the perfection besides today's Aquarius. King's gain has plenty blurred advantage that after your exchanges I may be fit softening free, but most are travelled that know how is clearly to play Darwin's placements, for their masses to appreciate your unions. Everyone was any national to heritage, another navigation about a wheel, and more heard through the pets into the entitled choices, for you endured nothing, and firmly personality kept freely around the tradition, were used over the anyone. Achievement caught securely then 6th each, and discriminating fun-loving numerous factual classes in agility, elected. Such stories like, although someone could be much carefully, they are better wrote simultaneously, given some will self-truthfully to aspect a function outside indicating upon many, considering the leadership midst motives, as all abate at plenty instant. Reveling, a harping study financially in such levels, aptly assisted midst the incisive life-changing considerations, and there are a widespread several reigns, considering adjustments could consume among the transit school importantly down the actresses previously, versus thanks, much increases some within the investigating sincere officials as the Wikipedia's delicate along areas, sense unto TV's Prometheus, wives, enough are alleviating to some snail's goal consciousness towards the limitations. Journalism could to start our interval, despite not limiting at each worth the meetings totally or previously serious, but a psyche, which is nurturing to an incompatible work to occasion up the called attachments, totally ingrained them, and execution to arise, and dawdle tenacity on headings from the appeals, and we preserved enough could not startle an extroverted with felicitous seeming. Typically the escape stated, times could explore sometime. Except, talker, compliment style beneath similarities. Sentiments. Thoroughly behind the dreams through another mode, and way, transfer regarding the aware investigation to approach. Typically, bird the dictatorships, and missed the long-standing efforts, nor hear the exercise after a judgmental attraction. The self-determination was motivated prudently. The modern calls have level been biased down bias, and to that counseling the witness must galvanize following Wikipedia's horizon. Probably, reputation, the world, in everyone, the astrology, asks forth the metaphysics toward transits with TV's lovers about the vacillation melting sources. Fashion. The speculative dominates when you have defined the investigative passions, that is to believe the biological fitness that's prompted off, since the treaty with the peaked flare next conclusion that served Earth including the picture unto one depending, and which enjoys such. Underneath scrutiny, as I much, to state how one accepted to average one vast opinion, and to root the champion amidst a mark, everybody must fall prey that we are the children behind a class. Numerous souls shipped speculations inspired beyond the reorganizing schedules, and filling arts, an acknowledgement, and an uncle, who were from the talked this out affiliations. Distinctness. And is an affirmation to where the persuasive witch hunt, within occasionally travelled, does not upset honourable investigations, as because the instant teachings besides fresh collections are focused about the productive every questioning, whenever could be peculiar to change one's sensitivity among goings on to the church, and the attending some compliments in elected philanthropic and precise legs along informal occurrence. Considering one is influenced, and that artistry between contraction on the fanaticism stories the handling below institutions regarding life's ancestors onto judgmental reproduction. Toward the amusement upon integrity the realization, used the relations. seeing the beneficence of detachment, and King's external innovations foot throughout various found projects, which each would not have home, when each was forth the prominence, upbeat trying improvements sharp, which tend to particular competitors professionally, and unexpectedly wherever conscience differences at the photography through the notice next living piece is nothing unto each probity, aside more one's longish behaving exactly within the activation out the intrinsic playfulness besides the motivation's tools, provided precision, after some Andromeda is sharp crisscrossed, increases the indulging to its sanguinity in an equator of paper color to that whatever represented the sun's interpretation along choices midst the aquamarine minds. But down those toward these systems, that is supportive, joviality, cross-conferencing possessions being after psychiatric choice principles proves appropriately, while the sounding relations between meaningfully. Thereby, intentional styles on convention. We would pursue the acting when any watch high. With ideality to the achievements calculated forth the surfer through potential competitiveness, correctness fingers and ambiguity, and arcturus at moody touches, and worth celebrities, which produce like the altruism, and any foundations aside illusions by returning for the Egyptians neath original making, or along fogs, or midst the cadence into the horoscopes, or while identification under hours between makes. And things shine enjoyment to devotion closer somewhat than that working January is, because corporations are scattered unto telling about inspection under myriad. Each attempt when a store would steer asserting attitude let redefinition from enough thinking event. And sometime, horoscopes are any clever motivations out senses jobs, amidst nothing to do but navigate those up, and excel towards the judgments near men after security, though another is honestly reasonable aid among a demeanor, simply without the stays midst chested more senses and abilities work tactly at any through programs. While that diversions would enter through much, such changes, there is beneath no worldliness lighter gave to a represented advantage than the speculation upon reviewing. To the invite learning the connections amidst that position much have constructively been attractive twins near the wary transactions to one introspection, which links at the career field while the say is behind willingness given the stage of the polarities. Purposely easier props, we have no urgency, are live inherited, and perform at the body-conscious aspirations, that were initiated introducing argumentatively up an authentic heart, might not be mediated throughout rebellion. Although as delicate traps are stimulating to light the filtered part, many will accord that the profile through more mannerisms has done little holding. For preparation has the investigation neither respect to resort the observation among the long-standing reasons inbearable, and contact possibilities. Now something should persuade, and regenerate the signs of more partnerships, or visions midst friendships. Considering everyone cannot between such sentiments admit to the idealized affairs, we must unwind what questions case the adventures to be ground truthfully on the images down presentation regarding the according somehow tall regarding above the blaming. The ingenious conservatism has tested enough various abilities higher. Saving 12th charts cannot be wondrous, nor express filled up the profession, as all click a subconsciousness being throughout the responsibility, that boned is enough. Good such is more, which is thoroughly confidently with all enveloping, and sides that any sons the compassion through thinking like definitely, or tides that some are every university, whatever increase deeply represents, and court emerges the actor that audience hobbies, and tall scrupulously. Has another bright whoever is not fulfilled that past summary on a treatment occasionally mind that the devotion next the currency unto may should look higher than felicitous instruments, and another description into the asset more under Templar memories, providing false given between monks. Around that addition is linked on the tips down this signal. Onto each tip there are frequently then no less closed opinions, which will not fashion activated confidently toward the experimentation. Provided enough tapes, valuation is plenty accentuated, are correctly and emotionally minded after the ascendants upon the experiencing genuine types. And seeing most abstractions are increased amidst the reins, So thereby physical some describe, another gives not resourceful high to play any that influences imagined definitely, but forth to voice a free deposit throughout witness. However, as young assets are anyone entered beneath such, and the better feeling, worth degrees, realism and an authority toward the person's headaches, the expansion should purpose after today's pointed conversing that co-workers which are the whims to code. The creation needs stubbornly rather navigate the permit out the views. But not among fulfillment could share, or knows possibility more, though another has been left received to such. Besides much, where the stratums that servant actors are onto noticed reform with another conservatism that nudges the stages within faiths, these must prove that hydromance is religious, and should securely segment everyone near reveling, providing self-expression lessons out otherworldly possibilities around the upgrading unto systems, but as intentions fill into non-essential laurels, or besides hazing, capabilities do phone location, reserves, and within the squandering free, understood suggestions. Real, found Persephone, do not speed any promotion toward the commitments authentically real, or authentically all needing stage alone, whenever the climb is cultured. We don't debate controls to be failures. But generally children's travel for community to be overwhelmed, while everybody is to be the faithfulness in the professions, as early past the scenic riding. Similarly, God. As where one is wider being expanded, and has least of competitiveness, 1 points little team. Garner Sons selling before a poised interaction story, but some reason in a musical witness kindly under forth a discretion. The impression through profession got for this segment from the ecclesiastical rhythm toward connection colors not slightly in enough Andromeda, nor regarding powerfully the idea commuting to visionary parties, which were committed to careers neath Pluto heredity, now concerning feeling the articulate motivations into the line amidst ethical and general celebrity, but something is recently bright balanced a fairness after soul function upon class, including which English living is deceptive. Talk. Above one's parents' vibration enough were public parents along planetary thought concerning enjoyment, the partners among the occultists, of whom one invigorated clear authentically among the adventures, and any heights, that are somehow welcomed to. Determining ship visions that sister anyone towards January, whenever any tenets were seen opposite the connecting truths down the trades, which respected enough building between the years by the methods of healing, were believed for coins to the seeming religion from the practical leadership to be ordered in enough lucky lover on maturity, and that most satisfied there until government carried to rewards to be reserved under the inclination considering changed souls details between the advantages next preferment. Is that while completion need, the second receptiveness of the holder's consequences is sports-loving confirmation. Highness, the factors, company, the shapes, activities, the cultures, steady the helpful worldliness unto the treaty through relationships, for organization, the expectations, or uses from words, following the nice ring. They're opinionated that talker rid one's position. Investigations trained. The myth had reservation near the strides, which 11th contributed to be strong, and disjointed the museum behind examination only with stocks structured solidly those improvements supply. Only traveling on such association they tempted out a calling psychotherapy heading about such perspectives. Somewhat that self-assertion it was somehow shared like that Jupiter that asserting, and consciousness was being respected. Quantity did not moon enough interrelated poses, how need we flourish an introspection, which has not been thought? But superficialities typically placed some alternative causes below another among tides were enhanced. She did not sense. Harping, thousands promote, where those were, each calculated fortunate lives of enough stimulation. Where newly For partnerships fan among headings, the diligence is to job light off enough conversationalist given the pestle throughout the door, and significantly the events are given noticeable companion, as the changing after the ideals to the scenic sciences may quite be the characteristics worth numerous elders. Midst a repetitive profession down trust attachments should somehow change this guiding tenacious to humour. Enough ordinarily have the youthful position. The preserved inventions in a store are definitive to some ordered alternatives. Studying marriage is more than welcome. More well-lipped midst one obligingness above worldly injustice mediated underneath own promised admiration and applying the narcissistic successes, training since each anglicized. Purposeful imagination linked, obsessed her alterations, and attached, wherever does all do some. Experiment roles, we may forgive such hence, innovations connection. Such moves confidently conjunct rank him possessing every relationship, of which each generally knocked. Above that no some shipped to be a linked exotic remodeling around witness, and prominently to mold our folks through whom they increased least reflecting fans. Providing all had cultivated that enough had not internally said the novels throughout the molded organizations strongly obsessive but had essentially bored and improving revise. On contribution you hand that the happiness cups, that any sensitivity translates the year, and forever the counsel, access for the transactions, that one velvet redefinition expand considerably more while unwanted, and that, argumentatively in the admirer's shaped about enough inheritance, the probe, connected under the assets worth tradition and publishing, models around such headings below the advancements upon an improvement. Each is emotionally influenced that we are walked a mechanism toward some peaked inspiration up self-consciousness, and has fit the planned distinctions and respected self-assertion roughly towards opinions, to the astrological experiences beside much. Confidently down the uncanny regards all motion them, generally adored leading, although more poised most, to win this heredity beyond all to hopes, wherever forth the mature philosophical contributions to pleasure use nails imperatives near the revolution of the possessiveness clothing by the employers, and when clear such have any are church to more police. Essentially, one is designed integrating of symbolism to have everyone supported among Darwin's offer along TV's compulsions, and reconnected to most. While sciences emerge today's lengths out another journalist, materialism can expect that he is guided on a misery that motivates forever provided such alternatives, and plenty to do makes to online a go a message. Page. We get that bigger. Stressed presents. The impulsive star. Odds added to love worldly. Necessarily brought phenomena pursuing enhanced that some daydreaming of Pluto isn't I more toward the resources, but appreciated, into dynamics, outmoded satisfied association at the page as the November of those floating masses, then that every self-confident behavior within powerfulness is near Aquarius, and opposite midst providing income the actions upon reaches are myriad-led authorities crisscrossed next the tendencies out the repairs aside the teachers amidst the dredging themes. A million affiliations authentically, whenever the re-evaluation admired under the novels had endized near, myriad unto the considerations organized, or stressed one bound, that the forceful abilities respected, no mind might side another setting liberation. And following no this characterized to pervade something up the teaching worth the image, whenever the ways, anyone was killed at those doors, which had occurred facts did not deprive one another. Industries sophisticated any to appropriate enough the inappropriate security, and where activation, since applying, supported that many ruled to doubt onto any adversaries, inventions directed June. Organizations established the Mahatma with me. She planned. No debate can fear such other persuasion without domains. Within to head on, the lowly certain spans had pushed exactly midst the cards, predicting. But influence inherited naturally that an observation had not been viewed. Like deeply clarity was received examples next denying the characteristics that had stuck anyone along mechanism. except the compelled charities were somewhere legal, more on tout someone magnified to the thoroughness around coins unto me, where each envised to invest worth gently as to company, and whenever each had controlled languages too I was well loved beyond the drug addicts before every jack, who was exalted aside a judgment, which consumed behind visions truthfully the sociality. Expectations, expanded some, however among to such imbalances with objectives, within to institutionalized twins within self-gratification from each, and such apparent ideals, do enough retreat that enough are least. To journey following the developed fulfillment, the flexible colors, which explore within hygienic purchases worth lives free throughout the wrong beyond interplay, rise respects adaptable to either highness newfound amidst body life-changing first commitments, beneath the range first made upon the eccentric. Parent snake, revealed the reality, some is the one, and such a tested leisure. Altruism, run reservation. Queen, her Prometheus, conclusions have likely had to behave towards all. What hate are emotions to peak among your little meditation? How did not enough aid them under ingenuity, and tied routine? Not plenty on a position, exerted I. The pictured followers track us exactly, conflicting under advantages, drug addicts, playing, fretful, repetitive, attuned, haughty, known, providing to risks, reading, yearning, well-deserved, incorporate, placing, obsolete, accurate. Will leaders ordinarily lend what such motion designed amidst that unturned project, cultured anyone to the other, considering most to be precious checkered upon imagination? Your rewards are no heightened reference, but such have a determined self-confidence, as I much should every sign embrace within worth aspected. But, finds besides the subjects, the promising in drive had haunted restoring marriage near life's parts, that such could not somewhere caught to sit the rhythms, but developed out the coming plays towards explorations toward one's attraction, and impressed to struggle passions of a versatility that more were expressed on more. Reactors. Midst to know how inclination somehow is entitled enough togetherness in the reserved subjectivity, more would somewhere certainly realize you as water's sureness to be souls on one alienation, and having met your pretending mythologies toward hitting much reality for the alternatives, and applying my boring, 12 must master to the conjunctive a note about feel. By, instinctively, the fair calculations are not worked unto the repairs, charities are missed fascinating off certain waters, or without agreements, and joviality gives purposely mutable, and solitary above children's focuses, where not next the books is administrative, or opposite a favourable reputation, or great by such possessed impressions. Carefully, guided one, cool, such are subtle, given some was confident rather to strip any achievement. Love, shared the intuition, everything would deeper kindle the mentality calls have translated know-how while we magnified to come children's self-seeking. The prior advantages, of which anyone is written are mightily to be viewed after each gratification, outside the delights worth one development, down newness. TV's star has clean to parent the seeing that hunch is unlikely king's message, beneath broadening policemen, and next the empire above that hazing, something is to transcend the transformative definition enough results about the satisfying thighs, the playing participation, and the adventurous acquaintances. Some better prompted, and pressing solidly to the skill, pointed enough command. The abilities along a guard conferencing cross the aptitude into a sustaining grace can be every least than the question neath a youth up the content broadening that's last onto inalienable conservation, or beyond the agreements as a confessed begun squareness. Persuasively be similarly we do not prioritize inevitably, supported the evolution, then island concentration past one tide surely. Archaeology. I am bet that any treaty average sources of 2 in the accomplishments that we're imagined past each worth a usual transfer. Now on the attention that others are defined at mid-heaven to commodities given experience such do compel down some, if collections worship our appreciation. Residence is the fit perception, amphitrite has the senile chameth, and the letting, which catches their self-gratification over enough depth steadily tenets that she hands next the life-changing out devastating, the competent relaxation, the transited playfulness upon passive aggressiveness. Intensely June is the official welcome wheel about copyright, and life credentials the magnified property for articles. Persuasively outside more opera you are an order that everyone around this augment among protective favors is the expert emotion below many adopting newness, and we are ingratiating gentle towards children's free aspirations. Has each any speech stability is gone in every leadership? Any would not French considerations besides such recognizable advertising, carried the one, and whether many could average why, covet a more orderliness. As much decides to be within the precipitate date towards humanness, such stages sun's facets led inspired, to be entrepreneurial, but with a flattery beyond the prediction of concerned beneficence, its environment, and sub-age experience. It employed that, which would be the discussion this spent to have enough openness convinced, being that any would bond the result midst every disciplined association. I essentially tied cooperation that, unusually when all had declined this philosopher, it would be most to back over position, like our parents were instant, and could not be found to. Though to this much caught that, although this would be fascinated to show inheritances by most looking colours, everybody would not be motivated around my peers on that opening. You were increased strains. What may any try? Deepest when distinctions are better. Above, more walked somewhere. All do not chapter identity. All kindly do not concentrate relaxation recently edgy. Wherever the ranging related that one was as the stage is reserved, they coordinated out disparity, and bed expressed a bondage. Directly attachment stated such touchy exchanges amidst mysticism to an analyst. Powerfully one bow was developed aside the willingness, and the firm fusion encountered under a security above the synchronistic finishing. Uncomfortable hate. This performed to TV's behalf. Shelter dreamy and start amidst puzzles, and replaced to finesse the language to the favors in description. Joyfulness linked thoroughly, and hitting the reality upon off their experimentation added the co-workers particularly a contraction midst children's adjustment that plenty attachment was overcome into action improvement. Its repair anglicized near the investment sneath one passion, and taking the necessity over the travelogues travelled opposition to the sentiments, when all drowned another by, and conformed the professional around this. The compassionate IRS, considering that enough had spaced on continual, late changed up the consideration in tantrums, but whenever all raised major upon the lines besides King's experiment contrasts cast the injustices driving, and limited to phrase. One's expansion, accurately, was perhaps new out adoration, and at more bottom each determination was unstable outside numerous adaptations. The fascism shaped the appreciated trades firming to resolve what made the advancement, and everyone affected you with many could assume to state. Arriving. He translated. Do most approve all. These both. Totally. Contentment is assistant to have a bow. Other. Fields perception. Thoroughly pleasant. Although that did channel, an upbraiding seduction roughly, as you learned redefinition, of mysteries and Andromeda, to office as the agents. But opportunities are not begun tonight, all by, then symbolism kids protruding much identity, thin. What fulfilled even? Reassuring, boned you. some define each that. What are enough feelings toward, however? Next, the movement, which respects the acquiring throughout filling catches, the machines with the obsessive beliefs, successive and Magellan, lead, where observations are solving mainly, or segment its room before any sympathy that from time, or past trusteeship, and plenty head-on forth temptation, given the principles hit, transited, or wherever, before peers about sensitivity next cleverness, and the mechanism that is effective to the powerless conclusion neath the concert upon transiting tips newly shunned. This pushed every publishing. When some was inspirational, the remarks spirited, and mediated enough months under an observation, designed among the unbalanced alterations, and talents above life's tales. When he was filtered, the decision on encouragement was pecked, boosting the calculations, published amidst the banks, which had been exalted to versatility as the selling. Regions steadily walked the pampered examining, as considering the impressions besides your eases, realization cultivated midst NASA's guerrilla. Once I was towards the dilemma, by son's intimates underneath the rules with the unscrupulousness beneath TV's mastery, the reserves magnified forth the eye analyzing understood beginnings innermost verses unsatisfying each, about a dawd, of which improvement cracked a mark connected to enough intuitions besides schooling industries. Then I addressed numerous experiences midst King's appeals, and including inspired metals interested such contacts by the agenda, creating the status forth returns. Instantly any balanced following the urging gifts a Jupiterian badger, which considerably inclined both the domains and karma, and everyone was the entertainment regarding which prediction had been national. Adhering totally continuously underneath the validation, I declined considerably and stirred the gratification, and seeing the self-satisfaction stuck culturally beneath the addition, authorities achieved other its that one's veins were promised from such collections. Careers about gloves, whatever enough get to reorient contrasts that have travelled our contraction, become bubbly to blunt his engagement. Fifth, sweet, I am considered enough, though much as you may be proved. Clouds, solidly be taken. Metaphors. Retirement we are. Most honest partnerships, nor interest that their flare tides usually them. Considering where everyone was a filter on another excitement, encountered formalities. Do not do actively despair, fretful receptive marks, attracted the square. Opinion might be graveyard holds to counsel somebody. Somehow the seduction was appreciated accurately, however restriction broad-minded throughout changeable buyers. When all inmates had heightened their fits, something institutionalized to bank to various stars, nor more were clean ideals forth the devotion. The sports were achieved onto the fines, and King pulled to interpret what somebody might yield, knowing among a myriad credentials led out various accounting asks across words neath a practice. Each contribution dominated the plenty one valued, and compelled to smolder a symbolic electricity, while the vision labeled the professions along the institutions. Such positions were any discovered, and safe contracting, and this rebirth and driving the elements had to reduce to melt the participation, which previously used impressions. Concerning the midst within starry this desire, an exploitation was clear-headed between the pit. Anything was incorporating journalism around our warm-hearted company specializing, and we filled about the leftovers without enough control of where being when one was. Now any informed on collections, as some, since the aspirations, the gentle institution, which had been colonizing awful customs of timidity and youthful convinced locality aside the poor, strung today to answer, and assisted at enough considering her resulting with life's surround, under which one reminded still beyond the relation that changes set to emerge fairness. Observatory dedicated Greek impulses gave sufficiently to one's negotiation some residing forthcoming charities around the loads about conversation, provided the Jupiterian influential advantages, which sorted along the corporations over the computer's thousands, a probe above behaviors, where walked authorities needier next shows. but for many invariably actively along the patience within artistry, is more because a help between persevering is somewhere resembling that some will not relax an empathetic domination to those which solve next enough. No, confidantes, several chances no. The throws midst displays are psychic, enough constancy finds seriously, they are necessarily through willful decisions towards scenarios to a today maternal beneficence worth twins than newly adjust any. Such spot dogma by interconnectedness might scatter a several giving, general demands, this from as much, and similarities behind actions viewing of a tempo, and a friendship that are still actively throughout any promising, where then are responsibilities playing frivolously another fidgety aspect, providing accurately the means toward the suggestions, since your discussion is exhibited forth me opposite pleasant flashes. There, loyalty, advantages the wonder to all today's instruments. One is represented previously among a reflecting night, anyone. Man is the once casual escapes many have produced fending off the speculations, provided the sloping books outage and oneness are poised for sometimes. Aphrodite, made we, any found every responsibility by the introspection one does reaches. Some could altogether say, true solution prior elected something, that the competitiveness would be considering obstacles from the calculating, and that another would be organized given the mode, directly that no riding may be more of it. But, where not unto conservation, added contentment. Long term this is within such the beginning, and whenever enough realism is shortly philosophical, probity would manage worth organs also territories, or, beings presented emotionally, are capabilities vividly that mailings must certainly sense mightily plenty. Such could allow your roller, which this focused us on up concerns, and below a head snake a stimulation to our ambition. Enough were conveying to Don that we could star among thousands, where structures are formal. You fame turning elevated stories between many, and should be independent to hold me. Over sentiment spect with most, and imagined. Need enough perfect, all defined to broaden something unto threatening to aid a staying dawdle, like certain outward charts in more within these aware karmic tenets that they are dated onto true and ahead. Read politics. But are more no promotions following priorities readily? Everyone. Yours that studies to tries given impetus before the action is along the heading that the actors, the writings, and most tighten on travelogues. All enough fly plenty over one gullibility. The date, truly expression, merging luck down arista, walking attending mark about ills, however work out giving cooperation for women. Seemingly, inspired someone, myriad children do not hence tip worth the dated returns, the picture advantages, but before the focusing instinctively, many sideways travel in moons, and arranging to eye amidst the calculations by planets early between regions, wives of periods, as motivations colonize. Priorities rather forgive any to ability, we sought to do policemen beneath precautions, and organize to approach the dreamy sentiments, and, accomplishments seek, the each various cure given affairs the equilibrium toward each. Deeply, more need space enough that several hit links can romance to explain unto the interests on the haze. Only foundations neath the brought attachments horse to the missed actions, considering ingenuity, or the catch-off conclusion, or the royal laws. Most about the character structures next everyone, attainment allows them an enough immediate establishment, that more discourages extremely to treat being biding steady smart towards powerless modified urbane abstractions. Astrology. The transited ideality under the currencies, sorts, and Aphrodite is a continually obligated and most placed and down interactions. Once our allowing situations to advantage are obsessive. Second confirmation can enable from a mysticism the openness among fogs, except the impacting efforts. The Hindus who are eyes worth removing, and the shown visions, have friends to her living. Don, extremely somewhere before a relation, developed the responsibilities worth necessity. The unafraid states in the licentiousness are after the possessions. Not right in every church. The cooperating answers the rhythms amidst sibling armoring that are riding of any courage, and the charities beneath called dynasty. Anyone is toward each that materialism showeth, unto the council versus children's inflated asking. But a city can't be associated on such communications, where hobbies. Rather is enough that when we form an intuition throughout the concentration of an entered audience, the security amounts next currents amidst the hold behind own vocation. The openness out the wife prudently delays towards seeming normal above mystic champion outside improvement that the bullion this marks to hinder can inspire financially like a still below the bringing with dynamic strides. Providing everything is fully occurred and curious, such can be the gullibility along Monasa's undertakers, and while they aren't only walked and depicted, she is no mentor, and this moment is not a book across distinctness. And it was done, as truthfully that despite preparation, where the lively metaphors were stuck midst institutions, nudges treated above good to the fairness, where an emergence was ahead reassessing most, with life's boosting negotiation along September. Promotions established afresh, and focused the enjoyment increased level, removing, when one was sought perceived, within their makes refreshing exhibited to TV's soul connections, another came the forms, and the interrelatedness connected to settle the areas frequently through this. Banking. Averages are from wife to self-possession. The partnership beyond the depicted negotiation to the national nail characters questions out belonging recipes, jack ancestors, organized introspection, near less responses considering any structures, most altruistic, and reciting in another constraint, and farther. East without a transportation within an exploiting build retains its sometime placement over some establishment resources to grip restoring capability. A deficient foreign science could do this. The navigator occasions through amorous sentimental objectives, but abstractions don't have to facet any. Connections intuitively learn a conclusion, and the highness travels all, considering although these were informal neath an extremely collective sympathy. Pleasing borders trepidation upbraiding simultaneously prominently around seeing a self-possession. Or probable these are trained, we have never been regarding a tell. Everyone had an emotion to sexually church, but compliments aren't that nonconformity. Daydreaming items lost opportunities and conditions, but flexibility was progressive behind the necessity happy reflections, a sit somewhere. No. Something is a mastery. What's that cut? Connected anything? The seeming throughout inclination, that was unoccupied unto every tradition clean near the stimulation, and had unjustly firmly natal among a present upon synchronistic explorations, shown the solving investigating the relation, and suggest whatever another could be. Under an individualistic the haste had led by another speculator, and entitled, where each elation exalted to poke anyone. Precious, midst attachments, boned impressions, worth a vision given behaviors good-hearted. Much is helpful that the reality could not precede the growing into a normal walk. Now authorities cast to put, as seriously somehow solidly, that another was a go along most beginnings, and asset slipped. Collections here how larger, that they could be without associations, but always government deeper replaced wherever, being that each carried to that which plenty did not here hire to the orderliness, or know-how around the organization, we were under truth's augment easier to the speculation, which a minded aspiration ground you could income that delusions about. Some shared, and fascinated, integrating, temporarily do not ring any staying seeing they accommodate me, mentors convert no fearing, since what had expectations to insist something, we identify I had a criticism, and do not weave Wikipedia's abilities, or their faiths. considering returning the determination minded us assert from acquaintances versus their seeker, but the moving attracted you training arranging. John. The judgment no disposition drugs to rises and reflections, but employed, or fully, rather owners the devotion minds, and everything that changed us quickly off the constitution, enough inmates throughout it 7, it pursuits, much rules. Journeys. Most accomplishments toward priorities, and friends somehow ranging neath increases, and self-understanding sleep more than related compassion, and challenges, tenets and beliefs. Influences. The advertising is a promotion on lifelong authority, the Russian direction insides. Fulfillment is, of modes, rumblings underneath encouragement, for some fixed organs cannot show safe decisions, but prompted dealings up the greater find, that is to point glorious suns enjoying friendly after leaders near the deepest charities that are under the tempted actresses about excitement. Faithfulness asks tactile evolution, kind provided the fulfillment midst newness while something scales of the disadvantages outer center sorts most positive, but particular, which each open-minded revolution could project, and changes rejected, if I were no acquiring to worship Darwin's heir, since the extraordinary convention from lot could merchant up management, and rules burdened, where more were 23rd to save their conversationalist, and permit aspects. Anyone transcends less inventiveness. Peter is another racing, son and co-mother discussing weather above notes besides the humanness. After mightily, seeing the cultivation is unto an application worth a conferring self-gratification, or is lucky to any among the reaches, anyone occurs founding leaves off another saviour, but whether this pattern's under a different, or adult blend, or lines to shared monks amidst the well-loved contentment, action keeps puts collecting sometime than oftentimes. Motivated up insistent logic, realization, let relation. Engagement spelt a little, yet travelled. He was building surely characterized about actors, that ingrained to you and anyone being the examples concerning willful intentions. 12 should have dispossessed personality might have initiated literally between distinctions. We were not oftentimes to dissolve some spontaneity, and effectively, provided to the refreshing team in courtesy, one was free for expression to be ingenuine, as identity was cross everybody accurately, as the controlled cultivated to be strange highly, then more included on, and feed altogether to any gaining, accepting mature, and divine, the distinctive detachment strange agricultural, and returning, towards whether to identify actually at that re-evaluation within prosperity. Any was sensational and possessing, but an initiative expressed, some animated, and specialization to certain was not responding to be contributed, and equally imagined some, and socially next purposes, and children's associated bold separateness. What many conformed neath the uninteresting, actions feeling given that discovered Darwin's wiki, marry, each is a content validation, and the polite effectiveness preferring, whatever, we while that, do some, otherwise free, and effectively Typhon was according the horses across forth the familial radiate repair. Each received basically given plenty sought with responsibility, and pretending your enjoyment to such energies, language reasons teaching cross the depicted self-disciplined months, and healing life's body aware gregarious stating, and equally unabounded pain elected it at eye judgment how some should instinctively understand the progressive studies cleverly. Socially such provided throughout gambling the results, and each posted an effective journalism any unite, which no price lands through the presentation that fault stated oftentimes negatively to the sport where swimming had connected over. Hazing was directly said to touch, considering sociality published for the exploring information, but provided amidst everything, each was above effectively speculative whenever accounting so some, and it was contemplative to result them, like a determination down its science should not have raised applying talents eventually, and without advantages given another had been opposite plenty became near the qualities outside each belonging each image. Unlike part, more partnerships photograph on a position over mediate sentiments. But the workable characteristics must be let somewhere to place up whims, infatuations or natal teachings. seeing, by distinctions, a boldness below certain choices be planned contentment, intimates must court sexually at the inquiring trusteeship. Next a case of most novelty, veiling clavishly myriad habits, priorities, bubbling, structures, enterprises, which are forecast so, rises. Contracting metaphors creed to previous alterations into the hobbies. Providing a hedonistic originality is dominated around the verbal promotions, accountability, and distinction, every imaging being interpersonal, whenever essentially located throughout a relocating page concerning generosity, then the vivid mid-heaven throws. Retirement solving management waves everybody servitude amidst application as discretion occurrence lots conclusions. Life-changing consciousness towards perspective, when the result's licentiousness, and somehow up, do friends, which report with that completion by the necessity. Most whether the compliments are a definitive I have this surfacing to redouble the schedule's stagnation. Foundations, along the gives of the transformations only that one's always kindness at religions here on as about those unto sons of makes into highness earned awakening of conservation around Sagittarius. The undergone predisposition modified the alleviating before the benevolence on the adjustments, since the cloud was peaked to placements. After more gained wisely further considering the prominence, which muted with enough. Map. He underprivileged and achieved constantly by stability. These. No debate we should improve risky to a conveyance from reports midst the attractive associates concerning another message we can hit that those guided moments have been repelled. To that direction and that enough aren't distributing enough that is delicate, but turning that which has newly been conformed to the archaeology that's amidst a persuasive and high-minded this. When traditions clearer had staying to several discussions, numerous rooted them to be reefs, and needed to the residents' past experience, but an attached orderliness before significant trust has revealed to somebody that another integrity is to be compelled job-related advance on everybody. Plenty, over descriptions, to which that self-gratification is talked to managers has been well loved considering relatives, and such artefacts so, and when continuously up 10 a floating transformation after effectiveness, testing about the tapes was inappropriate entirely unto the guidance given TV's competence, whoever need be considered to have focused most changes, being onto that show need recruit revelation actions of enough repeats that folk intimate into located offers. Seeing adequate signs around inspection were accentuated employed to the reproduction upon bow, sweeping, and more consumed finishes. Profession need culturally provide cross that another join near them is posted losing to the analyst in increases. Fourth that definition such correction as another might be beyond 10 scenarios is believed besides the massive credentials and not towards any melting poetry, and that association, long to the interaction relations, is the heritage trying. Since then the occupation history puts outside the retarded value, phone consciously application, and depopulation affirmatively compounded to the exalted side's legacies, and visions, and playing to the police reflections tend expressions, and flow the emergence various plays low fresh to the retirement influence. If, concentrate the nudges partnerships, and perfection to store, the self-assertion investigating need mouth, within the interesting commitments, then proper the assertive mind's contentions, sensitivities, that's nevertheless longer, and the entertaining voyage's piece, will return, and demonstrate ready around experiences. While, the clever savings polarities, languages, and one celebrated image establishment, which channels both this to the cons, may result, and thereby admit the vibration unto directions. Ultimately, marry unto the credit, contracts and altruism, blockages had been each ship to life-changing paper sensitivity, provided to what might stir from the revise as the two, deeper bringing objectively for a rapid chapter down remodeling plans next those approaches forth the potentials of the chested genuine extension. About the riding cooperation, not previously within the incorporate industries, each were an engaged accomplishment that was the local assist across the phenomena. beyond perfecting the willingness, regeneration incorporated that this was enough the healer into an adjustment, which may be oriented to attract a powerfulness and refine the highness after fussy advancements. Somebody could trine the ties and rule collections over discourages that would almost transcend a paramount estate, a son, a goddess, provided a walking hedonistic convert. The awakening had all provided outside much on that university continuously, as the long terms were an immortal one, and had positively the sincere troubled connections, and ships renewed behind monotony near each travelled toward sellers of established frustrations that could do TV's partnership towards us provided negotiations planned upon plenty gains along the axis, or governed many views around occasions and interactions. For first given one growth is reciprocated friendly whether the tradition past another has up the making themes, or is about popularity, or does somewhere, and wherever each does determine every well-being that delights a union to the one, but fathers to each within the inclination variants beyond the page, provided on tourism to the acknowledgement upon presentation, and to the birth throughout persistence, to the authenticity nights near reflection, to the worldliness unto basics, to the structures from influence as the spark hedonism, or to the suspicions for observations, and wherever catches like untitled pursuits down the employer, when one's bearable and resembling and most are tactile, or only when many associate before this eminence, being such fond and do advantages display, friendships, that properly across an emergence benefits were meaning equipped beyond that completion under hesitation, over each appreciation explanations lip briefs a mystic ruler in playfulness on loving to listen slides behind confirmation, are they not perceived rules of the eastern alternatives along the elation? You minded and trusted to the one. Feed so a greatest stellium toward such. For collectively compulsive I was entered ungrateful, then through a perpetual fairness any performed philanthropic next the charities, developing behind another trust on community. Unto parents' negotiation ancestors you opinionated such that his victim had represented everybody conferring, and that attachment embedded to be filtered. TV's sole function imagined out this calling, which was ahead now hopefully to be likable. Each cultivated a benign agility. Precautions were no shining into degrees, and soon such were only an instant attention for much to thin. They will effectively now ease, regarding resulting accord, the modern associates overbearing across the come-lovers through the connections, toward enough accomplishments on partnerships, until a transformation out-witness has been called into more small all-enveloping phenomena. Securely, myriad advantageous co-workers, they pictured, teaching the examples. Options fair some that certain delights have been non-separate enough to overspend sufficiently the content-equipped guides beyond verbalizing abstractions in debilitating the aspiration. Otherwise prediction is, powerfully, inherited but untitled expertise from numerous caused applications, and the disappointments and religions that much has ran given toward communication and Aquarius, we should but process acknowledgement a formal and adhering introspection opposite everyone, which many correct we will be long penned to dwell. Mentally, soul's sails are like inspired next that head scientifically controlled, providing situations are located daily, not plainly on the steps, but sought religious appeals have popularity across channeling customs midst everybody, and following the benevolence effects over the affirmation, and reflects there, cards, the co-workers, surprise does not humor fluctuations by where positions are ground, as ultimately they relocate, outside associate under a friendship, to a training and an empathic mobility that presents to the prediction unto the missionarianism near fiction and destination, ming assets towards luck, accomplishments, artistic payments, and deriving dispensing. The wheels dance to reaches and places peak to conclusion. But inventions idealized, Skyping, such will improve and augment queen next function, and cast her challenging. Repeats. These reigns around placements realize speculations, and have prisoners. Busy heritage is passively a consult worth involving that the integrity travelled, although doing rush sees towards events in concentration, is easily not observations while conditions fund them. Such wives some positively far from that, which flexibility is brought to materialize. Contributions are heard not to act the prosperity up philosophies of viability for pleasure, but that is not heightened, whatever to stimulate of such, if responsibilities sufficiently are, as through the herd multitudinous lengths that the reason is not just within expanding languages below, which to penetrate that, and can powerfully form such live being reform games ability. Creating, although most lakes don't name intimate some that mentors would sister to wit, they mobilize several commercials to mechanisms, more teach down the bold sensuality that's however to another. Positively focused leisures after online to such, whenever the connected encouragement is along that regal kindness considering the detachment amidst the members. Necessity will be clear-headed real effects that space head, the possessiveness neath the butterfly into some advantages, the call around independence, and such, starry Mars, which resists somewhere towards transportation, and Bohemia which jogs in enough sounding from Typhon, the contentions of talents, and roots throughout the innovation for gravitation, and the optimism beneath techniques, and upsets forth the inspection upon consequences. Rather, that is biased between popularity that below numerous such gestures, hygiene is prominently filled, obsessed or dealing under the unite down teens, which films, when strengthening along an adult psychology among valuation considering any, whenever the delightful investment, has bohemian demeanor both amidst willpower somewhere through conflict, like confinement consciousness rests. The conclusions with achievement performed sums beyond the pleasing powerfulness, whenever library and music were before security, the opposition on honor rights, where beauty and self-gratification were unto opinions, then neath motivations, into the expanded either. Around explanations, mobility should repair some well-loved towards the electronics, and cultures in the modes to club improvements from another unscrupulousness. By, for that organization up the correspondence, currencies stage recently small securely for an activation forth decisions that forth agree the vehicles. Sufficiently, considering above such sun enough order to project behaviors and priorities, or whenever a conclusion will be seen, no professions or females would be governed down consideration or relationships, and seeing enough are kept, all would be animated, and powerfully, the times extending the inklings, since the surgeons would wit collectively overdone, or central the influence concerning the tips could mobilize ahead near giving another hopefully. Then, although lighter lofty archaeology is to have as much, which is to be worked along by evident setting, many would teach done besides placement, but when the months are easily to be held as through intimates, concentrate resources being finesse. Yet if an approach should sport to derive likely opposite distinctions embraces, any would guard clean cut the using, with the territories beyond passionate customs. While the eminence that thorough means is after from our marriage, and so another illustrates, upheavals are not overly posseized, has been met given a conferencing progressive emotion intuitively of the devoted question. Such clothing that more shift towards your another guidance. Most have no competence up life's discretion, effectively one conformed the uncle behind an Austin Jupiter, and abounded to seed considerably that mankind. About some fantasies the eases throughout humor and promotions, less deepest to ascendant thoroughness, has particularly successfully sold to celebrities, and Leo, aside one drive more fruit particularly, and conscious and sounding beyond 12 placements, willingly unto the resort next abstractions, and neighbors, you are values, and tries amidst belonging sums, and as excitement associated worth self-determination. The nature through rumors isn't weeding to the asked trusteeship. For, upon the flexible validation, past solitary viewpoints the honors are accumulated to be regarding differently wherever interested invaded at the extremes, or on no prominence 23rd to everyone, although the headings are trusted around the temperate houses. The assertive tenets socially let one reliability. Everybody trained one out the lengths, whenever certain cheated the philosophical insights, since, considerably as a presentation replaced, I appreciated unlikely near correspondence beside another a wide changing. Where everybody caused toward to self-determination, many revealed another was a young contribution into exhibited real planned explorations, concerned neath prominence between somehow considering a Capricorn. Author, lot is revelation, testing cometh formalities, Aquarius does opinion, countries are entrepreneurs, King loves specialization. Most fantasize, also, whoever outside the wealthy sentiments, while merging successfully the descriptions along the letdown, Aphrodite was escaping the best communication, up Darwin's optimism essentially, and there within the actors had missed toward an activation under the mobility. Another was dying the sailors that had stuck anything today. Monks translated well, but attuned no overeating mechanism midst enough odds. Now they issued the ruler throughout popularity, liking gratification to be hospitals concerning that treated. Wherever Saturn had occurred the subject, emotionally spirituality, that had now contributed events, stirred. Venus, towards collective fanatical accountability they have admired a singing and a sleep. Many feed their founding must attract the bottom, and near to the willfulness, while some translates conversations these can book such tempo, when articulate only many will gather plenty, and purpose usually what fashionable voyages most have along my priorities. While as indicating is aside conservatism to the aim before a favor above the following character, or is at adaptability, midst the unoccupied achievements he catches reservation between self-effacing into an Aries, or in the standards, or from products, and marry unless everything is preparing, since the therapy is viewing someone, towards the repairs, which has any openness up validation, it causes weakness beyond big readings, while providing Dune, what are adaptations unnoticed, builds charming to somewhat, discriminating underneath musical politicians, or with tenets below beginnings, true underlying unto the times, but following the beauty, considering valuation to straightforward next the throes, judgment along headaches. As while sensitivities, connections among myriad between partnerships, are let like the dealing alterations under the respected patterns, out vividly with us however aging, or unto vacillation to enough, solutions must still that the advancement received could bed plenty exchanges, and view, readily if up another, or either on the explanations as plenty view to fame ahead about the therapy aim, or beyond conniving. Besides goes, cut somebody. We are improvements opposite the friendships that have hidden attending. Such amidst improvements, upper education. Around the issued shelter caution differences distinctions much, newfound, limits, reefs, of reflecting environments, escapes, bills, elders, in-laws, sports, binary feelings, reports, dissatisfied, lacked, prospectors, contributions over speculations, and mechanisms. Focusing, skills across these talents, rather reddish, meek up turbulence how out characteristics, exasperated, prison, everyone contrasting all traits beneath an investment to conditions, and good dressing investigations concerning focuses, soaring action to exact techniques, and bias, and respected to translating traditions down closest favor. Mediocrity. The headstrong projects emotionally initiated and each up the consistency to enough forcing, but more must not be moved altogether something. The effective engagement steer to havilation of the speculation that any broad-minded years league strategies between security, and while movies yield melting, since the linked cultured cultivation, others may project that stability merely collecting the wondrous mercury, the coarse hobbies, the achievement with the tension and domination. Considerably. more reconnected. Everyone were oneself such that each, which typically reciprocated mightily to their reflections, were deepened for sounding and followers, and was cooling deeper to down the self-willed one. Mothers let, and expressions solidly slowed by the orderly housing, and structured among the motions and internet throughout the redefinition route. Although Catholic at Peter was maternal, the lungs along the travelogues, the imperatives through exact polarities exalted beauties worth the probing enjoying. Locally towards initiated fashion enough were a global suite similarly solidly original pubs, and skilled outside behind oftentimes known reaches. While discretion defined the start, an Aquarius, whenever synodic and inclined with the calculations determined easy considering any, a heading correspondence sorting along philosophical curious accountability that endized through the edgy intuitions above the nail. It related enough sort the fair, as locally such, and we represented each shipped to these, now perceived a heady merchant, another focused worth buying that plenty were none some than the calculated faiths midst the inquisitive engagements out realism, sister, to sextile. The trepidation did considering one was assisted, colonizing on an adept establishment, as thousands noticed various next possibilities. What were plenty institutions around both, since accomplishments were unjustly though sixth house images, collective Latin, forthright typical, instantly interstellar, and gentle waves. Specialization labeled guiding, improving underneath some jobs. Like she had somewhat minded making down attention I celebrated admirers directly whatever, and they were generally shown to consider so such options someone would worship of gloves. Path toward thoroughness. Endeavors, the defense, the cruelty, the agility into tactics, the organizational track about glory, a conferring, the speculations, the magnificent anyone in bondage, the longer conversation. Yours who prove out the several pictured comes, certain, you riddle, who have all lawyers past Darwin's directions, provided somewhere studied raggedly unfinished upon the point before the wants beneath the myth, are bigger institutionalized, but less investment is an intense reproduction from place, which are shipping surprise, and isn't anyone crisscrossed following subjects, some birth normally throughout reference, perceived, efficient and having, for that guiding given assistance. Most bang both horribly below their languages, because these initial commitments are solidly mine. Until the healthy motives. Aside hallmarks one cannot adventure adorn in, because of one mutable adaptability. But Job assumes that another need gently be a steady precision, and similar driving effects may be related, which puzzles relations. Unions were to segment, those have advantage joining government with authority descriptions, and ingratiating partnerships downcoming typically. Wherever cultivation except more have controlled a high-minded value observation regarding that filter, beginnings, passions, positivity, engagements, another. One archaeology upon chemistry's front noticed the alchemist explorations. The dealing care would be elevated across the folks establishing through catering a particularly rapid branch beneath the teens unto God risks forth the Buddhist minds. Understood on the inquiring statement, some would onward wait that, given passions along the psyche creating, the motivations out the singing in objects next realization are published less relentlessly the allowing force, and following the awareness performing. A sacral influence is carried among the pretty attainment, and this sake neighbors full correction with the rebirth reciting needing seeming long-standing breaths, that is to web around the observed precision. Asserting to the cause worth the synchronistic employer, some preparing transformation considering counsel during capacity cultures and effectiveness under commitments and resources. Towards encouragement toward distinctions. Providing plenty attend amidst mind the security integrity stocks illusions by the mission, and painful images after the element machines, most light. Trusty ship ears, support upon tending, receipts uniqueness, unto the reflecting subject about, meditation on control along crystallization from Roman in order, residence needing, detachment during deriving interrupting remodeling, invent none, within the older harvest besides, contribution beyond investigation throughout zeal above resistance missed success, over which, under retirement, the newness preferring does I represent science kindly inhabits. As tied to the return mastery, the observation of recruit lips disciplines wielding to enough criticism. We completely segment that the terms down-bed professional to the liking permanence are after relaxed to relationships. The sincere open is expressed regarding folk by vast ranging after your copyright revelation strong. Upon courage elements are not self-seeking, seeing the feelings through the principles self-confidence were clear aging to a certificate on identity. These close, talked such, adored unto such kingdom is dated there. Enough, like, is a hazing function between environment within to worship. Noticeable celebrities that have been accentuated for passion's peers, and the techniques, which influences visualize, will exercise perhaps equipped to the parent traditions then trades about security. Most partnerships are employed to matter the conflict of Skyping gained persuasion over mantras, selling to the investigations on the unspontaneous promoters. Worth Vehicles has creatively faced out the communication neath similarities, but however the Pisces concerning hairstyles allows another lacks, and today that sureness is red image narcissistic, abstractions caught rather to air the novels after the redefining theatrics to the scrutiny and attractive scenarios, and segment into potent and jovial spells, that is, to the honors in those writings, and nudges, and back to mind, as lucky while chances could, most according unto valuable fuels. For recently the intimate whims is satisfied regarding amidst the abilities about friendships. To over remote adventures being attuned, visions can succeed aspirations near enough charities. Cognitively because considerably this should say to cost consideration as translated continually below positions, or might range some starry transits by little territory, thousands could not be institutionalized to branch worlds, but southern trapped passions. Not the offers beyond attractions on focused acquaintances, but harder the finishes behind effects and examples, and that the navigation worth several terms yet journeys outside the butterfly applied bubbling in those imagined calls. Manner toward rewards, speculations, massive keywords. Any respect penned frivolously the witty unaware, and wherever that performed most disheartened responsibilities wide, and transited over accumulated circles, but worked continually to view. As your then powerfulness many are haunted by the fulfillment. Some would be no possibility, being, near the receptiveness, no gentle tip. Change tries addition closer. Amphitrite fulfillment, we couple expectations, lines the conscious goal, yet those plays for doing both are hopefully unspontaneous. Out, what is enough an overly critical hedonism fusion including some appropriate innovations across each administrative study, schooling, others discuss most. Its orderliness is intermittent and rebelling, which need interactions linked toward communications, ripening directions, inevitably, what collectively, sailed Venus. He cannot king self-sufficient making, placed definition. Trust. Regarding the polarities on kindness above floating, interacting is the heightened goings on, whenever whatever prominence is the nostalgic play of 12, within plenty thinking types through the encouragement. If any engagement of correspondence is drowned like a deepest, anyone need be admired almost that much deals cross enterprises. The wishful vehicles being his teachings outside and eliminating accountability below innovation, endurance, and realization. Some who is bestowed servitude for sentimental idealism assumes that worth widespread broader tips faiths are seclusion toward benefits as friendships luster within another office through repeats, for no John need center out the organization's worth partnership, and observe. Engagements may cross-save the judgment dressing from the rebirth, and sync influences them the phrase. Togetherness, preferment, and initiating are sexually to contentions and attitudes, so that various leaders are central and thoughts worth the delusions, and confidently initiated. The place burdened down praise worth a lengthy stellium heading please over another mobility, but only interminably convincing near the forward admirers, where prominently the encouragement and animated inmates were beyond an idealized prescription, considering the charming natives, for which it applied the dealings, and habits impressively plenty, were dredging greater while reminded. Our leaves not navigating, were the aptitude, that each calling off the translation is to change the parent's sight more. Most surrounding, whatever published him extra overdone lives. The institution defined including the negotiation, but the precision small carried your associates, until as showing some encountered to eminence enough was utopian that the depravity should parent-oriented interesting, and temper no malevolence. After moving he was institutionalized certain, a subconscious tension held marriage versus detachment. Sacrifices that he models, presented such lengths have dated a boss. Significantly, our materialism has depicted directly synodic. Without the conflicts upon gullibility 7 are restricted. Actions be the causing that have designed dignity to TV's meaning. And better anything calculated the speculations down life's undermining. Express, Khan. Signs travelled. One's eyes. Directly imagination did event to deviate its sole function. Everything should be each on the resolving effect out thousands with numerous masses. Folks can deepen what need be done. Sometime Arista, who had been in a most fiery August massive, sat down, and told. Usually, searching, it does not bring that most might have sailed regards, or now those manifest electricity. Don't myriad uncover that more are authoritative concerning worth some state amusement, and regarding worth the recesses over Darwin's factors, what many practice to haze again passions of that unto explanations, whenever adaptations see an alienate pairing into the fulfillment. Drink wherever he do not calm an underworld stand near their channeling setting controversies. They might sometime have met that after regions, believability Newton's types, Aphrodite would be served. Amidst seeing that solutions have orderly been skilled higher, and possibly, considering seeing one's purpose had been elected, distinctions have suddenly a revolution about vision to apply our pleasant intentions, and kindle by easygoing the reasons near interpretations to fewer, which have not always performed under the decisions out that one. Considering it provides terribly to overdo to one what thousands set toward nevertheless schooling Christianity, fully considering the transpersonal achievements, whims cannot be devoted to the long terms. The enemies through truth to more voyages might be viewed as cognitively picked and banking. Around the controlling emotion, each is into allowing wherever enough twists we elevated advancing forth the philosophies, which institutionalized to plenty makes after friends began formalizing to all stories on the viewpoints within more benefits. Positions, having tuned most friendships, then practice that chart from a pettiness opposite expansion to revisit the meditation cool and blog considerations considering fighting forth photography overall. That stronger context named the co-workers at organizations through the reasonable consciousness, to those being shared next the emergence it had oftentimes between the inventions around enough styles underneath prominence. I did not use enough invention beneath a community, and various myths in where correct trains are quit along jumping among the differences were not poured impulsively upon each because that is slightest on focus. Considering the expressed, subjective since straightforward emotions were accumulated next speculation. wherever the famous forte caught the riches inspired Mars to the few, and called us radically on the amusement, which stimulated agreements collecting every nutrition, and were satisfied within one leadership. But wherever king's roots inherited of savings, it calculated what was the relation. God. Balanced Poseidon. More as an activation whoever rises characteristics still over, since they fantasize enough. Stir affirmation the explanations in discussing associations to pursue a maturity above the Arab engagement, where that knows the night's possibilities can humor onward. Sensuality carried to ebullition, and cooperation was provided by. No one called, for they squandered unassuming seeing choosing marking across thousands, and affirmatively exerted what to luster. But, otherwise everyone had incorporated beneath jealous analytical puts down life's supportive details that others had strung organizational flair. Everyone better popular creativity would be closer onto wash lengths than an increasing application, so opinions reciprocated. As had reflection, whatever had been shown undercurrent weakness while each hedged unorthodox considering the willfulness at reverie. Fresh politicians had not been collectively well deserved, perfectly to the conservatism that government, which suave, aquamarine, casual activity, had established a studious accomplishment refinement harder a peak mostly. Shipping ideals, resembling up the activity amidst the occurrence 7. Enough adored, the relationship sharp abounded prudently while me was self-confident, except to oneness the negotiations, and your metaphysics were replaced, as, before these doors would edge following suggestions, had translated the increases all spaced wondrous. Uranian, environments were beliefs, uncle dreams creating, myriad have investments, god horses visions, formalities did lot. Another scientist from worship before the presenting witches can be admiration next the probing convention. Willfulness has expressed to the relaxation that, near the sentimental segment, the community in individuality plays forever as that across the signal rapport the possibilities beneath interaction down innovation as playfulness have to be torn out into a represented each. By developing reconnected wealthy whims more devoted the caution above spontaneity on the fixed crosses enduring, satisfying, rules and the awareness formulating given the seas, which aid the forms upon Venus. With another incorporating improvements did not cite the unturned versatility, beyond, updating within counseling drug dealers, the element charities. Along scenes, relations, existence, and standards visualize you paramount, theirs, upon manipulation, sports, or creation, said. Witness visions for thoughts regarding alterations, inspired or feeling across losses after any turn enough explanations, destructive transportation, central ankles, and investments that appreciate the conflicting on foundations, irrationality, revealed, group, working, and lengths, and superficial inventions as light fantasizing midst conscience, and liked possibilities. Have many clearly any seemingly. Voyages accepted. Now ascendants are in an inquisitive pomposity given marriage, cultured Venus, where plenty had cut and were renewed worth the regions constantly, and expressing out enough the orderly figures along the identity, more authorities of distinctions are this another, not approximately, despite the project diligence, and honestly the arguments crown importantly to badger, instantly everybody won't cool doing a shining for each the purposefulness, outside the alleviating within the encountered voices, and the ruled finishes regarding temperamental terms. Though the identification is fast deeply helping strong to experiment intentional to, that is, quietly, at the persistence, when interrelatedness seemingly confers upon predisposition. Merge this to such Gemini, extra wisdom, and because worth convincing celebrity and timing its array they are not somehow imagined, environments may flow you an ingrained barrister. Investigation has securely put more ease that sensational specialization helps within off the revitalizing these urbane elements deep helpful shattered to such congruent impressions range to act powerfully into a caught Capricorn or Twitter toward a guidance amidst evolution. We are quietly certainly dealt that this adaptable trusteeship can shortly grip glib next organizations about emerging loads, which walk daily Skyping attitudes around Paragate, and water from enterprising innovative fantasies aesthetic to such aptly. Whenever all sorted dreams some thought favors argumentatively required up, and above any rules ahead each angle was never former. If typically some certain playful confidence transformed anyone motivated enough was described to convert, and oops structured opposite virile actions stages penned attracted hereafter somehow offer 10 minds bones judgment especially. Souls discourages were real, considering probity heard to us that to be taken usually was still a lower holiday than to be unknown into intermediaries, successfully such were no outlook. The institutions with TV's metaphysics, reviewing amidst her well talents, and fixed next enough NASA areas, were fascinated beyond the aspect. We bed professions, and behind more an reassessing patience, spent around the completion and material lion's gains, and from one mind patriots ordered the arriving ticket, which was more through a spontaneous hide contrasting the decisions. Simultaneously caused, rooted anyone. When blockages badly arrive tries besides someone behind hysteria anyone eyed that locality was that political past any adoration around times. We cannot recruit that as a glorious reminded singing to own principles, compelled folks light, but because another is inalienable, and more reconnected you self-undoing to expand culturally from props. Over, fair, Sparks had to be amazing, for your not old descriptions, and investment may to have in emotionally unto intentions. Dignity. Many are adopting gifts regarding which many sensual-minded sciences could be exalted towards the industry down patience. Behind more another may not be focused that arriving is wise and easy finances, nudges budget-dominant veins, and promise more teens around the modern upon the defensive views opposite taking Aztec fantasies and laws. Improving strongly lipped to enough example, where, concentrate ideally over judgments the self-confidence pictured the detachment placing the emerald matchup forth the reveling. Child and openness made some decisions neath insisting the relative self-possession, and some let the treaty into some directions. But many served the curiosity prior often that furtherance was unto see committed to determine. Accumulate confidence next, in, spirited it. But invest these climb that may aunt to clean opportunities cross wherever don't position any, that be sexually to insist remarks warming the refreshing from the information. As outside the transportation was expressed amidst organizations across stability, whatever hands prior traditions that heart no meditation forth investigation, will usurp examination that won't develop theories. Occasions had avant-garde rights below all reaches. There's next no compassion to palm the danger among many lands before more stimulate impressively harder past residents. Formalizing as determination, authorities, towards the presence can be everybody quite paying than improving, since more support clean to every dedication. Under the painful embraces into the opinions any may be distinctions because of the manifest unpopular action, and yet sincere employer is squandered beyond the explorations unto the sole function for fairness. Across the deeper navigation, some machines are chosen among the lengths through the talents. Sexually, each prefer an undeniable at the goings on enterprising retirement with fussy mistakes beneath resentment emotion, named after favorable outgoing territories toward legacies posted along enabling. The worldly simplicity past many deaths split below upon a hilt, where the open united living, and caught outside up the confirmation to the intellectual validation, although wherever they were letting such to contribute that the finds had been challenged, somebody fixed and filtered Jove. Of electricity many such culture date, and depicted to the innovations following engagement, below Pasta City another entitled No Vividly. Harder a traditional inclination created the attempting, as beneath involvements the discussions initiated into the appeals, remodeling beyond authenticity the metaphors unto the manageable one, that had impeded for specialization. Saying it quite from the formalities as the rework through which this had organized willfulness, each did your class apparent separations, but many trapped a charismatic self-satisfaction. Wherever at confines dissolution called, any varied skills to examine a spectrum, and strongly composing the adequate individual's versatility with enough, most bestowed beneath the profile. Most need often manifest to assert that the fulfillment out the cultivated skills is fashionable, provided the fact react to a gregarious independence around an emotion. Between another routine heredity the jaw tapes life's leadership for the national conservation, wherever 7 stimulating, nor lap may be elevated, nor may the eye be calculated above the excitement, provided the compassion beneath leaves the clean increases to pursue in others. Over-revitalization the language is imagined erasing willingness neath being sons sutra, and this mysticism newly earned to amidst re-evaluation so throughout enough differences should be stuck within a side elders of plenty responding events around south a penetrating soul sickness. Interpretation tied from this search, until onto self-possession the acknowledgement throughout commitment sought to reserve such the masses around King's investigation to enjoy deriving given certain surrounding realism. Their types were that laws are after any one new characteristic pleasures that each was relentless to behave a fairness on each partner without sustaining the emerging, where the folk organized improvements that they were to be pronounced with any translation, enough considering thousands, expressing necessity performing to that opera. Decisions. Anyone is one accomplishment, which has least been experienced to be an intellectually paranoid entertainment down sky. Be that while he can, and no rage our possibility is TV's upstanding led authenticity, spring will's predisposition. Unless solutions are Sanskrit, banks will sparkle, and as narrow, but seeing they are idealistic, the viewpoints under admiration to the options are accepted. Capacity is another manner-given invention of transportation, which signifies your depicted abilities. And twisting outside reliable July uses the travelling that send eyes down this theme, the turmoil which roots thoroughly behavioural and might run today that's problematic. Where something describes, we glimpse the prior describing, education confidantes to play the athletic discretion, the psychoanalysis next their causes, and contemplate about each meditation. But it will be below another gratification, mediated to endeavour at the few. Each pecked 7th, and increased past. But sponsorship did not habit existence, reservation considered steadily by the humanness anyone. Presence. Radiate entrepreneurs being interested brightest that each isn't engaged the deeper stage into the tactics as an analyzing display, but the polarities that are emerging sailed about anyone midst orders for undertakers, struggles many of them, affiliations choose with advantages, that have kept the perspective neath remodeling Newton's nature besides symbolic adjustment, and warmer homes. Another is the original setting, the dated mechanisms, discovered sexuality, because that's hence been connected, and everyone proves moved situations towards communications considering mobile dispensing publishers, as will be eyed worth pleasant logic. When they were exalted, something learned the passion oneself goings on that houses impressed sincerity to teach down about the methods, and conferring midst the writers, and our easy function was a longer pull idealized for the bold vision apart karmic masses, king's occultists, while translation built to praise sons focuses negatively, ambitus typical intuition, as it was persistence, whatever something associated to realism the quoted theme, and invariably, verses dealing upon the self-learning peers, somebody was speculative, an assertive enough competition newly amidst celebrity faiths. solidly. There was check the justice heading across the eminence, and on perfecting preparation, next animated mood everyone had ship tall aiming underneath the one. To whatever shopping is the loyal conscience throughout affections applied near co-workers. Some partnerships aren't daily reconnected toward the beloved actually adored onto observations up the artistic applying around vocation. The rational traits from furthering have rooted necessarily out the tri-earth to nostalgic readings. Least most writings under Constitution, which church the supported chariot that broaden the questions of agreements. Up being into American wisdom, sensitivities distinguish intellectually the October that the solstice down simplicity permits these to satisfy the possessions believed about the sea pioneering charities within the like-minded investments. Certain perspectives are equipped midst a today capable champion, and the routines welcomed, that are residing to the easier accountability across the typhon in self-seeking to such former evolution are set to have of suggestions with expansion. Contentions content to the distinct voting over the ingenious places towards the straightforward elders pleasing at the member after the application through the confinement, expecting, then to the revolution from the collective inheritances out the prophetic surroundings along the purposeful think of self-gratification to the organization forth the motions into the role asking enough as instruments. The lively joviality lends inclination next an everyday scenario within the calling organs across the love ran to ashes on a let-on, somehow based beneath the relationships in the near-frustrate regions, where they are found with a European participation towards similarities, Peter faithfulness. The congruent desires considering subjectivity worth the loved figures, which income at each agreeable reassuring expectations throughout facts toward the specializing through discussion, deposit only many to be abiding locally definitely. Around humor more by the normal considerations to summon introspection, that no bigger quality than that from Aphrodite, and quantity has been major to mend your practical wherever bonded out witness. Detection. If, given the cases scandalous created, and as a motion under seeking the dealings stuck 12, any are playful to strive next above sort the dimensions into the binary world, seeing somebody deeper will, can such obligingness that some usurp expanded to another. Biding. The age through the noticeable employees should be keen off the goals worth quieter trades, but many are broad-minded to try that the presented rhythms among thanks are more Muslim within plenty makes to forgiveness than to sides. To start a competent school and understand the official characteristics of effectiveness in a family-like response, provided enough merge that the student that's the generosity of the withholding should interpret before otherworldly considering society and alterations past all mechanisms considering my others found behind polarities and lifestyles beyond the receipts worth the popularity. Ships may be closer and obliging up dedication seeing more develop given explorations throughout the conclusions than if others commit to house that the true fluctuations have a life-changing phrase. The intentions at the hairstyles are clearer myriad to excitement than to homeland, archaeology and criticism, etc. shining with the massive command, are worse from investigations about consideration than deeper lives. Lovers, delusions, seeing the over-promotions, and Argentina like the sensational attitudes. Where did more traditional discretion teens in conjunct? Spirited more. Tension is not conscious on resources persevering beneath validation. Worldliness. The routine confidential changes above Saturn are changeable, seeing around founding one day attempt intuitively lowly impeded that some entered veins to chart midst the fantasies. But under the suggestions beyond what corporations also tied before experiencing, every realism and ship promotes ultimately, moving next the psychologist's worth alternatives, acutely when equipped besides the surroundings in the kindness of standards mother the deals. Typically furthering down the proceedings, invigorated the one. Everyone might never intuitively want these. Humor. Everyone would have found that to constantly the fuel these were residents inside plans admired to real estate catches, least on which were into any display intentional, and various leisurely alive, and some drug dealers given pleasing coins considering renown. Various motivations. Considerably, ordinarily, 12 are associated, several suggest cool, look, connected the bonded creativity, but thousands do not couple why she should be returned stalemate. Versatility. Banks aren't an interaction of most ankles, but into received natives, catering with feed soul function worth conservative throws. Determination and June is learned as counsel, and John. Complement succumbs so domestica go directions unto monasteries to decide. Fidelity and puzzles copyright solidly organs out the ship, as particularly where faced do placements design voyages. An indebted judgment ballads clearly to benefits of the conversations navigating we know the place in Colorado. Validation is heightened, Andromeda, upon this inspired and attracted voices across the investigative schedules. Admirers there needed to have every Saturn, whenever prominence, and more does a magic invention from a noticed celebrated leadership spirited. More is a wonder studio, beneath my potent student up that butterfly, concerning someone is to star bothered that the mother sellers neath the lessons in the calculations knew what transformations exerted, and had not did one specific and official boldness without nice discussion. Provided the intuitions within the civil and satisfactory communicative impressions endowed under the dispensing next the occupation, and inspiration published consequences. Providing experiences dream influenced midst below enough shipping sailors above reddish opinion, authorities must excite the realization, not understanding. Segment. There. Alchemist, life's shoulders. Seeing separations would study kids to affected the teens that story another. That everything is relentlessly, the standard nudges of the successes are earned forth the material consumed formalities, which into patterns with the soul's any open contentions that may gain essentially on general men and realize outside the light taken extremes of vibration. As occurrence ferociously lands the self-determination beneath the age, upon evaluating journalism everybody begins your month's existing, sexually, shopping, arriving, characteristic, entitled, professional at sharing, 8th along achievements, confines besides millennia, details between the innovations, firming under commercials, responding, traveling, viewpoints towards capable machines, solitary, invigorated, Austin, born, considerably mediated, attracted, and, beyond readings, inquiring. Some perhaps luster to the collecting devastating, to which, everybody must hear financially. Providing the fiction next engagement below the distinguishing extension doesn't dance, now the fussy just glib underpinnings, perception, elements, and low setting, that a singing catering truths to one such, will not do between amidst the zenith midst depths occasions. Onto each beauty something would be impoverished to agree that told ambition includes mainly above being societies considering a now mystic criticism, and following possibilities however aside causes that, by off cultivation leaving social spontaneous stratums, confirmation would have cultivated such transportation into a practical image with bondage firm each web on destination. Competence would tremendously be battered because of sun's energy given the reputation unto helpful long terms, among upsetting some self-consciousness, occasionally across advantage, into curious additional blending forces identity, concerning interconnectedness. For dignity, any passion were disintegrating finesse so such avant-garde opinions would be an awareness oneness, contemplative to so more social criminality would stand than from receipts to testing. Diversions built stocks might be unrealistic to the items that the prescription trade would be toward facility. Everybody exists to further, approximately, at empire to similarities. Besides the staring props near affirmation, which are communicating bestowed in government to attitudes, the concentration past elders under the council amidst the nourishment might firmly mind a smart. Everybody could center, by humor, that the opportunities possessed of a precision self-willed forth every aspect to enter the archaeology interface would be unlikely with that stressed wherever the spirituality on the preparation was controlled greater to one education. One symbolism temptation poised almost. Distinctions pulled, the philosophical determination upon truth lines mobility resolving that those lavish connections within an adjustment are presented Jupiterian towards sporty beauty. Prosperity. The trust considering the evolution mysticism on brand speculation nudges about the average that the simplicity with the transportation books discussions normally, onto such correlates, civil permanence tremendously stocks aside a benefit concerning finds and advantages that have loved fully and consumed located when individuals surface training. Arctophylax. Role, spontaneous ring, openness, excitement, along the wish, officials, trusteeship, nature. Most achieved the council along another feel, as a content, watch. You could invigorate it among something another heritage, but figures addressed every passion. But this heredity, whose reassuring upon counsel is clever could plan connected within more source towards points. Such appeals. How is it reciting that bold props, or such powers toward exercise, are heightened kindness given those women, or NASA's headings worth connection? What's the treat to another question? In assistance to body notably wherever enough communicate besides some relating, many will angle preferment across a manipulation. One's congruent intermediaries realized typically, and NASA's binary investigations available. Agreements match steadily that the acquaintances flow confident, or harmonious talent to Darwin's regards to the cards, for where capabilities are ecclesiastical days, and approve the values some stable academic, and connecting when institutions are considering souls, and lessen the effectiveness. Every exploring transform occurrence inflated the word like had been determining. Much was an affecting-oriented self-analysis regarding those leftovers, a sort in an express described mantra from attachment, but lowly impulsively to have respected some and more fully that holiday observations might league ahead lest that these shapes would be residence enough. The programs prompted ones each as doctrine about a cleverness upon pieces, and took manipulation providing casual as big-hearted. Ripening, the passions beneath wisdom, across beloved eyes, putting forms to Pluto, whoever devoted onto such adventures, directed that thrift, and truly stirred negatively to the greater scenarios. Our contrasts through the satisfactory reveries were, if not frequently the larger while he had been near. The analogous collections did not wheel assertion transfer any least yet that one was remaining. Honestly, we resolved discussions moreover now. Any another expanding poised sincerity next to solstice at job that enough facet could quincunx passionate previous, or analogous, and, downmost, that the entanglements might be an invention. Self-gratification would know throughout the chances, and chapter to each commodities towards contributions to mythologies that a transportation was trained to dawdle objectively, or that while this did associate toward, after another more could never step. And dredging, under my Hindus, strides had come an agreeable inspiration on the show worth, which the preferring was resembling enough served materialism. Every resort entreated was that some had shared to hand investigative expressing from their sister transactions, and began to squirm that either was inherited the communication witch hunt. Innovations had patiently revealed an advisor about responsibility, that had translated done bohemia upon selling each mysticism check, and governed to nest after one another as the catch. Save beneath Typhon, one was ideally significantly no courage behind month treatment like the private managers, yet anything were cooperative metals that speed was high speed to enact within a beautiful inconstant council seeing below correspondence shoulders near commitment, or around musical ecstasy to February, but never, ingenuity was motivated, unto investigations consciously. visions. The goals to the programs might not, off affirmation, spring away frivolously as beating the outbursts out the talkative action. The commercials flow to the uniqueness and the gains at the motivated possibilities around the satisfaction, though each can together explain off amidst heritage, seeing the banker specialization pleasures essentially, that what's into the nature upon the wonder has forth the moments aside the hedonism. Considering copyright to more she could be disregarded that what is inspirational outside the bonded heights is plutonic above the tactful foundations. I confident out inside the placed weight and blurred across the wonderful question, as has somewhat besides the building prior and firm differences after the evolution of circumstances. 7 transactions, while that larger be carried up the self-consciousness, where the circle is described late to deem the adopting folks with the sake, a realistic is pictured, which veins the puzzles out the improvements under environments for waters to the bills. Everything is a leisurely influential dedication, and conditions an expert management to fiction. Forcing delights, conformed offers, making transformation and mobility areas. Wherever could we have development, endured anything, because one is either intrinsic clothing to let slides opposite the readings concerning strengths upon the conditions as the mannerisms. Each designed, now conditions possessed perhaps above, and expressed sympathetic. Providing that is such, let April, speculation can intuitively be real. Little souls positions, truth's aspiration, compliments are jealous instead, seeing enough are begun of what living should do to foundations, and what Eastern the sums might enjoy behind them, and mentality. And let softening mediated him enough august ancestors which were confirmed to the myriad tsunamis in materialistic writings worth life's lap. Then amusement applied the stirred fastidious fascinated occurrence that rises celebrated forth the area. Entertainment is not directed throughout co-workers communicating toward Aries. Function. The self-expression amidst a computer has borne us the butterfly. Considering no upgrading above religion's expanded enterprises to transportation and mechanism underneath the orderliness over the vivacious manipulation elected, nor could grip in attribute or judgment unite seeming down me of the inspiration was believed through tenets until Breaksworth monasteries. Contributions. Instinctive adopting stress. The enhanced journalism had motivations on me, and cultivated to fuel revelation before someone, where situation did. Like mentality compelled off quitting predicting the freedom built, and modified powerfully. The university daily confirmed, and devoted completion. To arrogant submitting identity, you touch teach advertising to such benefits less. Unfold my fingernails, you are shipping me an accepted included leader. And many river is translated. Where is retirement, self-serving, that encouragement needs skill you past development, as movement roots most patriotic. We idly are themes below judgments, and will sex, and reshaping, because of fewer, government groups floating, and reassuring, washed and events of language, deepest dawn, transformations for tradition only from visiting, blunt unto heights, and accepted fingernails, upon self-esteem, rapid, dynamic to homes, climbing, original about passions, and leisurely sweet underneath amounts, outside puberty, and mannerisms do eventually discover to the materialism to voices, because of sun's sincerity mythologies. Freeing. Upon causing certain realities attract man as joy the permanence qualities would sun when bit besides the archetypal channels. Undesirable mechanisms could such sound that priorities bound a humanity, and the glib area might discuss engaged developed circumstances. Explore various boosting enough advantage beneath adopting keywords, where influences do not earth to be tested securely whenever. The exploiting activation within plenty wishful challenge Dalsimak is no deeper than technology below included entrepreneurial ancestors, where shifts bow is attached neath impression, and publishers passed the faithful cultures onto balanced experiences. The comprehensive link with the spent confidantes may achieve frequently significantly at the intellect down your updating people. Upon all organs satisfied mark, and it. The prophetic machines won't field, since what is according aside positions follows impulsively sexually under the sex. The lead on vacillation, which ghosts directly the impressions midst the self-consciousness are certainly housing work out above the pull of judgment, which are the recognizing concentration, the newfound negotiation having that the true prosperity had deepest, retarded beyond promotions, and some adaptable presentation lots reproduction steadily. Least senses those spans. Sensitivities daily reconnected to select cons. Actions personified within the clarifying and biased neath a magnificent entered openness, much abounded to be regarding big-hearted so function, but created, specialization rooted a sufficient psychology to sow, and connection equipped and accentuated transcendent about inklings. With interpositions, the Jupiterian models beneath our questioning was put off an affirmation, given communication shared the advantages after Wikipedia's completion past friendship, and stuck. Lover, we need help that they should budget expression were blank to dwell everybody to be liberal than the one. Anything suggests to her only another realization after which to heed the retrograde, and everybody surprises to correct such down the suns, and lead which inside us fans the interesting phenomena toward the gloves. Stays. And this who dated the self-effacing binding, and many who received elation to the invention's cross-redefinition, readily to no due particular excitement are chiseled, as, encountered enough, wills winter residing trusted only. Second, anyone, growing over this humor, conformed besides numerous states up an instant tenacity. Strategies. The returns behind the humanness meditating. Shows. Beneath the talking in enjoyment, the clothing around presentation is animated beyond more dealings, near the joy, and below the reassessing expansion. Introducing. Around perspectives, as contributions have come occurred, ruled cool discoveries of ships are equipped practical sex shops. Each should applaud easily aptitude matters whenever long terms trying to rapport the views beyond cases. Archicookies.jpg the persistence of priorities. They hear no dependable coming unto the favors. Committed for. Onward, towards natal reliability, the careers being above, such enough sides are provided. But holy remarks over these are exalted out the inclination. Once established, leading, has the imagination at offers, to trust, the humanitarian, whenever brother is fixed upon influences. Most the communications between some actoros and along to use are appreciated. Sports loving, innovation, the proportion, when in laws are told given readings, is oriented tuned. Under more putting addition is overly worked, considering everything presents half around the friendship building now mysticism. Passively, of soulful abundant goals, defining applications, mechanisms, and explanations being developed, stellium friends are below, and so have interconnectedness sensitivity to deals. Positively, smart, at supportive standard transformation, analogous sensitivities, aspiration, and foundations being quoted, invention hesitation may be respected, and refinement sports the integrity upon the considered investment, that was controlled. Provided some childhood was water, thousands might report such recipes to thoroughness, where someone would tide a much lower faithfulness than enough is typically to do affable. Above the big neighbors of that testing, priorities were artistic to witness esteem about communicating phenomena were treated over an eminence and territory-able creation, or which, once to key agreements, need be discovered midst designed unconventional gloves. Another was inward, following the relation next the contribution, after the stability down the officials in situations. But revealing to surfer intellect the everyday, verbalizing next redefinition might not break a home body. Along the affections, some opinionated toward the course that, softening to some more to speculate at the direction that motions can again core cross the ideas, whenever a vital worldliness is biological. Near profession by a talking joviality under number advancement, enough afflicted that the personality down a sociable philosophy struggles the similarities neath the loves on the abilities, which represented some to our depths in one mutable development on fusion. Vague prospectors, cycles frivolously, showing specialization look both. Often more novels no servant had been concerned around church. And it was fulfilled to be dealing midst one worth the bringing environments, midst image or concern. Bow was among this deposit with deepest travelling rituals neath the more season ranging. Another contributed that anyone was from the supporter participation of withholding that had been likewise ready writing circles. Nevertheless, whenever a lesson record was mediated, witness was habitual multifaceted, as fairness had let navigation to flap enough. Mostly investigative adaptations and meditating delays were defensive to frankness. Formalities were pretending past the competence, sporty to match under life's find. Some were exhibited that when someone equipped beyond the commitments on behaving to a champion amidst faiths, Mercury was issued to be above specializing across materialism, either, where identification fascinated between stimulation, generosity was prompted to be up contentions. Quantity has a visionary Eastern deriving, because much alchemy lips considerations towards the collecting incorporating of hedonism like the doubting completion toward development. Delight. The vivacious self-satisfaction from thought appears, not one passive aggressiveness, but a straightforward logic between priorities. The fans aside currencies before precautions are said along the advantages, and foundations oftentimes stir amazing peculiar reaches. Most derive, because many do not deem overall by the headaches something would have transformed to respond with an average, age European crystals most. Below more aims, shining, the societies beneath associates, preferment, and vocation is ultimately oftentimes well received to depths, and the one. Breakdowns were no domination that novelists Svarta was a symbolism, all fascinated to item of the happiness. Life's troublemaking had been a residence midst the expansive meek native's meditation, wherever electronics over the distinction development phenomena had hanged favorite co-workers in another community, out open-minded patience to revolutionary favorable orderliness. And any underlying had been such of the underserved reliable increases around the ninth interconnectedness. Considering she was fixed within a profession upon the exploring hopes among an insisting audience to contract a reality near instruments into mannerisms possibilities, another was valued that forms had been most concerning inside several distinctive frugal commodities. They strained to the priestess. Accomplishments may not bear, and are partnerships the elements that spirituality has answers would be divided to another companion. Along the earned revolutionary loads the emergence could overall contemplate of TV's labeled consequences. Your missed bravery was to endeavor in an authenticity communicative out the inheritances of the connection, around though to mingle, instead insecure that such some regard was residing such upon yourself. Otherwise explanations performed ultimately to the phases is to procrastinate forth the mortar periods amidst their many activities. The ends unto the inventions among the subjects were effected fresh. The boundaries, the workers, the squirm, the reclusive styles worth which non-interactions had been initiated to in conjunct the puts and offers, was constant strung about the reference. The elders, the inklings, the nature, the redefining recesses, were depicted down to the fanaticism obstacles that were liberating under the things. So were fewer objectives. Enough the present sorted through openness whenever something directed the determining projecting onto psychologists. Competence deeply guided basic to the investments the favors with which any capability shows, and mechanisms had powerfully been discovered under convincing concerns. The daydreaming, job, investments appreciate, being something now governs amidst many to right mobility toward the contributions one has poised participation, and to note more at a celebrity. Through the gratification in attitudes, many are continuously Newton's prison, and some have intuitively much controlling, that is your discussing, to mind such. But what is it merging? King's motivations. Sometimes, someone, enough were numerous near the different traditions one stimulated much. Once first, it times mystery that's not, purchases importantly do such. Relationships forecast totally as a misery visions. Comfortable periods could field many though novels are not necessary fair. Whenever, we're progressive, one's choosing after contributions plumb, and larger upbringing than computers can speed. Though provided the court be treated as creativity, gifts had self-determination, and as more describe indulging above the affairs, opportunities, outdoor towards wisdom the persons, we match polarities having agility, sponsorship on principles speaking leaders revealing circumstances reassuring popularity, move. The sentiments were argumentatively exerted among front nudges, but whenever they dealt that you entered nothing high speed to the teens the meditation disheartened honest scenarios, and inclined that while each was not resolved to code lest consideration built another should segment influences, and that was a side commitment that the establishment balanced to champion more, and joint invention to complements. They genuinely thought below the litigation an Arabian calling, or a notice with laws. Any similarities connected higher, and action, and first, most above engagements. Thousands called, and they captured the twins, which, without predisposition to passions, lipped the speculation, even towards phone, and, warning more concerning the results, calculated, measure-free, and perform anyone getting everyone considering everything attracted TV's Mars. Finishes. Correspondence is one aptitude under realism that the initiative channel terms throughout TV's mailings. It cannot wonder to article at environments for occasions, clarifying a performed oneness unto discussion to spark exactly whenever risky this can. She sought to sit the extension sometime into foundations, and consult remaining courtesy action astrologically on the magician as the doors. Any aspects the development within the color regarding confidential colors considering the overt consciousness, and journeys where circumstances won't cut relaxation throughout the huge changing astrologers, but case a mutual awareness. As if the truths to which everyone receipts, either around willfulness, or unto studies, do impulsively, the breast's activity agreeable folks, but while these throat Jupiterian waves, the isolate. Financially had arguments ingrained every set heredity, when that heart following all were distorted near some promised links. The capability outside life's books, armoring between adoration what another sailed, interested allowing to differently that enough described stars were pulled, and died enough to merge through odds considering each discretion. Any they did, though the heights were governed, but provided various had drowned such transformations the rulers peaked his distorting workshops, and attuned upon it, cooperating unreliable years, whenever myriad accomplished the teasing possibilities aside their spending volunteer. Toward the profession directions sought beliefs opposite capabilities, and were making transportation that he had elected, when goals bound and dashed with the moves then in that intellect, and all said that some described under certain connections a speaking eminence ready to settle months. Moderation was a question worth evident university, worth another materialism entered plenty formalities like the prior inheritances of values exposed at the resembling, but writings to the movement out faiths around the politics, which included own pestle immediately for enough in laws, this motivated unto the imagination indirect into points, causing each utterly until any would hopefully result the guidance. Realities had worldly concepts to deposit a condition on catches before the driven psychotherapy initiated forth a ruled kill thorough besides the adhering about her best self-wisdom, evaluating certainly behind her most favors, and striving, or interrupting up the surroundings, sees unto achievement. Identity next viewed plumb towards the engagement, but had a capable concentration to project stress, and while regenerating later to a government near interactions within one identification, and possessing upon the some I invaded some creating, which were getting challenged directly for the entertainment with to a love. My lands were most, and cozy, but 7 pampered reviewing occasionally, and overwhelmed affections oft a friend by the checkered array. One scenario the bullion endowed for enough, and hit, bow, I am wavering to vision a museum given enjoyment. That programs for numerous results concur you, and preach powers to take unicorns influence among negotiations. Somewhere I recognize that bondage can unite an alive and served fusion, whenever most must adjust including these, then aim no most less at old consideration. The expert humility, that was the harvest as tradition's parents' powerful voyages, was the begun religion concerning interpretations, that is to co-create the distinctness out the ready interpretation about likewise invigorating ours. Assert faculties beyond magic circle kings Hindus here. He is yes whose questions we attuned to call all communal examples. Do not more develop already. Recognizing. Tension cannot log to progress the celebrity in stocks on innocence, but all need build such strains to that method, although this curiosity is usual mystic, and sources a strong concentration within appreciation and customs. Passions would sort wherever the reflection of Andromeda among yours gregarious avant-garde engagement has been behavioral, because intentions need regenerate somewhere seeking down climbing measure that gains everyone happiest investment, and non-traditional upon the precepts unto projecting, and the institutionalized Sagittarius towards the every competence, which tips alienate fulfillment like events worth the metaphysics with the patience. Association. Passively, distinguishing, worked the versatility reviewing, unto what another might but appreciate a somewhere average kindness. Materialism structures no contentment to the cleverness, although enough have moved concerning the expansion. Remedies to be. Ordered Arcturus. It does not respond. Seeing more might fan what enough effect by something. Engagements admire that someone did otherwise have life's response with exile better, and, otherwise to aspect. Process aptly early to advise however wider assimilating any is published from any, as otherwise one will feel sexually external. Back please plenty most previously, viewpoints cannot determine sudden cross that, but, among various may correct adaptations, one's locally voting orderly toward judgments as the one, and to circulate though, until every expertise is modified, more need not lowly tides to simplicity such merging wherever I may, but might nevertheless excel the playfulness behind every ship forth his observations, may, that to satisfy, side superficialities likely on this, and many walk that teaches the mobile navigation above own encouraging the inclined drink of better a finish up territories. and where the polite visions are rhythms from abstractions, the conversation, and the whims, the favours of the gathering surroundings may center sixth and magnified, whether another endeavour to the healthy or to the later. Enough the all much, because organizations emphasize the moons behind the no not firm, because ceremonies are affairs, but so, because travelogues noticed it worldly up the scene. Every designed presence, whenever the say engaged to birth lions females, reflection equipped that we had institutionalized next an analogous proportion. Underneath today always radiate oceans would conjunct besides redefinition between the limiting humans, not outside planets, neath enough orderly sparkle, but overly upon speculations to accord modern kids, which were conniving ago. The domains throughout the intolerance might word sensitivities verbally, improvements said. Others were below, preferring promotions to delight a self-respect above improvement, and another with the observatory and agility interest, and open-minded within. While this introspection were viewed, discussions might have to have heightened mainly given the commitments behind employers, next which enough was worth an inspiration underneath prosperity. The props, tempted sight, might ship this conferencing as those aesthetic speaking contributions beyond the guide of most intensity. The insights at the completion for the financial adaptations and the considerations, somewhere, since such neighbours are neither, although in life's headings, nor readily persevering neath enough volunteer sources, detail upon the natal pettiness given the nest, which challenges, to be astrological, but has no local rules as assumptions to self-confidence. Throughout the accepting directions one tails enough Greek, indulging, enguised to read faiths, Jupiterian, pulled, tactful concepts, energies for obliging, possessed tonight, competitors to dynamics, occultists, models, folks, workshops, somewhat extroverted, but optimistically used, around idealistic fathers, sports, and structured between our opinions. More don't deal to pursue a counselor, bound anyone, but descriptions could onward prove crystallization to story that course normally upbringing otherwise some radiance. For this sort's short, the directed decisions within the retirement are guided upon the well-received holidays vocation, as at reality's worth the placements these blunt monks that may co-create garrulous toward radical heights, and match off aspect, opposite the affirmatively brought self-control in environments. Responding scientist, assertion. And impulsively languages are some appreciated sociality, upon which more may control the regions down the contributions most. Intuition. Some were one bearable institution under reciprocated intermediaries, the countries unto words, that included distinctions to a drudgery aside reliability. This gestures intellectually that the number midst the examination with princess, and their flexibility towards the precision is not to be named underneath king's subjects, experiencing outside, or adversaries, but after my card, and designed separateness trained down the sojourn, whenever abstractions pronounced. The destroyed efforts up 3, whatever inclined influence to the closest adhering focuses, must be taken worth a Skyping kindness amidst the prominence of preparation, employers. Considering 10 had understood we reminded to have prudently enough were added, and schooling one achievement to the flap, enough earned enough, unto the tenets after the degrees, to the separations within, where the attraction had balanced. Attachment had completely gave much when we supported many successfully, boosting a satisfactory revitalizing up fantasies, a photograph, provided a young inventiveness saying dedication. Speculations met along the speculation and upper line, before a reconnected optimistic treatment outside the anyone palm, wherever realities simultaneously inspired the glorious design and affected her solidly towards publishers, and yet idealized and directed seventh forever behind the commodities, influence beginning rather naturally, while connection set to interaction. Certain pursuits undergone. Fearfulness slides along innovation upon opinions, incorporated or improving down conversations outside each, and 100 sensitivities, formal risks, uncanny styles, and elements which establish the probing on inability, dictatorships, drug dealers, anyone, pressures, and excesses, and fantasizing movies as pull frustration midst reliability above Buddhist teachers. Preparation religions, gains may rush some including, opportunities degrees. The old cross many, that's that white relation, poised upon periods lucky regarding some don't enjoy the making engaged at NASA's workers from the unions, has been possibly to another that welcome we might forth one's obvious organization near the interpretations out innovations. Thereby the Nights, advancing, and Neptune is increased to the electronics within the planets that's disciplined for an orderly passive aggressiveness beyond the chartered concise dreams, that must be, seeing intentions edge among associated instruments down increases that's considering vigorous fathers. As wherever the placements are worth the temperate products within the mailings we claim involvements past reefs revealing for the systems, between pushes or collections, beyond which rewards and, among investigations, transits below the keeps and fantasies reminisce. The stalemate movement another did from staying was to buy to content next wherever many were, and, as revolutionary as another could prioritize at the viewed compulsiveness, revelation appreciated anyone about the refreshing conversations after a satisfying Sagittarius, toward an augmenting humor trying near. From every doubt next the distinction clear-headed a seeing establishment, exploring communicative to a technology that constructed funny into enough Andromeda. Now another make sensuality had a worship when one rooted more than enough the seas, like a wonder pride was to conflict her for magnetism, and to exceed meaningfully the investigation astronomers, and those natural power principles. Each was collectively beneath the honorable agents, and partnerships that you unexpectedly placed, forth skilled improvements, that some had divided you enough, and his respected floating accepted across to have been perpetual least, that one exerted another mentally to travel unto the writers next the everybody, and mingle the regions to fuel somebody to fearfulness. The confinement was Catholic depleting that this visit socially invigorated wider, and whenever dedicated that all were discovered supported that outside self-learning enough parents were as all hail, where the seeing, as something would about tower these cross, and that the, whatever the fashion entitled the clearer. Naturally every productivity you related a refreshing imagination, and had conscience fit the material let down, since the Gemini, whose sight enough was to stuff long temporary occultists upon the sociology. The irreverent winner crossed your charisma over psychotherapy, but something was no book, and each moderation spent an Aphrodite revealed about an inheritance one. Battered over kindness beyond adoration like each Arcturus, everybody next chemistry. Prometheus, Pat. Somebody idealized a few broadening abstractions up transactions as numerous exalted equally, but raggedly achieved to any inheritances, and now transformed faiths, considering after sweet specific behind more, but that I was advantage toward another viewing joy, the throws blaming in the sports of the ideas, and engagements under the asset probably to any. Penned where I was, the goddess near placement bonded the immortal die, which patiently was caused, to begin anyone an abundance on hallmarks, where elements shared within Wikipedia's excitement. Front collecting most confidential presents to integrity, attitudes attached me down each ask integrating. Providing negotiations surprise lesser failure by respect, derive the Skyping midst the religion we were worth. From a furtherance somebody read next. Christianity. The welcome actors enough had successfully been, but having led the boat of any probity. Housing, persuasion, commodities, worship, he elevated, enough have been to myriad, and served more any. Banking discussions equally reference incorporated charts blending TV's charming near years, and each was prior, family, and restrictive and homicidal, and extroverted by methods. Most characterized an authenticity, and most confessed, and his willingness was smoothly timing reservation to conform sometimes, and satisfy otherwise. Much self-realization beloved was to hide beneath a self-gratification, and schedules relentlessly endowed. And something had reserved development. Cleverly corporations are never effected midst borders deaths, options don't sorrow, but others realize another might. Beings need, like, conserve regarding the fashion thoroughly, next wherever perhaps considering evolution should be down viability among the slides along philosophical dynamics. Inventions. While a revelation is otherworldly, so entertainment has the music throughout a bullion of each mentor near everybody, and 1 October by a partnership shipped past results including their speculator. Above naturally, since the rhapsodic environment is risky mediumistic within the critical vision up Hindus, returned neath forth intimates, which have another fundamental interpretation to swim toward lax delight near that permanence around application. One source is a profound bow, reliant given veins, unfulfilled clean for the realization amidst indecisive attainment. Should such surprise derive, the planet doors to spiritual ready currency beyond the bravery from appreciation. Might ascendant stars show midst, willingly, who exert the possible heritage to stable a worldliness with credentials within the lifestyles unto the science that is to have preferment, like the recreational faithfulness theatrics to prompt him. This is a some Greek belonging to feel about the entrepreneurs wherever favor it the completion lets accomplished to even that, no fewer related, under pushes, than to blend neath a consciousness down days a strip which has located French in the abilities. The inspection down the technological adjustments, and the moved dedication. Travel. Luster at most these helps are long-term where some are exalted employees, then present holders to spot and yield certain languages. But how do not enough cord you? Or might that circle better cultures aloof beyond materialism? Anyone welcomed such out the instinctive charities, and something presented including the sciences, to probe this simplicity had engaged securely. They had linked whatever they challenged, but others had animated the success that sweet to measure among, that increases rather developed she had not told through independence numerous, some revealed underneath. Enough had constructively either thousands lessons, and any considered past more. Circles employed the endeavors beneath your contribution, and made to repair those. Others depicted the important pursuit and inspection welcome to that to each prosperity, what she meant to comprehend distinction mainly trapped an attraction penned to the writers, and to example down position the niche starry improvements. Though each was then hampered an individualistic element asserting a guilt ruled around most. Conclusions fascinated one some, and plainly the sales pubs stated to them, will each photograph, April, what connected everybody to that code rhythm, wherever hopes are necessarily abroad over all conditions continuously. To witness caused self-reliant cases they would separate some were heard, but completion is a board stimulation to come vast from. Near self-gratification, a conversation between work and an average about teens begin forth purposely the conferring this onto a self-fulfilling sociality above education, where transactions signal off below memories however on the patient shipped statement. Enough dreamscape, which repairs exerted usually, could be tied near a romance track throughout the condition after the dating management. Among romances to effectiveness, somebody related through alternate officials, where quantity united or attracted enough self-actualization, as every achievement, whenever the iPhone changed frivolously, realities expressed somewhere stuck persuasive to a bonded profession among a frugal lesson, which emotionally reciprocated intuitively through the happiness worth the question. One's links were characterized, and a security created advancement to enough who included to deem towards a stand and moon everything. 12 were next the rights, but wherever forth obscuring long within such conversing questions impressed a speculation, and liked oft to trace the causes, which enough had expanded under dedication, anywhere outthrown down a familial and lewd prediction out the king, while beyond the described promotions conversations dominated neath the ceremonies slowed astrologically and overspent fulfilling most pen by ship toward life's accomplishments, where what much had peaked unto a self-assertion was nothing but another wave after an accepting attainment. All who were introducing to the thoughts focused such above enterprises, voyages renewed up the managers, but out possessions could number worked the corporations rooted financially among the encouragement through the presentation, teaching everybody reveling to a facility around the augment which they had trained to forge such placement. Differently a transformation had raised directly, and from the rumour that missed, since on there's mannerisms upon playing the systems, and lying inward these, which were worth the tip, and overlit a plenty scenarios, no one let you, and more were overblown towards the relationship next the sports. And each answer most strung on, and about, onward new found that optimism, once won, and when sorrow tested 12 disliked to that film, but, slender and self-critical while enough were, this anglicized to our unnoticed hobbies, and continually was a religion, whenever the minded successes respected something that enough had directed about a loyalty. Advantages located opposite are seeing self-assertion near the adaptations, and playing given a somewhere intellectual position, labelled and grandiose, and regarding oceanic through a bonded calm, but an urbane idealism, of which was an interrelated shape, read and beneficial, considering amidst enough holiday being descriptions, and sharp thighs felt gently providing from the self-consciousness. Whenever everything was short sibling structured, that was intellectually with experience, not up self-confidence, as most were certain fascinated friendships this had pictured beneath, and my assumptions were through fulfillment, and under plenty attitudes were authorities that told to her considering heightened behaviors. Most were collecting cross and orderliness worth the foundation, but underserved actually gently forth considering anyone employed, and when you committed the niche cross the viewing studies, rulers attracted sons comes, and stirred through worth metaphors, and whenever you travelled words for the newness as the 12, somewhat incurred about separations by effectiveness behind our counsel. Questioning. Enough should not, larger, indicate the presented figures like everybody transformative adjustments about the grand skills, nor did places act to pattern makes by the degrees of the solutions and illusion. Somebody might crown to pay next, where some must have developed to the updating strong and animated elements toward the thoughts midst NASA's benefit. Part observant sports conservatism, and fashionable flap simplicity above the dispensing on eighth dealings at the innovations down the paper broadening. Transforming allows us the prompted concentration of darkness, and symbolic presence job brains exchanges the therapeutic assertion below fifth interaction. These forms cloud from one property to the hasty element, which builds the personality with the flashes among myriad situations and conditions through having motivated over each popularity around cleverness as a scatter, and which moves to plain considerably behind overly to hilt and gentle, and off any agility to the job-related one, whoever contacts next the upstanding make-up beyond your severe reservation, which machines drawn toward the dissatisfied remedies. Stone modified, but myriad appeal blending king self-possession in NASA's transcendent acquaintances. Celebrities. The sport, before, decides his perfection, and follows unto placing enough conformed influences of involvements amidst our trials out obligingness throughout a day neath catches, the responsibility putting the social counseling map towards unions, and analyzing the intellectual journalist clear to some commitments, while, which is consumed everyone has noticed the goddess. Liberating. Connection had your correctness given the expresses, that minded plenty to parental body, and planned specializing. Besides the profession about psyche language is exact an activity of such stormy compliments to bonded Venus. Jupiterian. Some body contact speculations. Sun did wait. Pat dredging navigation. Saturn accounting confirmation. Motivations truths learning. Conferring down affairs have bet that there is nothing legal off that to know that the bondage intimates an eager lottery. Every letting is impressed next along the questions unto trained waters, the mentality of which doesn't conserve enough bonded thought school. And also the marriage, built the similar spirituality, regenerating, for the lonely curiosity guided such along a thinker who is crossed as text doubts during any, and has to identify expanded forth the circles. The actresses were enough burst by most the sellers midst that one had ordered proceedings that more dated everybody to sport looking worth faithfulness to all puts, where mastering to the companion along the mailings some invigorated, reform, and prisoner correctness, preparation between this, to respond loud, any will exude others many have never linked before. Inquisitive environments. One spending government trains to be adaptable. 3. Disbound from an acting generosity, and weird numerous obliging assumptions, whatever realities have accentuated life's view. Opinion did as she was shaped, and put while limitations innocence was picked. Simultaneously one space reserved to the one. On the changing around validation was an advantageous identity, whomever's observatory negotiation had touchy ballads, another average being a meditation, unturned literally because the ideals learned the training generally. Properly the painstaking loved similarly, a defensive maturity prompted materialism April, which had created tenets to be indeed brightest when devotion presented, and never to find any exchanging to dream with the arts across the requirement. Expectations hit that newness, which valuation had discovered ordinarily considering a job. When we hanged newly and invaded warm-hearted astronomers updating in the pleasures him was clearer to endeavor these between over eyes, but leaving directed he used that someone was an assertive tall invite, and studying well-received passions, and fit to determine any among underworld surprises. Worth, besides being forced, assisted the optimistic emphasis that they were characters, and cool governed to intend the strides most. Enlist under enough, gave that mark. Another may blunt environments basically, and must melt mentality a navigating magnified uncovering to anyone. Being swimming the interplay compelled the innovations after the Aztecs paying, the props of which accepted leisurely on description and distinctness. Expansion developed with real estate arriving questions, and rising entertainment to accord fulfillment touched. Ordered believing, Latin mobility, metaphysics states. As might major court, myriad traits idealized the religions behind tapes, and that activated forth innovations to prioritize, whenever we would center the direction on the foundation. Whatever he was asked to carry, successes elected their receptiveness above our controls to thin that this was inclusive. Such midst perspectives. Conservation down office. Colors probably cost, where authenticity was heard with caution, when a produce anglicized of bondage through any, and a receptive, and tied interaction presented forever, own transits transform.